On May 16, 2017, the demon race occupied the final inch of human territory. The human world had completely fallen. Amidst the fierce battle and the smoke and fire filling the sky, Si Chen stood in the middle of the battlefield. His cold face was covered in blood. 7 years ago, several demon lords suddenly descended upon the world, including Demon Lord Lan Yue. They led the demon race and, relying on absolute overwhelming power, trampled humanity. He looked at him with contempt and sneered. "Do you really think someone like you deserves to be called humanity's last hope? Your entire race is just trash that can't even withstand a single blow." His claws condensed a fiery red energy sphere. "Now, go ahead and make the most of your final value." That energy bathed the space in a crimson glow. Lan Yue said gloomily, "Become my food, transform into my power." Si Chen's entire body was lifted by that energy stream, gradually being absorbed bit by bit. He desperately tried to struggle, but it was useless. In Si Chen's mind, one silhouette after another appeared. His younger sister, comrades, master, and all his most beloved people. He gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. All of them had had their lives taken by those beasts. In the end, Si Chen chose to self-destruct his energy to destroy everything. "I'll go down with you for their sake." The entire space flared with a blinding golden light, with lightning arcing all around. That was his SSS rank ultimate skill, Activate Ultimate Arc. Lan Yue was restrained by that powerful energy, exclaiming in horror, "What is this? I can't move." Si Chen's body gradually crumbled, before fading away. Snippets of memories appeared in his mind. His younger sister, the back of his master imprinted in his memories, and his parents, a happy, peaceful family. Everything slowly flickered out. Si Chen whispered with regret, "We're almost going to meet. It's just a pity I wasn't strong enough." Before his figure vanished completely, he wished, "If only I could be a little stronger, if only I could turn back time to that year, discover the demon realm earlier, and stop the first demon lord's appearance." Everything shattered in the blinding energy. Lan Yue roared in resentment. "How could a pathetic race like you be able to?" Before he could finish, his own figure was reduced to mere fragments. Upon opening his eyes, a faint light shone through. Si Chen saw the ceiling. He opened his eyes, looking up vaguely. He was lying in a room, his wrists wrapped tightly in bandages. Si Chen sat up, confused, and lifted his bandaged wrist to take a look. "I am not dead yet." He put his feet on the floor, curiously observing the room. "Where is this?" Si Chen went to the window and looked down. It turned out he was at the school's medical bay. Sunset blanketed the schoolyard. Students were happily chatting and laughing. They were happily chatting and laughing. Si Chen was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Wasn't the world destroyed? Where did all these people come from? It took a long time for him to accept the reality. "I have turned back time 10 years, returning to the days when I was still a student." He looked at his own youthful face in the mirror, his eyes wide with astonishment. Suddenly, a line of glitching text gradually appeared before him, displaying a screen with the words, "Gluttony Power Fusion Complete." Only now did he realize his wish had come true. "I have returned to before everything happened." Si Chen hurriedly checked his phone. The screen displayed 4:15 p.m. May 16, 2157. It took him a long time to digest this information. "I've really gone back 10 years. May 16, 2017. He knew clearly that this was 3 years before the first demon lord descended. Those harsh, dark memories flooded into Si Chen's mind. In 2020, 3 years later, the first demon lord, Wrath, would descend, opening the gates of hell. Other demon lords would also arrive on Earth one after another because of him. That was the starting point of total destruction. And because of that, I lost everything. Si Chen stared at his own hands, smiling faintly. "But now I have returned." He believed that if he could just defeat the first wrath that appeared and stop the gates of hell from opening, everything would still have a chance to change. The system was still displaying, Gluttony Power merging all. He curiously observed it. What is this Gluttony Power display board? Since opening his eyes, it had been hovering in front of him. When Si Chen intended to reach out and touch it, it disappeared and then switched to a data information table. All attributes reached 100. Strength, stamina, elemental power, speed, potential, mental power. What is this game-like data thing? Is this my current attribute score? Si Chen was confused. He had never seen these things before. Previously, he had always fought with awakened power, something only 1 in 10,000 people possessed. Furthermore, the school he was attending was the National University of Awakeners, which only accepted students with awakening potential. But regrettably, in his past life, he had failed to awaken successfully throughout his 4 years of college, always at the bottom of the food chain, bullied by everyone. Si Chen stroked his chin in thought, suddenly realizing, This is probably why I woke up in the medical bay. Suddenly, the screen switched to a new interface, catching his attention. It displayed information. Class, Lightning Assassin Strength, 100 Stamina, 100 Elemental Power, 100 Speed, 100 Potential, 100 Mental Power, 100 Skills, Flash God. A jolt of electricity runs throughout the body. In an instant, movement speed increases tenfold. Shocking Strike concentrates electricity into a blade, increasing critical damage for attacks. Hitting a weak point inflicts a paralysis effect. Si Chen was in deep shock. Lightning Assassin, Lightning Element, isn't this the class I had in my past life? His whole body trembled. He vaguely felt an energy source running through his body. Could this be the power from my past life passed down again? Could it be that I awakened earlier? Si Chen was eager to test it out immediately. Let me check what my current strength is like, the notification displayed, switching class. Suddenly there was a rattling sound outside. Someone had opened the door. Si Chen turned sharply to look. Ma Long, his dorm roommate, walked in carrying a pile of snacks. He exclaimed in surprise. "Oh," Ma Long happily ran over and asked. "Hey, you're awake. Are you feeling okay?" Si Chen replied, "I'm fine now." From Ma Long's reaction, he glanced at the interface still being displayed and had his answer. Sure enough, others couldn't see this interface. Ma Long checked Si Chen all over, exclaiming in surprise. "Your wounds, they've all disappeared? You clearly took such a heavy beating yesterday. Your recovery speed is even faster than an awakener like me." He glanced at the person rambling next to him and smiled faintly. This was his dorm roommate, Ma Long. Although he had awakened during his college years, he was still in the bottom group of the class. In his past life, when the third demon lord descended, Ma Long had been killed tragically. But now he was actually standing right in front of him, alive. Ma Long was surprised while checking on Si Chen. "I even feel like he's gotten stronger. Am I mistaken?" Si Chen finally dared to relax, his lips curling into a smile. Only at this moment did he truly feel, "I have really returned." Ma Long suddenly remembered and clapped his hands. "Right, tomorrow is the grading test. If you're okay now, let's head back and prepare." He hurriedly pushed Si Chen toward the door. "Even though you haven't awakened yet, it's still related to the graduation assessment. Let's go." The schoolyard still held the same peaceful appearance as before. Everyone was busy with their own things. Some were playing soccer, others were jogging. Si Chen strolled leisurely on the training field. "It's been so long since I've seen so many living people." Ma Long got goosebumps upon hearing that and hurriedly rubbed his arms. "What kind of creepy thing are you saying?" He couldn't help but curiously ask. "Hey, are we just going to keep walking around the track?" Meanwhile, Si Chen was still lost in his old memories. "I once lost everything." His heart felt heavy as he thought about that dark future. "If I don't do anything, that despair-filled future will soon return." From then on, a strong determination arose in Si Chen's heart. "I need to make a plan immediately and quickly level myself up." He understood clearly that in this era, awakeners had only one path to level up: killing demon beasts in the demon realms. But the major demon realms were all monopolized by large guilds. Outsiders basically had no chance to get involved. If these are my current stats, then how does my strength compare to other awakeners and demon beasts? To distinguish strength, the government had classified the grades of awakeners and demon beasts from high to low. S right arrow, A right arrow, B right arrow, C right arrow, D right arrow. Most students in school only reached E rank. Only a few geniuses or those from large guilds reached D rank. Si Chen thought confidently, "I'm definitely stronger than him." Suddenly a basketball flew from somewhere, slamming straight into Ma Long's face. Ma Long fell flat on the ground, his glasses shattered. At the stairs, a few guys sat lounging and laughing loudly. One guy spoke sarcastically. "Aren't that Si Chen and Ma Long? They recover pretty quickly, don't they? I told you, these two are great at taking a beating." The guy pointed aggressively and asked, "You clearly knew I was playing basketball here, yet you didn't know to bring 2 cases of water." Ma Long was terrified and acted subservient. "Sorry, I'll go buy some right away." Si Chen stepped up calmly, his voice cold. "You're not the one in the wrong. The ones who should be apologizing are them." He stared straight at him and asked coldly, "Is it this guy?" Some memories from the past suddenly flooded back. In his past life, Si Chen had been held underwater by Gong Cheng, constantly pressed hard into the sink in the restroom. Ma Long crouched in a corner, trembling and pleading, "You guys, please stop." Gong Cheng still had one hand pressing Si Chen's head into the water, laughing dismissively. "Why should I stop? I'm helping him awaken." The force on his wrist grew stronger. "He still hasn't awakened yet. Shouldn't he be stimulated a little?" The gang of followers behind him roared with laughter at the pathetic scene. Seeing Si Chen stop moving, they lost interest. Let's go, it's not even fun." Ma Long hurriedly ran over, asking anxiously, "Si Chen, are you okay?" Water from his soaked hair ran down his cheeks. It was unclear if it was water or tears. A voice full of resentment rang out. "Why won't you just leave us alone?" More than anyone else, Si Chen understood. Pure malice didn't just exist in demon beasts. It also existed right in the hearts of humans. Gong Cheng had previously threatened. "What did you just say?" He nonchalantly ordered his underlings. "Go, keep beating him until he wakes up." Gong Cheng was stunned after hearing Si Chen say that, letting out an huh. Ma Long was beaten black and blue, saying weakly, "Si Chen, what are you saying?" Gong Cheng, an E-rank fighter, stepped forward, green energy radiating from his arm. The two followers behind him also stepped forward. Si Chen's gaze gradually became cold, secretly staring at his opponent. He knew clearly that this guy was Gong Cheng. He relied on his older brother being the president of the strongest student council in school, which was why he dared to act arrogantly and bully the weak. In reality, his own ability was nothing special. The group of students nearby noticed the commotion and whispered to each other, "Look, Gong Cheng is about to beat them up again. Look at that, they just got out of the hospital and they're getting beaten up again." One is the weakest awakened, and the other hasn't even awakened. Truly the two most useless guys in school. Gong Cheng stopped in front of Si Chen, looking down from above, his voice cold as ice. "What did you just say? Say it again. Don't bother us ever again." He raised his fist. "I think you really need another beating, right?" Si Chen calmly brought his own fist up to block it. Gong Cheng's legs staggered back, his mouth moaning in pain. The scene left everyone open-mouthed in surprise. What just happened? He actually blocked Gong Cheng's punch. He clearly hasn't awakened yet. Damn it, am I seeing things? Gong Cheng felt incredibly embarrassed being pointed at and talked about by everyone. Damn it, a weak guy who hasn't even awakened dares to challenge me. Si Chen lightly condensed lightning in his palm, his lips curling up. Just right to use you for a test. The system displayed progress, class transition complete. Si Chen, lightning assassin. Additional info appeared, flash god, a jolt of electricity runs throughout the body. In an instant, movement speed increases tenfold. Shocking strike concentrates electricity into a blade, increasing critical damage for attacks. Hitting a weak point inflicts a paralysis effect. Also, stats have been upgraded. Strength, 200 speed, 300 elemental power, 100 potential, 100 mental power, 100. Ma Long screamed in horror. When did you awaken?" Lightning crackled around Si Chen's body. Gong Cheng activated undying demon armor, his hand growing larger, roaring excitedly. "I think you've forgotten, damn it." Lightning crackled around Si Chen's body. Gong Cheng activated undying demon armor, his hand growing larger, roaring excitedly. "I think you've forgotten, damn it." He aimed his giant fist at Si Chen. Time for a taste of the murderous assassin fist. But in the very next moment, he gasped in shock to see Si Chen's fist had already appeared right in front of his face. Pow! Gong Cheng's entire body was knocked down by that punch, flying far backward, blood splattering everywhere. The students were shaken. In that split second just now, what happened? One punch knocked Gong Cheng away. Ma Long questioned reality, watching everything change drastically before him. They seem like they're dreaming. Is this really Si Chen? What on earth happened? Gong Cheng fell face down on the ground, cursing. "Damn you, you dared to sneak attack me." He turned to bark at his underlings. "What are you guys standing there for?" But by now, Si Chen was looming over them like a reaper, walking gloomily forward. Gong Cheng, still in pain, immediately lunged forward, snarling. "I'll kill you." Si Chen casually raised his hand, grabbing tightly onto his wrist. Then he crushed that wrist and snapped it backward. Gong Cheng was speechless from the pain, screaming miserably. Si Chen raised his lightning-enveloped fist, saying contemptuously, "You're too trash." At that moment, lightning illuminated a corner of the yard. Gong Cheng took the full brunt of that punch. His body was like a mangled toy thrown far away. Thud, a heavy sound of falling echoed. No one expected that arrogant guy to be beaten so tragically. His whole body was covered in blood, his clothes torn to shreds, lying still and unable to move. The entire school went silent, staring at him in shock. Ma Long was shaken, stuttering. Si Chen, since when has he been this strong? Si Chen glanced at the status bar, secretly drawing a few preliminary conclusions. First, like before, I can switch to the lightning assassin state at any time. Although the current system level is only level 1, just as predicted, the normal state is enough to deal with the lowest level awakeners. This proves my current rank is higher than E rank, but exactly what rank it is remains unclear. But there is still one problem. I clearly defeated him, so why hasn't the system value changed? He lifted Gong Cheng's collar, lightning crackling around him. From behind, a gentle voice rang out. "Student, this is a school." Ling Wu, vice president of the student council, spoke up to remind him. Although he was in the wrong first, this kind of punishment was enough. She smiled and advised, "He won't dare to mess with you guys anymore." Si Chen let go. Gong Cheng fell to the ground with a thud, lying deathly still. He glanced at Ling Wu, wondering curiously in his heart. Why is the student council so eager to protect him? However, he didn't actually intend to do anything to him. If you don't completely suppress people like this, they'll just keep hounding you endlessly. Gong Cheng's two lackeys hid cowardly behind a wall, whispering to each other. That look on his face earlier was genuinely terrifying. We'd better not mess with him again. Is that guy even Si Chen anymore? Aren't the two of them supposed to be the weakest, poorest losers in the entire school? Si Chen didn't want to waste any more time there and said coldly, "Let's go." Ma Long hurried to keep up with him. Ling Wu stood behind them, muttering to herself with great interest, "Weakest, poorest, huh?" That evening, at the Nam dormitory building, Ma Long excitedly recounted what happened that afternoon, but no one believed him. He desperately tried to prove it, saying, "Why don't you guys believe me? Si Chen has actually awakened, and he's even a super-powerful electric-type assassin." Ma Long even acted out the scene from earlier, waving his arms around. He sent Gong Cheng straight to the dirt. Now those guys don't even dare to look us in the eye anymore. A roommate, Xiang Zhu, a core-type mage, picked at his ear, asking with annoyance, "So where did he go then?" Ma Long hesitated, scratching his head. "I think." He said he was going for a run. The other guy pointed a finger at Ma Long's head and scolded. "If he's so strong, why does he need to go for a run? Do awakened ones still need to do basic training like that? Does that even make any logical sense?" "Huh," another guy, Xiang Yu, also a core-type mage, chimed in while clacking away at his keyboard. "Looks like Ma Long's brain really got smashed." "That's right, wake up," Xiang Zhu reminded him. "The reason the four of us were put in the same dorm is because our grades are ranked among the four lowest in the entire grade. That's a fact that cannot be changed. Besides, I'm ranked from the bottom up, number one in the dorm for sure. Each person can only awaken one occupation in their entire life. Those two are just support. I am the only combat occupation in the dorm, a core-type mage. This is the ultimate reality, and it cannot be changed. Si Chen, that pathetic guy, how could he possibly have awakened an electric-type assassin occupation? As for me, I've felt a lot stronger lately. Maybe I'll even make it into a society soon." Xiang, you didn't pay much attention, saying lazily, "Tomorrow is the final grade assessment before graduation. We'll know everything by then." At the E-rank training zone, the Demon Pit, a group of people was guarding a spatial rift. A silhouette stepped out from inside the rift. This person was Gong Ting, the school's student council president. Following behind him was Ling Wu. He briefed his subordinates before leaving, "Let's end today's training here." Suddenly, Gong Ting stopped when he saw a figure in the shadows. He asked, "Are you waiting here?" Gong Cheng was still bitter about what happened this morning and gritted his teeth. "If you don't do something, I won't be able to sleep tonight. In front of so many people, he humiliated me. He clearly has no respect for you at all." Gong Ting remained calm in the face of such outrage. "I understand." He promised that he would help you deal with him. At dinner, Gong Ting leisurely cut his steak. Ling Wu sat opposite him and asked, "How are you planning to handle this?" He replied, "He himself is not on par with others." Gong Ting seemed skeptical. "Is that guy really as strong as he says he is?" Ling Wu answered, "I know the full strength and grade of everyone in the school. There aren't even 10 people in the whole school who have reached D rank, and you've already recruited them all into the society. Furthermore, no one else has the opportunity to access the demon pit like you do. Those mediocre awakened ones have no way to level up." She firmly believed that no one could ever keep pace with him. In the pouring rain at night, Si Chen was running on the training field. He wore a 100 kg backpack and ran for 20 km continuously. This was a self-imposed training regimen. Basic training can improve physique. An awakened one's upper limit is directly proportional to their basic physical strength. Only when the physique is strong enough can one withstand and unleash the full power of their occupation. But this is still nowhere near enough. In 2020, the Demon Lord of Fury left the Demon Pit and descended upon the human world. In an instant, he slaughtered a massive number of people. The only family he had, his younger sister, Si Yun, died by his hand. Watching Si Yun slowly die in his arms, he desperately pleaded, "Don't." No. Si Chen was consumed by hatred when he thought of him. It was Fury who opened the gates of hell, allowing other demon lords to reach the human world. Therefore, his first stage goal is to kill Fury. Fury is the source of all destruction. The time for his descent is still 3 years away. He must be accelerating his growth, I have to be faster than him. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Si Chen took it out to check. The screen displayed a call from a name that was painfully familiar. Si Yun was calling. He was surprised and quickly pressed answer. Hello. On the other end, Si Yun's voice asked curiously, Brother, why are you calling me so much today? I was in a competition and my phone ran out of battery. I just got back to the dorm and am plugging it in now. She happily continued. Did you remember to tell me? If we win this prize money, we can finally cover the rent. Si Chen stood frozen in the rain. In that ruined future, he had prayed to the heavens countless times. Could it be possible to start all over again? Seeing that he was silent, Si Yun urged, Brother, is it raining where you are? Why aren't you saying anything? He swore that even if he had to pay with everything he had, even if it meant pushing himself into an endless hell. A soft voice rang out, Nothing. Si Chen's face was streaming with tears, blending into the rain. It's been too long since I've heard your voice. Si Yun felt confused. What are you talking about? Didn't we just talk on the phone the day before yesterday? After I finish the competition, we can meet up. Just wait for my good news, okay? Bye. Si Chen immersed himself in the rain as if to cleanse away the dark past and welcome a new beginning. Now, everything had truly started over from the beginning. The responsibility to protect his family made him persist in his training. 3 more laps. Si Chen swore that he must become stronger as quickly as possible to protect all of this. He finally returned to his room when it was late at night. His roommates were all fast asleep. 8 hours had passed since he returned to this era. Si Chen stepped into the shower, slowly getting used to this youthful body. Although his physical strength was still relatively weak, this was the perfect start. After changing clothes, he was still lost in thought. Next, he had to solve the most important question. Si Chen sat on his bed, anxious about the current situation. To level up, he needed to enter the demon pit, but the demon pits were monopolized by the guilds. Besides the elites, the majority had no chance to level up. How on earth can I get access to magic beasts? And that gluttony power, what on earth is it? As he closed his eyes, the system state suddenly transmitted. A burning red screen appeared. Initializing, core status, 70%. The progress bar gradually filled up. Gluttony system initialization complete. Si Chen was now drifting in a void. He opened his eyes wide, feeling himself in a free fall. He flipped his body and landed safely. Before him was a desolate, dark place, and in the middle of the air stood a tower piercing the sky. Si Chen couldn't help but be curious, whispering, Where is this? I wasn't supposed to be sleeping. Looking at the thing before him, Si Chen realized it was a skyscraper-like tower standing tall in the gloomy space. This tower! What is it again? From the muddy ground, monsters slowly crawled up. They were just white skeletons. They were Tang Zio E-rank cloud warriors. A system notification suddenly appeared, changing occupation. He was astonished. Magic beasts. Could this be inside a demon pit? The next update notification. Occupation change complete. Level 1, Si Chen, electric assassin. Si Chen immediately condensed an electric blade in his hand. Even though the situation was still unclear, he had to deal with these annoyances first. Information about the electric assassin was updated. Flash God, a current of electricity runs through the body. In an instant, movement speed increases tenfold. Electric blade focuses electricity into a blade, increasing critical damage for attacks. Hitting a weak point inflicts paralysis. The group of Tang Zio charged at him. Si Chen used his electric blade to strike the weak point of the first one. Immediately, the update notification. Obtained 3 Tang Zio fangs. On his own, he flexibly took care of the whole bunch. With his current strength, dealing with these E-rank monsters was still more than manageable. Everything was terrifyingly real, not at all like he was dreaming. Experience points kept increasing. The system notified, leveled up. Level 2 right arrow level 3. Looking at the glow surrounding his body, Si Chen discovered the most important thing. I can get experience and level up here. He opened his status board overjoyed. All attributes increased by 5 points. He couldn't believe the benefits he was receiving. I actually have a demon pit to grind in alone. At this moment, Si Chen encountered the Tang Zio King, the leader of the monsters. He swung his electric blade with all his might. Then I have to stay here and have a good training session. Just as he took down the leader, a notification rang out. Received 320 experience points. Leveled up, level 3 right arrow level 4. Obtained 18 Tang Zio fangs, 1 Tang Zio crystal. Si Chen thought to himself, the experience from a boss monster is several times more than that of a small monster of the same rank. In just a short while, I've already leveled up twice. Suddenly, the system notified, can consume. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. Looking at those words, Si Chen questioned, What does that mean? He slowly raised his hand. Could it be? Is the meaning of the gluttony power to absorb magic beasts? The Tang Zio king in front of him turned into a stream of energy, slowly being sucked into his palm. The system displayed consuming. Consumption complete. Increased, Tang Zio king, cloud warrior, frostbone physique, immune to cold. In low-temperature environments, all resistance attributes are enhanced. He was shocked. The absorbed magic beast becomes a card. I actually can kill, and then consume the opponent, turning the opponent into my own occupation. Suddenly, Si Chen realized a terrifying fact. Is this not the same process as earlier, when I absorbed the energy of Demon Lord Lan Yue? The image of me absorbing the monster's energy is no different from the past. He truly understood. That was the power of Demon Lord Lan Yue. The gluttony power originally belonged to him, and I've already stripped it away. Occupations are inherently divided into strong and weak. In other words, each person can only possess one unique occupation. But now I hold two occupations simultaneously. If I can consume other magic beasts, then I can hold countless occupations. Si Chen couldn't help but be curious. Why did I get this kind of power? He glanced at the tower behind him. And what is that demon tower? Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure bore down, causing both his legs to buckle to the ground. Si Chen was heavily shocked. This powerful pressure is, what's going on? From afar, a silhouette appeared and a low voice echoed. You finally came. I've been waiting here for you for a long time. It was a Lord-rank monster, and it knew his name, Si Chen. The government categorizes the combat strength of awakened ones and magic beasts from low to high. E right arrow, D right arrow, C right arrow, B right arrow, A right arrow, S. He was knocked backward by the monster's power. Si Chen gripped his electric blade tightly, thinking to himself, in my past life, I almost lost my life trying to reach S rank. Now my maximum combat strength is only D rank, but the opponent is an S rank boss. The gap in level is too huge. He completely overwhelms all of my stats. What kind of demon pit is this anyway? Why are there S-rank magic beasts? And more importantly, why does it know my name? During the clash with the Lord, Si Chen realized, I fought him for dozens of rounds. During that time, he had countless opportunities to kill me directly. But every time he attacked, he always avoided the vital weak points, just knocking me down time and time again. His whole body was blown away into the distance, and he struggled to crawl back up. The Lord asked coldly, still struggling. Si Chen realized the monster's goal. He wanted to subjugate him. The Lord reminded him, you'd better reconsider the options I've provided. Will you stay here and guard this demon tower with me? This is a rare opportunity. He bluntly refused. Regardless of whatever, I will absolutely not stay in this hellish place. Suddenly, a stream of power erupted from the ground, sharp as a blade, slashing across his shoulder. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The Lord almost lost all patience. Do you really think I won't kill you? Only because you are the only person who could make it here have I been so patient with you. He held his injured arm, silently searching for a way out. The Lord released overwhelming energy, his strength and stamina soaring. He gave him one last chance. I'll ask you one last time. An entire massive block of earth was lifted. The Lord stood high above, arrogantly asking, stay here, or should I grind you into pulp? Si Chen started to say, I choose. His entire body was covered in lightning, and he dashed straight at his opponent. To kill you. The Lord launched massive rocks at him. Ridiculous. Si Chen nimbly landed on each rock, gradually closing in on the Lord. He had his own plan. Through the recent engagement, I have seen clearly that before every one of his slashes, there is a wind-up time of 0.4 seconds. I can take advantage of this to observe the angle of force from his wrist, identify the trajectory, and dodge the blade. More importantly, after one attack, he has a 0.2-second recovery time. Only by aiming for this opening can I strike when he is completely off guard. Use the electric blade to instantly pierce through his heart. He recalled the properties of the electric blade. Focuses electricity into a blade. Attacks add critical damage effects. Hitting a weak point can cause a paralysis effect. Although D rank cannot kill S rank, the paralysis power unleashed with full force will at least control him for a few seconds. His speed is too fast. There wasn't enough time to create distance just now, but these few seconds of contention are enough for me to escape. Si Chen accelerated toward the pillar of light in the distance. Throughout the battle, he had been observing his surroundings. There was only that one source of light. When his hand was about to touch the light source, it suddenly vanished. Si Chen was astonished. The light source vanished. The Lord laughed coldly. Too bad, that was just an illusion I left behind. The exit you are looking for does not exist. This place is not a demon pit at all. He continued, however, you were very quick to find the weakness in my attacks. Interesting. Even when facing desperate pressure, you remained calm analyzed the situation, and risked your life to find a glimmer of hope. You are truly someone who can bring hope. The final information rang out. This place is the Rakshasa Purgatory. Si Chen stared in astonishment at his appearance. That look, he had seen it before on Demon Lord Lan Yue. Si Chen didn't care, and immediately swung his electric blade toward the Rakshasa. He suddenly remembered. It was in his past life, during the final battle against Demon Lord Lan Yue. He had transformed into countless different, powerful occupations. From a fire-type occupation with devastating firepower, burning everything to ashes, to a wood-type occupation, where vines became weapons to bind and attack his opponents, and then to a lightning-type occupation, where lightning was unleashed all around like a storm of thunder. Si Chen thought to himself, I remember very clearly. One of them was this exact appearance, the current form of Rakshasa. The entity watched him nonchalantly, as if looking at a defeated foe. Si Chen realized the terrifying truth. In other words, he was once consumed by the gluttony power of Lan Yue, and now that gluttony power has merged into my own body. He had a bold speculation. Could it be that this place is actually inside my own body? Rakshasa let out a huff, his voice filled with admiration. Not only do you have excellent defensive capabilities, but your mind is also incredibly sharp. He smiled. You deserve to obtain everything that is here. Si Chen was astonished. Everything that is here. A key suddenly appeared in Rakshasa's hand. It emitted a faint, shimmering light, exuding an ancient aura. He introduced it. This is the key of the Time Rift, SSS rank. It is the only key to open the gates of the Demon Tower. Rakshasa continued. Lan Yue had consumed countless cruel demons. The strongest among them were all sealed inside the tower behind me. Devour them, keep growing stronger, and turn them all into your own power. The key floated in the air before him. Si Chen reached out to take it. The system immediately notified. Obtained, key of the Time Rift. He asked in confusion, why are you doing all this? Why do you want to help me? Rakshasa explained, his voice low and filled with hatred. Among the demon race, there is both good and evil. The demon lords slaughtered my entire clan for their own selfish interests. I have always been waiting for a chance to take revenge. Fortunately, I finally met you. He paused for a moment before continuing. That person was right. You are the only hope, and only you can succeed. Si Chen quickly asked, who is that person? Rakshasa only reminded him before beginning to dissipate. The answer lies within this demon tower. Go find it yourself. He left a final sentence. Take my power and go seek revenge on them. Si Chen hadn't yet understood. Take your power. Rakshasa's entire figure slowly dissipated into smoke. Before disappearing completely, he said, from now on, you need to be stronger. Open the gate of the demon tower and consume everything inside. The demons in there will not be as lenient with you as I am. They are the most cunning and vicious creatures in the world. But you must endure it all. You must defeat them all. You must stand at the pinnacle of the world. Finally bite and destroy every single one of those demon lords. Only then will you be worthy. Using his final strength, Rakshasa's body vanished completely. A stream of pink energy flew from the ashes toward Si Chen. He raised his hand to receive it. System update, leveled up. Level 13, right arrow, level 14. Obtained, 2 Rakshasa underworld bones. Si Chen clenched his fist, whispering as if making a vow. I understand. I will carry that part of you with me. Afterward, he received a new card. Rakshasa Purgatory, Return of the 100 Bones. Absorb physical strength from corpses and surrounding energy, converting it into your own at a corresponding ratio. 3-phase heavy tribulation, change gravity, attacking opponents in 3 forms, light, heavy, and super heavy. Si Chen tightened his fist, swearing, I will make them pay for their debts in blood. In the present, a new day began. The morning sunlight shone through the dormitory window. A familiar call echoed in his ears. Hurry up, everyone, get up. Si Chen sat up abruptly. The upper bunk's blanket was already folded neatly. Beside the door, the 2 roommates surnamed Xiang were putting on their uniforms, urging each other. Hurry, don't be late. We have to wear school uniforms today. He was dazed. Have I returned to the dormitory already? Si Chen quickly checked the wound on his shoulder. The wound had healed completely. Could it be that everything just now was just a dream? But when looking at the system board, he had a clear answer. The system proved that everything had truly happened. Moreover, all the spoils obtained in the dream were already present in reality. I spent all night leveling up to level 10. What kind of rank does that correspond to, I wonder? Xiang Zhu stepped in front of him, leaning down to ask with a sneer. Someone praised you last night. Haven't you become stronger now? You even shook my position as the best in the dorm. Ma Long stood still, not daring to speak, only secretly urging him. Let's go, the rank assessment is about to start. Let me see how much you're actually worth. Xiang Zhu bought a loaf of bread, took a bite, and said with disdain, Our dorm seems to be all E ranks, but don't forget that each rank is divided into sub-tiers. You guys are just low-tier E ranks, while I am a mid-tier E rank. Between each tier is a massive difference in strength. For kids like you, I can fight 10. Got it yet? Who knows, maybe since we haven't tested in 2 years. My rank has already gone up. Ma Long whispered a reminder. Si Chen, wait a moment, you have to show your full strength. Use that D rank to scare him to death. Si Chen smiled and asked back, D rank huh? As soon as their group arrived at the gathering field, Xiang Zhu exclaimed in surprise, Oh, on the large stage, the sign clearly displayed, National Awakened University Rank Assessment Ceremony. He curiously looked at the crowded students in front of him. Everyone arrived so early, huh? Suddenly Gong Cheng's men arrogantly approached, pushing through as they walked. Move, don't touch me. Xiang Zhu recognized Gong Cheng's lackeys and quickly said, We should probably stay away for a bit. But behind him, Si Chen's cold voice caused him to jump, his face turning pale. What are you looking at? He stood behind Xiang Zhu, his demeanor as cold as ice. The two lackeys saw Si Chen and bristled like cats. They simultaneously bowed at a 90-degree angle. Brother Si Chen, you've arrived. Xiang Zhu was curious. Why are they so respectful to Si Chen? Could it be that what Ma Long said is true? Ma Long finally had the chance to boast. What did I say earlier? Si Chen didn't bother to compare. He walked away without saying a word. He stopped when someone blocked his path. Jiang Dai, a student council cadre, put his hands on his hips, his voice full of provocation. I heard someone had a conflict with Gong Cheng yesterday. Do you know that he is the biological younger brother of Lord Gong Ting, our respected student council president? The people around whispered in fear. That's Jiang Dai, a student cadre. Xiang Zhu couldn't believe it. Isn't Jiang Dai just a lackey? He's a D-rank big shot. How is he connected to Si Chen too? But why does the air feel so wrong? Jiang Dai spoke up, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You know, my hearing is extremely sharp. I can smell the scent of a true powerhouse. He leaned in close to his ear, whispering, But on you. There's only the scent of poverty from living at the bottom of society your whole life. His words were like a bucket of cold water that left Jiang Dai frozen. Are you a dog? He barked angrily. What did you say? Gong Ting approached, his voice steady as he reminded. Jiang Dai stopped. He continued, appearing fair and impartial. I have investigated the specific situation clearly. This matter was caused by Gong Cheng being wrong first. If you do wrong, you have to pay the price. That is deserved. Jiang Dai withdrew his killing intent and reluctantly bowed his head. Yes, Mr. President. He silently evaluated the Si Chen in front of him. He still maintained his cold look, observing his opponent without the slightest flinch. From the stage, the teacher standing beside the large testing machine announced, Attention, students. The rank assessment is about to begin. We will proceed in the order of student IDs. After your name is called, please proceed to the stage in an orderly manner. Gong Ting turned to Jiang Dai. Let's go, let's prepare for the rank assessment. Jiang Dai immediately put on a flattering look and followed. Yes, okay, he thought to himself. This guy Si Chen doesn't look like a threat at all. On a high-rise building nearby, Ling Wu stood observing the testing area below. Beside her, someone asked curiously, Why are you interested in watching the rank assessment today? Have you found someone worthwhile? The other person laughed. I predict this assessment might be very interesting. An hour later, it was finally their room's turn. The notification rang out. Next rank assessment candidate, Xiang Zhu. Below, cheering broke out. Go for it, little brother Xiang Zhu. He stepped forward and reached into the testing machine. Let me see my true strength. The testing machine activated, taking a moment. The rank assessment was conducted separately in a specially designed demon pit. Inside, there was a demon heart, an energy core capable of absorbing energy. Awakened ones needed to release their full energy before the demon heart. The energy sensed by the demon heart would be transmitted outside through cables, finally displayed as data on a large screen. Final result appeared, rank, mid-tier. The teacher asked in surprise. Recording complete. Are the other data points not yet released? Ma Long was excited. They're out. The next part is the most important. Si Chen thought to himself. Besides the current rank, it also measures another data point, potential. This is the highest rank this occupation can achieve in the future. People with high potential are very likely to receive special attention from the country. The final notification appeared, assessment complete. Current rank, mid-tier E, highest potential, C. Xiang Zhu walked away dejectedly, Looks like my rank hasn't improved at all in the last 2 years. I originally thought I'd surge to D rank. The teacher called out next. Next rank assessment candidate, Ma Long. Ma Long stepped forward to comfort his friend. Relax, little brother Xiang Zhuo. We're even worse off. He happily said, You're not the only one who didn't reach D rank. Aren't we all the same? Next was Xiang Yu. Barrier, rank assessment, low-tier E potential. See then Xiang Zhuo. Barrier, rank assessment, mid-tier E potential. See Ma Long was confident. This school doesn't have many D ranks. Who knows, maybe this year there won't be any at all. Suddenly a notification rang out that shocked the three of them. Assessment complete. Current rank, low-tier D, highest potential, B. Someone ran out happily. The entire hall became boisterous. The first D rank of this year has finally appeared. A moment later, Jiang Dai stepped out from the testing area. The notification continued. Assessment complete. Current rank, low-tier D, highest potential, A. Ma Long covered his face, unable to bear looking. That's already the 8th D rank. Two teachers discussed. So many D rank talents have appeared this year. Although they are all low tier, it's very good for students without combat experience. That's true. Usually in a graduating class, there are at most 2 or 3 D rank students. Based on this trend, this year's graduation assessment promises to be very interesting. The notification rang out. Next rank assessment candidate, Gong Ting. Gong Ting calmly proceeded to the testing machine. Everyone was expecting. It's finally his turn. The student council president, and also the young master of the Imperial Guild, a heaven-chosen child with countless positions. Among them, Si Chen was quietly waiting. Beside him, whispering rose up. I heard he only reached D rank in the assessment 2 years ago. The highest rank measured so far in this batch is low-tier D, and the highest rank in our school's history is mid-tier D. I wonder how far he can go. The eye inside the testing room slightly opened when it saw the person walking in. Gong Ting's hand slowly touched the demon heart. He thought to himself, only by showing my full strength in the graduation combat assessment will I make the biggest impact. For now, I need to hold back some power. Even so, I will still be the person standing at the top in the school's history. The rank and potential notification boards gradually appeared in 2 brilliant yellow-white colors. The teacher was curious. This color, the final result appeared. Everyone screamed in horror. Upper-tier D peak potential, S. Jiang Dai shouted. The person holding the #1 record in the school's history. No wonder he is the long-live president. Our school actually produced someone with S-rank potential. So jealous. We have witnessed history. The teachers discussed. The results are accurate. Upper-tier D S-rank potential. Should we notify the superiors directly? Of course. A teacher explained. An awakened one with S-rank potential is a rare treasure worldwide. They need special attention and protection from the state. Not to mention he is the young master of the Imperial Guild. This news will definitely hit the front page of national news. On the high floor, the person next to Ling Wu clicked their tongue. Today's assessment truly had talent emerge. You knew early on that Gong Ting was a potential S-rank candidate, didn't you? No wonder you came to watch the show today. Ling Wu denied it, her voice gentle. No, I didn't come because of him. She smiled slightly, her eyes directed below. I am placing my belief in someone else. Compared to Gong Ting, I expect more from his performance. The announcement rang out clearly. Next rank assessment candidate, Si Chen. The person Ling Wu had been waiting for finally had their turn. Jiang Dai brushed past him, not forgetting to threaten. Kid, you better do your best to bring honor to our dormitory. He laughed. Don't end up as a low-tier E-rank when you get your results. By then, your dorm will be full of 4 E-rank students from low to mid. Being the top in the whole school is truly ridiculous. Jiang Dai mocked their whole room. You bunch of weaklings, by the time you participate in the graduation combat assessment, you'll only be embarrassed. Ma Long was extremely confident, shouting loudly. You just wait. Si Chen will definitely make you open your eyes wide. On the stage, he had entered the testing gate. Outside, Xiang Zhuo anxiously asked, Si Chen, can he really do it? He calmly proceeded to the eye hanging, suspended by the tangled wires. It opened, looking at the next person entering. Si Chen's eyes shone with a fiery red color. His hand reached forward. More than anyone else, he understood. In this era, the best path for an awakened one to develop is to join a high-level guild. For most people, the only chance to show their strength to high-level guilds is the graduation combat assessment. This assessment has a maximum of 10 people per group, and candidates can freely choose members. The final winning team will have all members selected and directly recruited by the nation's top Imperial Guild. Therefore, the assessment doesn't just help determine rank, but also has an extremely important effect, deciding everyone's future. Outside, Jiang Dai was excitedly introducing. Boss, this person is Yan Lin, low-tier D. He went on and on. Now our 10-person team is fully assembled. All 9 low-tier D rankers are in our team. When you add Gong Cheng, your younger brother, joining us, our team will definitely lead in the combat assessment. The final MVP will definitely be you, Mr. President. Si Chen understood that principle. This was the selection of teammates for the graduation combat assessment. In this situation, a strongest team will certainly be born, along with a weakest team. The strong link with each other, the weak are cast to the sidelines and eliminated. This is the immutable law of survival. Ma Long had waited so long that his eyes were tired. How long has Si Chen been inside? Looking at the screen in front of him, there was still nothing. How come there's not even a bit of movement? Someone laughed. Si Chen's strength is probably too weak to determine a rank. The assessment is basically over. Let's go back to the dorm. Jiang Dai invited. The rest of the people are definitely all trash. You don't need to wait anyway, our team is already full. Let's go find a karaoke bar. Gong Ting reminded them to call the team members together. Suddenly, the notification board in front began to display. Si Chen's rank appeared, upper tier D. This left everyone stunned. Ma Long excitedly shouted, "Upper tier D, look, I told you earlier, didn't I say so?" Jiang Dai was heavily shocked. Upper tier D. A reminder rang out from inside. Rank assessment complete. Result: Upper Tier D, the program detected that the demon heart was in an unstable state and the assessment results might be inaccurate. Candidates are required to retest. Si Chen calculated. Just now I used my normal body without switching occupations. It seems that the basic strength of a level 10 is equivalent to an Upper Tier D rank. The notification updated. Changing occupation. Occupation change complete. He was currently flipping to the Tang Xiao King card. Si Chen was impatient. Next, let me test it out with my currently weakest occupation. Outside, the rank display for him was shifting. It displayed mid-tier C rank. This shocked everyone even more. What's going on? Si Chen's rank just went up again. Jiang Dai felt like he had opened his eyes incorrectly today. C rank? That's absurd. There must be a problem somewhere. Even the teacher couldn't understand. I've never seen this happen before. Where did the system go wrong? The notification reminded them again. The program detected that the demon heart is in an unstable state, and the assessment results may be inaccurate. Candidates are required to retest. Si Chen continued to test his strength, confident. With this, my other 2 occupations must both be above C rank. The notification updated continuously. Changing occupation. Occupation change complete. Finally, he flipped to the Rakshasa Purgatory card. Next, let me test my greatest strength for a bit. The card displaying the Rakshasa's information appeared. The assessment eye suddenly bulged, as if it were being overloaded. It instantly turned into a swirling vortex of air. A cyclone accompanied by billowing electric power appeared in the sky. The group of students looked at the pitch-black, apocalyptic sky in terror. What kind of situation is this? Xiang Yu clasped his hands and prayed. A celestial anomaly. Today will surely be recorded in our dormitory's history. It seems a world-shaking figure will emerge. His rank and potential board continued to switch. Final notification, potential S rank. The teacher dropped his jaw. Another S rank potential. Gong Ting also watched intensely, unable to look away. Due to the overload, the system emitted a warning. The letter S on the screen gradually faded, accompanied by a mechanical notification. Warning, system error. 3S appeared on the screen continuously. Potential points cannot be assessed. Exceeds the system's maximum load capacity. The teacher's face was now as purple as liver. The screen in front exploded, shattering into pieces. He hurried inside. It's bad. The demon heart is overloaded. Hurry and go check it. The students didn't know what was happening. 2 teachers ran in after one another. The teacher asked, "Student, are you still okay?" Walking up to Si Chen, the teacher stood frozen, staring at the thing below. That eye had withered and turned gray. The teacher was shocked. The demon heart, is it dead? He sat down to inspect it. Could it be because it was used for too long today? Si Chen looked at the screen and thought to himself, I accidentally used too much power and the demon heart died, but this also gave me a pleasant surprise. New notification updated. Consumption successful. Linglong demon heart, A rank, capable of detecting the strength levels of threats within a 100 m radius. If a threat is detected in range, it will issue a danger warning. Si Chen was surprised. The gluttony power can actually consume the power of the demon heart. He calmly walked out of the assessment gate. Si Chen's eyes flashed with a green light. The Linglong demon heart was active. He scanned the people in the courtyard, their ranks displayed above their heads. Si Chen was secretly happy. Now I can see everyone's rank. This thing is quite convenient. He saw that Gong Ting was a mid-tier C rank, so Gong Ting was also hiding his true strength. Mid-tier C, nothing special. At this moment, the teacher stepped out and cleared his throat. It is a great pity. The demon heart seems to have been consumed too heavily and suddenly died. Today's assessment can only pause here. The testing data from Si-Chen just now might be inaccurate. We will report this to the superiors. As for the remaining students who haven't been assessed, you can return tomorrow. We will prepare a new device. The crowd rushed to Si-Chen, flattering him. I don't care, the data is definitely accurate. Our Si-Chen is definitely a genius, a great man. What do you want to eat today? Or should we just head back to the dorm? Jiang Dai regained his composure and stepped forward to ridicule. I said so. How could a loser like you reach C rank? And even S rank potential? The assessment device was definitely faulty. He criticized. Now that you've broken the demon heart, you want to just walk away? Isn't that too irresponsible? You've caused the remaining students in the student council to wait until tomorrow to be assessed. Can you compensate for the wasted time? Lightning faintly appeared in Si-Chen's palm. He felt the urge to kill. This guy will never stop. Maybe I should just cripple him. Gong Ting, standing behind him, darkened his face and reminded him. Jiang Dai, step back. Do not treat our teammates so unreasonably. Hearing this, he felt as if he had been pressed, and immediately fell silent. Gong Ting smiled and held out his hand in invitation. Si-Chen, join my team. Let's participate in the graduation combat assessment together. The highest score in history will surely be ours. Si-Chen looked coldly at the hand reaching out toward him. The onlookers in the distance were shocked. Gong Ting. He personally invited Si-Chen to join his team. Jiang Dai thought fearfully. If this guy actually joins, the team will have to kick someone out. How am I supposed to explain this to the guys? Joining Gong Ting's team means being guaranteed the top spot in the graduation exam. So many of the guys bribed and ran around just to squeeze in, but couldn't. What does he have that they don't? Before he could find a way to deal with it, Gong Ting personally opened his mouth, his voice calm but filled with confidence. Join my team. We will participate in the graduation combat assessment together. The highest score in history will certainly belong to us. Jiang Dai's hand trembled, preparing to place it on Si-Chen's shoulder to show goodwill. He squeezed out a smile that looked uglier than crying. If that's the case, then welcome to the team. Slap, Si-Chen forcefully swatted his hand away, his voice cold as ice. Not interested. Jiang Dai was stunned, not expecting such a cold rejection. Gong Ting frowned slightly at the unexpected action. Jiang Dai immediately went crazy, pointing his finger and roaring. Does this brat know what he's saying? Our team's strength is #1 in the whole school. Si-Chen interrupted, his voice unwavering. That has nothing to do with me. You're too loud. Don't bother me again in the future. He turned around and said coldly to Ma Long and Xiangyu, let's go home. Jiang Dai behind them was red with rage, grinding his teeth. The people around whispered, Si-Chen actually dared to refuse Gong Ting. Does he have the guts? That's the student council president. Or does he want to take the #1 spot by himself? Either way, his assessment result was mid-tier C. At any rate, there's going to be a good show to watch later. Ma Long and Xiangyu whispered to each other. Did you see their expressions? They really wanted to kill him. They were so arrogant in front of us just a moment ago. Si-Chen is too brave. Gong Ting smiled slightly, his voice calm. It's all right. It seems this brother Si-Chen has his own way of thinking. From the high-rise building, Ling Yu sighed with regret. What a pity. The two of them can't team up. I was hoping to create a new record this year. Ling Yu replied nonchalantly. Now that it's like this, it's even more interesting. From birth, Gong Ting was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. This refusal is a direct declaration of war. Our president, he's not an easy person to deal with. Down on the field, Jiang Dai continued to angrily curse. The assessment must have been faulty to let him stand out. He actually thinks he's C rank. Gong Ting looked coldly after Si-Chen's receding figure and lowered his voice. What if the assessment wasn't faulty? Even if there is only a 1 in 100 million chance, I absolutely cannot let anyone else take my #1 position. He grabbed Jiang Dai by the collar, his voice dropping. No matter what, he is just a student without combat experience. We are the elites who have secretly practiced with me countless times in the demon pit. Jiang Dai nodded frantically, his eyes flashing with a vicious glint. How about I go and teach him a lesson for you? Gong Ting frowned. In your eyes, am I that petty? Jiang Dai panicked and denied. No, I didn't mean that. Gong Ting let go and turned to leave. I'm not in the mood to go singing today. You and the members arrange it yourselves. He deliberately added a sentence. Whatever you do has nothing to do with me. Jiang Dai grinned, immediately understanding the hidden meaning. I understand. It won't have anything to do with you at all. A moment later, Jiang Dai received a message from his lackey. Brother Jiang, Si-Chen is not in school. The lackey replied timidly. Yes, I just eavesdropped. He said he wanted to go home for a trip and left school without even eating. Jiang Dai was overjoyed. Heaven is helping me. Outside of school, it'll be easier for me to deal with him heavily. Si Chen was leisurely walking home. At this moment, memories of his past life flooded back. A top-tier guild expeditionary force, while raiding a demon pit within the Holy River Kingdom territory, was caught by surprise. Inside the demon pit, they encountered a powerful demon that had never appeared before. Fury, the entire guild force was wiped out. Fury stepped out of the demon pit and descended into the human world. That was all the information he knew from his past life. In this life, to quickly determine the exact location of the demon pit where Fury resided, he had devised a plan. And to implement that plan, Si Chen stopped in front of the Bai Yin Demon Material Exchange. He knew well that he needed a large sum of money. Bai Yin is the largest magic material exchange in the country in the future. Weapons and equipment are key factors determining and awakened one's strength. The exchange is the essential transit point for buying and selling gear, and also the fastest way for him to make money right now. Si Chen placed a few Tang Zio fangs on the counter. The clerk picked them up to examine, surprised. "Student, where did you get these from?" Si Chen answered succinctly. "Dropped by magic beasts." He asked curiously, "Why have I never seen them before?" The female clerk beside him whispered, "If I remember correctly, these are items dropped by the E-rank cloud-type Tang Zio magic beasts. Tang Zio fangs. According to records, Tang Zio fangs can be forged into E-rank cloud-type staves or crushed into powder." He interrupted, Okay, stop giving me a lecture. What can you make out of E-rank items? Our exchange targets VIP customers. The participants are all awakened ones with high status and standing. Everything I sell is top-tier, D-rank and above. It's normal for me not to know about these minor E-rank things. He thought to himself, high-level customers have been too scarce lately. At this rate, when will I ever be promoted to manager? How unlucky, always meeting these annoying people who don't bring any profit. Better to push them all to the newcomer. He left his post and called, "Hey you Zyro Lee, the rest of the procedure is for you to handle. Do it well, I have high hopes for you." The female clerk took the money and gave it to Si Chen. "This is your money, please accept it. Is there anything else you need help with?" Si Chen looked at the money. 10,000 for now, it was enough to cover the room rent. He pulled a massive greatsword from his storage space and placed it on the counter. "Then next, take a look at this weapon for me." The female clerk exclaimed in surprise, "A greatsword? So cool." She glanced at it and sighed. "Although I've never seen it before, I feel it must be at least B rank. No, wait, it might even reach A rank." The employee who had just returned took a glance and sneered. "A rank? What are you thinking? A-rank weapons on the market are priced at 1 million. How many years have you been here and you haven't even touched one?" From afar, someone chimed in, their voice calm but authoritative. "You are correct. This is obviously not some B-rank or A-rank equipment." The employee immediately acted obsequiously. The boss's eyes are as sharp as ever. The person who had just spoken looked at the greatsword and said softly, "This thing clearly comes from hell. S-rank equipment." The two employees were terrified. S-rank. The boss, Qingjai, hurriedly grabbed Si Chen's hand, his attitude enthusiastically unnatural. "Welcome, distinguished guest. What an honor for you to visit. Follow me to the VIP room." He led him away, talking as they went. "Just tell me what you need." Si Chen was secretly happy. It finally appeared. Qingjai, this man was Qingjai, the owner of the Bai Yin Guild. Following that, after both had sat down at the table for tea, Qingjai asked, "May I ask, distinguished guest, do you already have a plan for this equipment?" Answering, Si Chen said only one sentence, 1 million. The answer could not help but make Qingjai feel surprised. Only 1 million. You must know that A-rank equipment on the market has reached millions, and this type of S-rank weapon is worth at least tens of millions. This is a priceless item on the market, with thousands of people fighting to snatch it. On this side, the protagonist, even though he heard the advice, remained firm in his intent. "I want to use this S-rank equipment as collateral to borrow 1 million. I will take it back in 1 month." The more he listened, the more surprised Qingjai felt. In his heart, he mused, is using S-rank items as collateral something a university student could think of? It seems he doesn't want to sell this equipment but wants to use it himself later. A person with a mind far more mature than his age and who is capable of finding such a masterpiece. Is this a young master who ran away from home, or a super genius hiding their true strength? In short, this person is definitely not simple. Unaware of the thoughts in his heart, the protagonist continued to set the conditions. "Only 1 month. When the time comes, I will repay the money immediately. Furthermore, after 1 month, I will pay an additional 10% interest. How about that?" At this point, Qingjai didn't rush to agree but ordered the girl standing on the side. Zio Li, you go outside first. After she left, Qingzhai changed his expression and said, if I am not mistaken, the environment you are studying in must be the National Awakened University. Furthermore, the National Awakened University has an annual graduation combat assessment. This year's exam will take place in 1 month, and the first place prize is exactly 1 million, which matches the amount you are borrowing perfectly. I dare to guess you are certain of taking first place in the exam. Si Chen was silent and said nothing, only quietly observing his opponent. On this side, Qingzhai also stood up and continued voicing his guesses. Clearly, you can receive the prize money in 1 month, but now you are rushing to mortgage a valuable item to borrow money. This means you truly need this money right now, and you must have been cornered to have to resort to this strategy, right? If that is the case, then I can immediately lend you 1.5 million in cash, and for 1 month the interest rate will be 0. Consider it me making a friend with you, he said refreshingly. The generosity of the guy made Si Chen's face look naive, not knowing what to say to match it. Qingzhai just winked mischievously and guaranteed, rest assured, I will strictly keep everything today confidential. However, if you have any new trading needs in the future, please consider using our exchange first. I will give you the best possible discount. How about it? Turning toward Si Chen, he couldn't help but admire Qingzhai's eye for people. He thought to himself, just a little information and he deduced my background and needs. Very smart. After knowing my difficult situation, instead of robbing a burning house, he offered even better conditions to seek long-term cooperation. No wonder in the future he will make the buy-in exchange a global marketplace. If I want to destroy Fury, I cannot rely on my own strength alone. So first I need to find some reliable partners for cooperation. Happily, he shook hands with him. Following that, after signing a contract, Si Chen's account immediately received 1.5 million. Qingzhai also smiled and said, the contract is complete. The money has been transferred to your bank account. Speaking of this, as if thinking of something, he reminded, furthermore, since you've mortgaged such a good weapon, what will you use for the graduation exam? Do you need me to lend you some equipment? For now, although we don't have S-rank equipment, we have plenty of high-end B-rank and even A-rank gear. Replying, Si Chen gently refused. No need. For a weapon like the one just now, I have another one right here. Finished speaking, he took out a blade identical to the one before. The fact that Si Chen possessed 2 S-rank weapons at once made the 3 people standing aside sweat bullets. Oh my God, what is this? Someone screamed. Luckily, Qingzhai quickly regained his composure and bid the protagonist farewell. True heroism in youth. He turned back to look at his 2 cheering subordinates. Luckily, Zio Li kept this precious guest, promote her immediately to manager at the front. Ahead, Si Chen was walking when he suddenly stopped and said, oh, that's right. I want to buy some things. He didn't know what he had bought. Time passed after leaving the exchange. Si Chen had reached the long-distance train station in Changshan County. Looking at the scenery before him, he silently reflected. In his past life, money problems had plagued him for a long time. At that time, he had just graduated and hadn't awakened yet, so he didn't have any opportunities that would accept him. I had to do all sorts of odd jobs just to earn enough to pay the rent and cover daily expenses. For me, I could only live in the most frugal way possible. Even when I received the admission letter from the International Central Academy of Arts, I silently tore it into many pieces because I was afraid of becoming a burden to my family. That was why my younger sister even gave up her dream of finishing high school and returned to reality. Si Chen looked left and right as if searching for something. It wasn't early anymore. Shouldn't Zio Yun have been waiting here already? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. Brother, I've told you so many times, if you want to pick me up, you have to go to the exit, not the entrance. Have you been so busy that you've become dazed again? Si Yun said reproachfully while pulling her suitcase along. The familiar silhouette made Si Chen's gaze freeze, but Si Yun didn't seem to notice anything strange and continued to complain. Brother, why didn't you help me carry my luggage? Hey brother, why are you just blanking out like that? She called out once more. Seeing that Si Chen didn't react, the protagonist suddenly wrapped his arms tightly around his younger sister, which left her feeling a little confused. Without knowing why, only Si Chen understood everything. It's been 7 years and I've finally met her again. Zio Yun, he whispered to himself. These intimate actions of his actually angered his younger sister, who used 2 fingers to jab straight into his side. Hey, do you want to crush your own sister to death? Why have you been so weird these past 2 days? Did some girl reject you after you confessed to her? She said while casually tossing her bag at Si Chen. Si Chen replied in a flustered manner. No, I didn't. Then hurry up and let's go home, let's go home. Si Yun said loudly. Just like that, the two siblings happily headed home. Behind them, Si Chen watched his younger sister's silhouette with a gaze full of affection. He swore to himself, "In this life, I will absolutely not let you suffer any more grievances." In another turn of events, Jiang Dai was also secretly planning to deal with the Si Chen and Si Yun siblings. He instructed his lackeys, "This is the path that brat Si Chen always takes on his way home. We will lie in ambush, and as soon as he shows himself, attack him immediately for me. I must make him taste what it's like to suffer the consequences of provoking me." Beside him, a lackey saw this and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "President Jiang Dai, many members of the student council have arrived. If we attack too heavily, won't we just let him have his say?" But Jiang Dai nearly roared, "Humph, I only intended to teach him a little lesson, but that brat's attitude was just too eyesore. Does that low-level E-rank garbage think he's a C-rank? And he dared to touch my stuff. As for him, I must make sure he can't participate in the graduation assessment in 2 weeks. I am one of the top cloud-type assassins, one of a kind in the entire school. I'm going to wipe out that show-off brat," he said while taking out a mysterious dagger, returning to the location of the Si Chen and Lan Yue siblings. While moving, Si Yun couldn't help but worry about her brother. "Brother, you've been acting weird these past 2 days. Is it the pressure from the upcoming graduation assessment? After all, a homebody like you rarely gets bothered by emotions. Brother, no matter what, you have to cheer up. Didn't you once tell me? Life is long and opportunities will come soon. How does that song go again? Believe in yourself is. She sang happily, her carefree demeanor making Si Chen feel a bit of joy in his heart. He couldn't help but think, Xiao Yun's intuition is truly sharp. Just by meeting, she felt that something was different. At this time, she still doesn't know that I've awakened, so she still thinks we're living that frugal life as before. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "I'm really fine, Xiao Yun." Unlike what he thought, his younger sister Si Yun was full of suspicion. Is he still keeping his mouth shut now just for a man's dignity? Men start building walls for themselves when they reach a certain age. Yeah, the books aren't wrong after all. It seems my big brother has reached that age. Right at that moment, behind them, Jiang Dai's group was secretly following. A lackey, after confirming the target, said, "President, next to that brat, there's a younger sister." Hearing him say that, Jiang Dai's eyes lit up with joy. "Isn't that just perfect? This alley doesn't have any cameras. Guys, we're in for a treat this time," he said happily, unaware that at that very moment, Si Chen had sensed the presence of the entire group. This aura. It's the student council. They actually dared to come all the way here. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out a pair of headphones, stuck them into his younger sister's ears, and instructed, "Xiao Yun, there's a song I've really liked lately. I've been listening to it over and over. You listen to it for a bit." On this side, Si Yun saw this and didn't suspect anything. "Oh, since when did you like listening to music?" After speaking, she couldn't help but think in her heart, "That's good. Music can convey a person's emotions. Then let me try to understand you a little, brother." Turning back to Si Chen, while Si Yun was enjoying the music, he prepared to deal with Jiang Dai's group. In his sight, the strength rankings of Jiang Dai's group immediately appeared above their heads. While Si Yun was still listening to music, the group carrying weapons rushed forward simultaneously to attack. As for the protagonist, he started to get furious. He reminded himself, "In my past life, in the year 2160, I lost my last family member. Until the year 2167, I was reborn and returned. Only then did I meet my younger sister again. This is 7 years after being reunited with my family. Yet you guys dare to come here and cause trouble." Instantly, he dashed straight at the leader, causing his body to fly backward like a torn sack. It wasn't over yet. Immediately, Si Chen focused his strength into his fist, aiming at some long-haired guy, leaving him incredibly panicked. But before this guy could react, the protagonist's body moved as fast as lightning, immediately taking him down along with the 2 guys behind him. He performed a knee strike straight into the guy in the red shirt, sending him flying backward. Another guy in black saw this and hurriedly clenched his fist to rush forward. However, his fist was easily caught by Si Chen. Next, he quickly executed an elbow strike that shattered the black-shirted guy's arm bones. The pain made him unable to hold back his tears. My arm," he stammered. Before he could finish, he took a full punch to the face. His body flew backward like a cannonball. By this point, Jiang Dai could no longer maintain his composure. He panicked inside. "No way. Holy crap, what's up with this kid? Why is he so strong?" Number 54 asked when he saw Si Chen rushing quickly toward him. As for Si Chen, he continued to use his advantage in strength and speed, quickly throwing punches to take down all the lackeys. Finally, with a surging momentum, he reached right in front of him. In front, the president was terrified, shouting to boost his own morale. I'm a top-tier cloud-type assassin. You think I can't defeat you? Along with those words, this guy also thrust the dagger in his hand forward hard. However, Si Chen's fist was much faster. With just one punch, he hit Jiang Dai, knocking his face sideways and sending him flying backward like a dead dog. Not stopping there, Si Chen utilized his speed to close in on him while he was still in midair, unleashing an uppercut straight into his chin, causing his teeth and lips to mash together. Just like that, for another time, his battered body rolled like a spinning top into the distance, until he crashed into something and finally stopped. By this time, Jiang Dai's vision had become blurry. The protagonist also reached him, speaking in a dangerously low tone. I clearly told you not to mess with me, but are you too dense to understand human speech? Over here, Jiang Dai was so terrified he was about to wet his pants. Regret washed over him. My bones are all shattered and I've lost feeling in both legs. The test results were real. Si Chen, he is absolutely not a D rank. With that thought in mind, he weakly stammered, I'm sorry. Before he could say another word, the protagonist grabbed him, pulled him close, pressed a knife against his face, and warned, "Shut your mouth. If you dare to say one more word, I'll take you out right here." Si Chen's decisive action only made Jiang Dai even more fearful. The look in his eyes wasn't lying. He was truly capable of killing him. He's clearly just a student, so why does he have such intense killing intent? Who exactly is he? Jiang Dai thought in a panic. Then Si Chen glared at him, warning him once more. From now on, you better listen carefully to every single word I say. Whatever you guys want to do, whatever stench you want to kick up, that's fine, but stop bothering me. If you guys dare to threaten the safety of my little sister again, actually scratch that, even if any of you just appear in my sister's line of sight, every single one of you, I won't hesitate to make you disappear for good. Do you understand? Faced with the threat, Jiang Dai could only nod through his tears in submission. Seeing this, the protagonist was satisfied. He casually tossed the knife aside and turned to walk away. Meanwhile, his sister, Si Yun, was completely unaware of what had just happened, simply enjoying her music. Without realizing it, tears suddenly streamed down her face. I feel so lonely. Why do I want to cry listening to this song? It's only been a few days, but he's acting as if he's been through so much. Is he really that lonely? Haven't I always been right by his side? Thinking of this, Si Yun pulled off her headphones, turned around, and shouted, "Brother, that prank of yours was too mean." Behind her, the protagonist was already standing there with a smile. He took out a small pen case and said, "Zio Yun, here's a gift for you." Looking at the golden pen shimmering with light, Si Yun's eyes widened in amazement. "Is this a holographic magic power pen? This is the latest model released by the Dorag Group. This thing must have cost tens of thousands. Where did you get this? Should we return it? I know it's super expensive. I don't really like it that much," she said, feeling flustered, though she couldn't hide the adoration on her face. As for Si Chen, he promised himself, "In my past life, I couldn't protect you, and I failed to protect your dreams, too. In this life, I will protect everything you have." Behind them, the thugs who had been beaten up were doing their best to cover their mouths, holding back cries of pain for fear of grabbing Si Chen's attention. Time quickly passed. The scene shifted to Si Chen's home, where Si Yun was taking the opportunity to test the new pen. She drew a purple fish in the air. "This is seriously so useful. It can create 3D images out of thin air." Beside her, Si Chen happily replied while eating noodles, "As long as you like it, Zio Yun. You know Zio Yun's egg noodles are still the best." Turning to Si Yun, despite her excitement, she felt a bit regretful. "But we still have to pay the rent. You spending money like this." Before his sister could say more, Si Chen interrupted, "I've already paid the rent for this year in full." This news left Si Yun completely stunned. The protagonist himself realized he'd slipped up and quickly explained, "Oh, yeah, I've been doing a bit of business with a close friend, so I made some money." His lie obviously didn't convince Si Yun. My brother can't lie to save his life. This is way too suspicious. Great, now he's keeping secrets from me too. However, that cheerful expression was one she hadn't seen on her brother's face in a long time. Thinking of this, she gently placed her hand on Si Chen's shoulder and asked softly, "Is it? Brother, no matter what happens, please don't push yourself too hard." Si Chen turned back and gave a quiet, affirmative nod. In a different turn of events, inside a room, Gong Ting's voice rang out. "You were badly injured this time. 6 parts of the bones in your body are shattered. Even the best healers wouldn't be able to get you fully recovered within a month. I didn't expect you to actually go find Si Chen and end up in this state." Nearby, Ling Wu happily sipped her tea as she replied, "Looks like he's going to miss the graduation exam." Hearing her say that, Gong Ting didn't seem to care much. "It doesn't matter. My team just lost some dead weight with skills inferior to everyone else." Just then, a man walked into the room. His name was Gong Xuan, the director of the Career Development Office at the National Awakened University. He spoke up. It's that Si Chen guy again. I've already confirmed the internal rank assessment results. He really is C rank. He is the only person in the entire school with a higher rank than you. Hearing that, even Gong Ting couldn't help but look over in surprise. Seeing this, Gong Xuan continued to explain. This time, your father invited the vice president of the league to watch your graduation performance in person, so we can't let anyone steal your spotlight. But if that's really not possible, then I can only have my niece fill the empty position in the Gong Dian squad. In response to that, Gong Ting said something that took Gong Xuan by surprise. Uncle, you're overthinking this. Do they really think I used my full strength during the assessment? Don't worry, wait until the practical exam, and I'll show everyone who the truly strongest one is. Switching to Si Chen's perspective. While taking a shower, he was reviewing his own schedule. Today's 100 km weighted training is complete. The immediate financial issues are resolved. Everything is going smoothly. After graduation, I can start my official plan. The next mission is to successfully win the 1 million prize in the graduation exam and pay off all of Qing Zhai's debts. The contract with Qing Zhai must be honored. After all, I still have plenty of things I'll need his help with later. There's still a month until the exam, so I have to level up a few more times. With that, Si Chen closed his eyes once again. The system interface displayed a notification. System initializing. Violent system initialized. In front of Si Chen, the familiar red scene appeared. He slowly walked toward the tall tower. In his mind, he kept thinking, previous test results show that my weakest profession, Tang Zio Wang, can reach C rank. As for the Ma Sha Lion Yu profession, the rank didn't display successfully. Although Ma Sha Lion Yu is S rank, I haven't been able to unleash its full power before, so I'm not sure how much strength I can actually release. Therefore, the ranks for my other two professions remain unclear. Thinking of this, he pulled out a key. It was the Time Crack Key, an SSS rank item, which is a key used to open the gates of the Demon Tower. As soon as the key appeared, the gate in front of him slowly opened. I have to try testing it today. I wonder what kind of scenery is inside the Demon Tower. And just like that, he quickly stepped inside. When he appeared on the other side, the sight before him left Si Chen a bit surprised as he muttered, "This place is." After stepping out of the gate, Si Chen appeared in a place called the Falling Star Barren Plains. The moment he set foot on this land, his whole body suddenly slumped, as if something heavy was pressing down on him. He coughed heavily and said, "The gravity here is just too intense. The door I entered through has already disappeared. I'll probably have to take down the floor boss to reopen it. In an environment like this, I can at best exert 30% of my strength. I have to find a way to adapt to this place quickly." That was what Si Chen was calculating. However, right in front of him, the figure of a purple lion appeared. It was a phantom lion. Seeing his opponent appear, Si Chen immediately switched his own profession to an assassin with electricity attributes. He gripped a bolt of lightning in his hand, stared straight at his opponent, and muttered, "So, you're my enemy, huh?" On the opposite side, the phantom lion didn't waste any time and immediately lunged to attack. Fortunately, Si Chen reacted quickly. He crouched and slid forward, easily dodging the attack. Immediately after, he used the Mad Blade skill, turning to attack with lightning speed. Inside, Si Chen kept reminding himself, "My body is too heavy, I have to end this quickly." With his overwhelming speed, Si Chen thrust the lightning bolt straight at the phantom lion's neck. However, because he didn't hit the weak point, the paralysis effect failed. Si Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Did I miss? This high gravity is significantly affecting my speed and accuracy. The assassin profession has almost lost its advantage. But this monster is acting so comfortable. Is this the level of monsters in the purgatory of the Demon Tower? Thinking of this, Si Chen reached out to block its bite, while simultaneously quickly switching his profession to Rakshasa Purgatory. Purple flames began to ignite on Si Chen's body. Then I'll switch to Rakshasa Purgatory. The core advantage of each profession is different. Hand-to-hand combat must rely on the warrior with massive strength and endurance added, stacking gravity to the maximum, maximizing the impact force of the drop. With the boost from this profession, Si Chen immediately retaliated. He slammed the phantom lion's body onto the ground, causing the earth to crack into many pieces. Not stopping there, he channeled his energy into his fist. In the already high-gravity environment of this floor, the power of a single punch of his was enough to increase by 60 times. Below him, the phantom lion seemed to feel fear. Right after, Si Chen's heaven-shaking punch struck downward. He shouted, "Don't even think about stopping me. This is the skill of the Star Warrior Will, Triphase Heavy Tribulation, Super Heavy Mode." With the force of that punch, the ground was shredded beyond recognition. Time passed quickly, When the dust settled, there was a deep crater on the ground, and the phantom lion's head had been smashed to pieces. The system announced, "You have obtained the bones of a phantom lion. You have received 12,000 experience points. Level increased from 10 to 11. On this side, the protagonist was still panting heavily from exhaustion. Inside, he kept thinking, each star on the card represents a stat increase. The more stars, the higher the intensity after changing classes. The Rakshasa Purgatory has more stars, so the overall increase is higher. The power rank after the job change is definitely a bit higher than the electric-type assassin. But just now, dealing with a B-rank monster took everything I had. It seems that with my two current professions, the rank still can't surpass B." At this point, Si Chen suddenly felt a chill as he realized something. Come to think of it, why didn't the system display the option to absorb after taking down the monster? Moreover, the door to the next floor didn't appear either. Could it be? A dangerous thought began to form in his mind. Sure enough, just as expected, a space crack appeared right behind the protagonist. From inside, you could clearly see pairs of glowing eyes staring towards Si Chen. Si Chen hurriedly turned around, feeling a bit panicked inside. Is it possible the boss really hasn't appeared yet? The thing I just risked my life to deal with was just a low-level mob. At the same moment, countless phantom lions began rushing out of the space crack at extreme speeds. Si Chen didn't even have time to react before one had already bitten down hard on his arm. The remaining ones also seized the opportunity to tear at him relentlessly. In this moment, Si Chen finally understood the true meaning of the words. Rakshasa Purgatory, you say. Once the door opens, the thing that fills the person will be endless suffering, but you must endure it all. You must overcome it all. Who knows how much time had passed when our protagonist suddenly jolted up from his bed, sweat dripping all over his body from the tension. The pain he experienced moments ago seemed not to have vanished. Muscles tearing, bones separating, the pain in the dream felt terrifyingly real. There are no shortcuts to becoming stronger. The road to this lonely and arduous purgatory has only just begun. Time passed quickly. Today is Friday, May 20, 2157, at the Grand Hall of the National Awakened University. Every student was present. Naturally, Gong Xuan, in his capacity as the director of the affairs office, couldn't be absent either. Among the students, a guy with brown hair spoke up. Hey, did you hear? I heard that in this graduation practical exam, the higher-ups of the League Guild are coming to watch in person. The person next to him understood. No wonder the rules for the graduation exam were changed this year. Previous years didn't have minimum requirements for group size and rank, but this time every team must have at least 5 members, and what's more, at least one of them must be E rank or higher. Another person heard this and asked, "Huh, is that just to increase the entertainment value?" "Who knows?" someone replied. Turning to Gong Xuan, as if it were time, he began his speech. "The entire student body for this year has been sent to your bracelets. Students, please check your bracelets and quickly complete your team formation." Everyone hearing this hurriedly checked their bracelets. A holographic screen displaying the names and ranks of everyone appeared. However, Ma Long's friend quickly noticed something strange and hurriedly said, "Oh, that's not right. How could you only be E-rank low-grade, Si Chen?" Setting aside them, even other students noticed the issue and whispered to each other. "Huh. That guy Si Chen, during the test it clearly showed C rank, so how did he end up as E rank low grade?" Whispering broke out. So the testing machine was actually broken before. Man, I wasn't going to squeeze into Gong Ting's team, so I was going to team up with Si Chen. Who knew he was just an E rank low grade? Well, this is great. Surely no one wants to team up with him now. With the graduation exam being this important, who would want to carry such a low-level burden? Si Chen didn't accept Gong Ting's invitation back then. He must be regretting it to death now. On this side, Gong Ting said nothing, staring fixedly at his uncle, and Gong Xuan wore a smug smile, whispering in his heart, "My useless nephew, when will you ever understand how to truly utilize power and human nature? Let uncle teach you then. Your opponent won't even have the eligibility to compete." Ignoring the buzzing crowd, the teacher's reminder rang out. "Students, please seize the time and hurry up and form teams." Sure enough, after these words, all 8 students scrambled toward Gong Ting, begging to be his lackeys. "President Gong Ting, President Gong Ting, please let me join your team. Pick me, pick me." "President, I'm a third-year student. I definitely won't hold you back." "Team leader, my Zhangyi individual healing can definitely be a huge help to the team." "President, let me be your dog." The pleading voices echoed so much that a lackey of Gong Ting got annoyed and shouted, "So noisy. Get back. We can only take one more person at most." Time passed quickly. Half an hour later, most people had successfully formed teams and were cheering themselves on. Only Si Chen's group was still wandering around, unable to find enough members. On this side, Ma Long despondently asked, "We've gone around several times and no one is willing to join us." A friend beside him could only hold his head and lament. "We still need 4 more people to reach our goal. Don't tell me we're not even going to get to participate in the graduation exam." Turning to Ma Long, his friend quickly realized there was something fishy about this. This is really strange. How could Si Chen's performance only be at the lowest level? Registering for the exam requires 5 people, and the worst we need is an E-rank high grade. It feels like this is deliberately targeting our dorm. Shifting to the protagonist's perspective, he was quietly analyzing the situation. The graduation practical exam is everyone's only chance to show themselves. If a team can score high, only then will they have a chance to find a better job. In the final assessment time, the number of magic beasts inside the demon pit depends on the number of people in the group. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the more people, the easier it is to get a high score. That's why everyone is squeezing to get into Gong Ting's strong team like this. And no one is willing to team up with a low-rank group. All 3 students with the lowest ranks in the entire school are E-rank low grade, and they are all in our dorm. If things continue like this, just then a voice suddenly chimed in with an invitation. "Hey, Xiang Zuo, our team is still missing 1 person. Come join our team. You surely don't want to join that trash team with 3 E-rank low-grade losers from the same dorm, do you? If not, you won't even have the eligibility to participate in the graduation assessment." His words made Si Chen's gaze grow more serious. He thought to himself, "If it continues like this, the 3 of us E-rank low-grade losers are very likely to be abandoned by everyone. In the end, we'll lose the eligibility to participate entirely." On this side, Xiang Zhu suddenly gave a truly shocking answer. "I'm really sorry. My dorm group already agreed we'd be a team. I'm not going to abandon my own dorm mates." This answer made the person extending the invitation quite frustrated and angry. "Forget it. Suit yourself. I was only looking for you to fill the quota anyway, and you have the nerve to reject us. Talk about ungrateful," Xiang Zhu retorted. "Stop looking down on others." Shifting to Ma Long's perspective, he checked the class member list one more time before frantically telling everyone. "It seems like everyone else has already finished forming teams. There aren't many E-rank high-grade students left now. The 2 of us clearly still need 1 more person, but no one is willing to come." While he was still panicking, Si Chen turned his gaze toward the person who had caused this whole situation. None other than the director of the Career Development Office, Gong Xuan. This person shares the same surname as Gong Ting. It seems he's one of the Gong family too, changing such important graduation exam rules on a whim. He even deliberately altered my actual rank to stop others from teaming up with me. Does he think he can threaten me with Gong Ting? People in power really do want everything. But I'm definitely participating in this graduation exam. Since you guys have so publicly targeted me, then I don't need to be polite anymore. Proving oneself through strength isn't limited to just this assessment. The others noticed Si Chen's entire body being covered in lightning and were startled. Ma Long quickly spoke up to reassure him. "Hey brother, what are you trying to do? What does Si Chen want to do? Does he intend to?" A few people already had their own guesses. Naturally, Si Chen had his own goal. The Awakened Academy has always had a special tradition. To help students become proficient in their professions and combat, students can challenge each other to one-on-one duels anywhere. It's a highly provocative act, but it allows one to demonstrate their strength directly to everyone. Faced with a sudden challenge, many people would decline, but Gong Ting definitely wouldn't. Just by defeating him, there would definitely be people looking for high scores who would want to form a team. With this thought, as Si Chen was preparing to walk over to Gong Ting, a different voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. "Si Chen, your team is still missing a person, right? I also want to participate in this year's school graduation exam. When I was in middle school, I had already reached D rank. If I join your team, I surely won't hold you back, right?" The person who just arrived was none other than Ling Wu. Her appearance left Ma Long and Xiang Zhu completely stunned. "Oh my god, since when has Si Chen been hanging out with Ling Wu? That is seriously epic." Sitting in front, the lackey Gong Cheng saw this and immediately barked frantically. "What's she asking? What did she say?" Gong Xuan was so surprised, he even spat out the water in his mouth. Meanwhile, all around them, whispers kept erupting. "Vice President Ling Wu wants to be on the same team as a bunch of noobs like Si Chen. Isn't she an exchange student from outside? Why does she want to join our school's graduation assessment? Her background has always been mysterious. Rumor has it she's a genius girl from the Shenghe Kingdom." Returning to Gong Xuan's perspective, after a moment of surprise, he shifted to a state of anger and muttered to himself. Why is this girl starting to help an outsider? With that thought, he questioned her. Student Ling Wu, you are an exchange student. You don't have the right to participate in our school's graduation assessment. Furthermore, you haven't taken any assessment tests since transferring to this school. I haven't seen any test result report that can prove your genius rank. Your participation in this assessment is strictly against the regulations. No sooner had he finished speaking than the figure of a tall man suddenly appeared in the auditorium. Director Gong Xiuan is right. Ma Long saw him appear beside them and shouted in a panic. Principal, since when have you been here? Gong Xiuan, on the other hand, hurriedly stood up, feeling incredibly flustered. Why has the principal come here too? But on this side, the principal didn't seem to notice his panic and calmly said, Ling Wu, you only came to our school for a temporary exchange. Why are you coming here to cause a stir? Over here, the most surprised person was none other than the protagonist. I recall the principal's profession is warrior, right? How does he have the ability to teleport like this? Unaware of his thoughts, the principal smiled and said, Ling Wu, it wouldn't be fair if you participated. Graduation exams only have meaning if they reflect actual ability, don't you think? Ling Wu smiled back. Oh my, well, that's truly a pity. While the two were talking and smiling with each other, Si Chen was silently checking both of their information. The result truly made him break into a cold sweat, because a giant question mark appeared over their heads. I can't probe the levels of these two people at all. On this side, Gong Xiuan began to get flustered and chimed in. The principal is right. Our school has gained such a reputation because we always act in accordance with the regulations. The principal didn't let him say more and interrupted. The mission of the National Awakened University is to train top-tier awakened and provide them with the best arena to showcase their talents, in order to ensure a rich and stable supply of awakened talent for the world. The practical graduation assessment is a tradition that has been maintained for decades now. This is also one of the most important turning points in a student's life. If a student loses this opportunity just because of a special factor like this, how could the school bear that responsibility? Upon saying this, he became extremely cold. That single look was enough to make Gong Xiuan terrified enough to wet his pants. Is this old man implying something about me? Could he have realized I was secretly pulling strings? He clearly never cares about these trivial matters usually. Today the old man and Ling Wu joined forces to put on this act. Is this because of that kid? Forget it, there's no need to fight to the death with that old man. Gong Ting, uncle can only help you this far. High-rank students all formed teams to complete the mission on their own. Only that Si Chen guy is left dragging those three losers to participate. You'll definitely win easily this time, right? Thinking of this, the old fox hurriedly bowed his head to apologize. Oh my, Principal, you are absolutely right. It was our recruitment office that wasn't thorough, failing to consider that the current team-forming method might lead to some people being left behind. Then he immediately changed the examination method. I announce, teams with fewer than 5 members or those without any members reaching E-rank high grade or above are also allowed to register. The door to the graduation practical assessment is permanently open to everyone. Just like that, with the participation conditions changed, Si Chen's group quickly formed their team in joy. Yeah, we have people to participate in the exam. Si Chen, you'll be the team leader this time. In the back, the principal was also saying to Ling Wu with interest. Your interest in Si Chen is much stronger than I expected, Ling Wu. On one side, we have the strongest team in the school's history led by Gong Ting, and on the other, Si Chen and his 3 roommates, the ones with the lowest scores in the entire school. It makes me curious. What demon pit will they choose, and in the end, how many points will they earn? On the stage, an elderly proctor reminded everyone. Candidates, after completing team formation, team leaders may proceed to select the demon pit. No sooner had he finished than his tablet received a notification. Oh, there's already a team that has selected a demon pit. Is it that fast? Not just him, others received the information and exclaimed. Si Chen. Is Si Chen's team already selecting a demon pit? Holy cow, the demon pit they chose is. The rest of Si Chen's team was also terrified to the point of a blood pressure drop at this choice of the protagonist. Si Chen, are you crazy? Retract that immediately. Si Chen, my ancestor, do you even know what you just chose? Si Chen remained silent, not responding to them. According to the school's curriculum, the graduation practical exam is the first time students team up to enter a real demon pit. Students earn points by defeating field masters and minor monsters. Scores are divided into 3 levels. Strategy completion, max 10 points. Eliminating all monsters in the demon pit earns 10 points. Each surviving monster subtracts 1 point. Killing the field master, max 20 points. Successfully killing the boss earns 20 points, failure earns 0. Completion time, max 20 points. Completing the strategy within 1 hour earns 20 points. After 1 hour, every 5 minutes subtracts 1 point. Different demon pit levels mean different strategy difficulties, and the corresponding bonus points are also different. Therefore, if one chooses an F-rank demon pit, the highest score that can be achieved is 75 points. However, there is still another level, the E-rank demon pit, which theoretically can reach 100 points. Not only that, there is also a very attractive prize here. The team that achieves the highest score will see all its members receive offers from the Imperial Guild, and the most outstanding person, the MVP of this team, will directly receive a management position in the Imperial Guild and receive a reward of 1 million. Looking at the screen, the brown-haired student emotionally recounted. The highest score in the school's history was 90 points, set by a genius of our school the year before last. He is currently the leader of the Imperial Corps, and he founded it after graduating. The friend next to him agreed completely, joining the discussion. The difficulty of an E-rank demon pit is truly massive, requiring at least 3 D-rank awakened to successfully strategize. Following that, he looked toward the group in the middle of the room and speculated. Gong Ting's team, they might just be able to challenge the school's historical record. Just then the system suddenly notified, submitted. The youth with glasses was instantly surprised and blurted out. There's already a team that has finished selecting a demon pit. That's fast. But immediately after, he cried out in disbelief. Oh my God, it's Si Chen's team. The youth with glasses stammered. He chose a D-rank demon pit. Just then on the screen, Si Chen's photo suddenly appeared clearly. Selected a D-rank demon pit, waiting for team members to confirm. Instantly, the youth with glasses turned and shouted. Never before has a graduate student successfully strategized a D-rank demon pit. So that kid, did he press the wrong button for crying out loud? Elsewhere in the class, Ma Long was screaming in terror. Si Chen, are you crazy? Do you know what you just chose? In the corner, Xiang Zhu sat on the ground, holding his head and trembling. A madman, a madman. Why did I join the group of a madman like you? Looking at the selection box, he wept without tears. Is it still too late to quit the team now? Over there, Ma Long anxiously interrogated Si Chen. Have you thought this through, bro? This is a D-rank demon pit, and D-rank means. His face was extremely calm as he replied. I've thought it through very carefully. Just then the system notified again. Submitted, only seeing on the screen the face of Gong Ting. Selected a D-rank demon pit. Team members have confirmed. All members have confirmed. Gong Ting's team has officially successfully submitted. In an instant, the other students screamed in horror. Oh my God, it's D-rank again. Another person chose a D-rank demon pit. Oh my God. Their voices echoed throughout the classroom. There's truly a good show to watch this year. Over there, the blonde girl glanced in one direction and laughed contemptuously. A bunch of rotting leaks wanting to pretend. They didn't even consider their own abilities. Following her gaze, one could see the 3 Si Chen team members standing in the distance. On this side, the bald guy heard those words and immediately joined in the mockery. They know they're going to be at the bottom of the scoreboard anyway, so they figure it's better to attract some attention. That's a D-rank demon pit. His team members won't agree to join. While there's still a chance to withdraw, hurry up and change to another team. You just formed a team and a moment later it dissolves. How pathetic, truly pathetic. Over there, Ma Long intently observed Si Chen's expression. Seeing him extremely calm, he fell into deep thought. Is Si Chen's demeanor really that certain? That powerful aura he's radiating from within, when did it start appearing? Clearly, throughout all these college years, this kid has always been protected by me. Ma Long's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. Following that, he didn't hesitate to join Si Chen's team. If we've already spent 4 years together, then I'll go with you to the very end. Immediately after, Xiang Yu quickly agreed. Bottom of the scoreboard anyway, D-rank or F-rank doesn't make any difference. Since it's come to this, we might as well enter a D-rank demon pit and broaden our horizons. Seeing this scene, Xiang Zhu cried out in disbelief. Hey, you guys, he shouted with a terrified expression. For real, I'm clearly the big boss of the dorm. Why am I always in the lowest position in the end? In the end, Xiang Zhu still gathered his courage to join. I agree to join too. To hell with it, we have to graduate no matter what. If we're going to be crazy, let's be crazy. Instantly, the system quickly confirmed. All team members have confirmed. Si Chen's team has officially submitted successfully. Glancing at his 3 friends, Si Chen was moved and murmured, Everyone. Following that, he lowered his eyes and frankly expressed, I'm sorry, the reason I chose a D-rank demon pit is because I want to get the MVP. But Si Chen didn't notice that these words reached Gong Ting's ears. He continued speaking. Now I've caused you all to be in danger with me. Si Chen turned back to look at his friends, sincerely inviting them. Then let's get the highest score together. Just then Gong Ting spoke up, declaring, the MVP belongs to me. Hearing this, Si Chen turned his face to look behind him. He only saw Gong Ting's cold expression as he affirmed, Si Chen, there can only be one strongest person in the entire school. Watching this, Ling Wu commented with interest. This is the first time I've seen this face from Gong Ting. It seems this kind of expression. Her voice whispered thoughtfully. The struggle between these two people, they've finally collided. Beside her, the principal softly sighed. Youth is truly a wonderful thing. Facing the unknown, they fear nothing at all. Thinking of something, Ling Wu's face showed worry as she said, but Si Chen choosing a D-rank demon pit is being too confident. Even if he's C-rank, wanting to single-handedly lead a team to subjugate a D-rank demon pit is an absolute impossibility. Her tone became serious as she revealed. Although the bonus coefficient for a D-rank demon pit is 3, theoretically the maximum is 150 points. Ling Wu calmly offered her assessment. But the difficulty is several times that of an E-rank demon pit. Based on the current strength of their team, this selection is clearly the most optimal. Hearing this, the principal smiled lightly. True, there's only half a month until the practical exam starts. His voice was steady as he judged. In such a short time, to want to achieve a qualitative upgrade is impossible. Finally, the principal calmly expressed, I hope Si Chen's group can put on a decent performance by then. On the athletic field, Si Chen's group was working hard at their training. There were 17 days left until the assessment exam. After jogging, Ma Long couldn't stand. I'm telling you, Si Chen, everyone else is training elemental power and simulating monster combat in the functional rooms. Why are you dragging us to do this all day? His voice trembled as he asked in confusion. Shadow dodging, shuttle running, sprinting, our graduation exam isn't a triathlon. What's the point of this? Hearing this, Si Chen calmly explained. Right now at this stage, even if you train in elemental power and simulated combat, it's meaningless. In the end, they are all just theoretical exercises. Looking down at his three friends, he analyzed with great seriousness. When you enter an unknown demon pit, facing giant magic monsters you've never met before, at that moment, fear and the unknown suddenly overwhelm you like a flood. The thing that decides your fate then isn't those theories stored in your brain. Si Chen's tone was solemn as he pointed out. And it isn't a technical combination put together in a rush at the last minute, but rather your own instincts. Si Chen's words were clearly transmitted to their ears. Right now, training physical strength, explosive power, reaction speed is all about enhancing the body's instincts. Si Chen turned around, his calm tone teaching them. The school's simulation training can raise support to the limit, but the only truly useful way to train is to conduct actual combat inside a demon pit. His gaze was cold as he exposed a truth. But normal people can't enter for practical demon pit training. Advantages and privileges are always for those who aren't normal. At the same time, in the functional room, Gong Ting destroyed a monster with a single move. The group Si Chen mentioned was none other than his own. They wouldn't regret paying any price to widen the distance from others, so they could forever stand above everyone else. His tone was calm as he judged. They were born possessing things others spend their whole lives pursuing but can't even touch. Hearing everything, Xiang Zhu urgently questioned. Then what about us, the ones who don't have anything? Si Chen's expression was solemn as he declared. By attacking the highest imperial guild, surpassing the current social class. Looking at his three friends, he pointed out seriously. The graduation exam is the only chance you guys have to take a shortcut. Si Chen's tone was filled with determination as he said, and it's also the best chance for me to take a shortcut. Just seeing his determined expression, he made a promise. Everything I promised you guys, I'll exhaust all my strength to get it done. We will definitely win. Time passed, 15 days left until the assessment starts. In the Xuan Yuan Falling Star Tower, Si Chen is fighting monsters empty-handed. He only saw that he couldn't dodge in time, and was bitten on the shoulder by a beast. Immediately after, it stretched its leg and scratched hard at Si Chen. A few more days passed, 10 days left. On the athletic field, he ran while encouraging his friends. 5 more laps, come on! The three exhausted themselves chasing after him while tiredly groaning. We can't do it anymore. At the magic tower, Si Chen entered the Xuan Yuan Falling Star again to destroy monsters. Elsewhere, Gong Ting is also fighting with all his might. Time passed, 5 days left. At this time, Si Chen practiced push-ups on the field. 3 days before the exam, Gong Ting entered the magic tower again to train. When 2 days were left, Si Chen was able to single-handedly destroy all the beasts, his level increased. On the final day, he bore a face full of blood, enunciating each word. The real war has begun. On June 17, 2157, the day of the practical graduation assessment. Before the exam room, a lively robot introduced itself. Hello, candidates. I am the drone accompanying you for this assessment. Opposite, someone had arrived and was slowly putting on his gloves tightly. Seeing that Si Chen's group was ready, the robot carefully reminded them. Please check if you have worn your wristbands and equipment correctly. Immediately after, it solemnly announced, please pay attention. The graduation assessment officially begins. Outside the National Awakened University, at the school office building, there are 2 luxury cars parked here. Seeing people arrive, the principal immediately went out to shake hands and welcome them. Long time no see, President Gong. The man also gently replied, Principal, you've waited a long time. He was Gong Lin, the creator of the Imperial Guild Association, Gong Ting's father. Upstairs, students looked at Gong Lin and buzzed incessantly. Is that one of the founders of the Imperial Guild? That's so cool. Seeing the 2 people respectfully waiting in front of the white car, the whole crowd was incredibly curious. Oh, who could be in the car in the back? They could actually make the principal and the creator of the Imperial Guild invite them out of the car. Below, a red-haired man walked out slowly. Instantly, the students screamed in horror. It's actually, this person is Kynal Cavendish, Vice President of the World Guild Association. Realizing his identity, the brown-haired youth screamed in disbelief. Vice President of the League, Vice President of the Guild Association, he actually came to our school. His expression was excited as he expressed. This is crazy. These big shots are hard to meet even once in a lifetime. No wonder the office area is so clean today. The Guild Association is the most powerful organization in the world today, if one could be noticed by them. Below, the principal followed along while cautiously announcing. The live broadcast of the graduation practical exam is about to begin. Please move into the indoor area. Meanwhile, above, the students were excitedly whispering. No way, just being in contact with the Guild Association is enough to make a person's life take flight. A moment later, indoors, Gong Xuan stood before the screen and began his introduction. For this year's final graduation practical exam, 184 students are participating, divided into 28 teams. He meticulously detailed the number of teams participating in the exam. Among them, 23 teams chose F-rank Demon Pits, 2 teams chose E-rank Demon Pits, and there are also 2 teams that chose D-rank Demon Pits. Hearing this, the woman with glasses asked in surprise, Oh, there are still teams choosing D-rank Demon Pits. She is Sigrid, the Secretary General of the Guild Association. Sigrid's tone was thoughtful as she commented. Even for professional guild groups, a D-rank Demon Pit is considered a danger level. Have you fully explained the dangers of the Demon Pits to your students? Gong Xuan replied with firm certainty. Of course, we made that clear beforehand. Because the students lack practical experience, most choose the lowest level, the E-rank. Dealing with ordinary minor monsters in F-rank Demon Pits is still barely manageable. In an F-rank Demon Pit, a young man unleashed a punch, defeating a spiny-toothed carp. Observing his team's situation, Gong Xuan immediately judged calmly. But facing Field Master monsters is relatively difficult. The strength of a Field Master far exceeds that of minor monsters of the same rank. Students need to exert their full strength to defeat the F-rank Field Master in the Demon Pit. Right after, he switched to another group and explained. But the situation in an E-rank Demon Pit is completely different. The strength of each minor monster in an E-rank Demon Pit is no different from an F-rank Field Master. In this place, students have to face hundreds of minor monsters. Seeing this scene, the black-haired youth murmured in panic. How is an E-rank Demon Pit this difficult? It's completely beyond our expectations. This scene perfectly proved Gong Xuan's words. Therefore, for the vast majority of students, conquering an E-rank Demon Pit is basically an impossible task. Looking at the black-haired youth's group, Sigrid seriously asked, If students encounter danger, are there any protection measures? Gong Xuan's expression remained calm as he replied, Secretary General, rest assured, students are our most precious resource. His tone became solemn as he assured her. Every Demon Pit is monitored by armed personnel from the Imperial Guild Corps. If an extremely dangerous situation is detected, they will intervene immediately. Right after, Gong Xuan added, Moreover, the examinee's own wristbands also have a signal transmission function. On the screen, the black-haired youth raised his hand and shouted loudly, I give up on the exam. No sooner were the words out than the system immediately confirmed, giving up. Watching that, Gong Xuan calmly explained, As long as a candidate gives the instruction to give up the assessment, they will immediately be transferred out of the demon pit. Hearing all that, Sigrid pondered before evaluating. Even with the situation as it is, 2 student teams still chose the more difficult D-rank demon pits. It seems your school truly has many talented individuals. In that case, I am very much looking forward to their performance. In an instant, a scheming smile appeared on Gong Chuan's face as he thought to himself. That's right. I also want to see how many minutes they can actually hold out. Looking at the image of Si Chen's group, he arrogantly judged. Those kids will be running away soon enough. In the D-rank demon pit, the 4 of them finally clashed with the monsters. Upon first contact, Ma Long screamed in panic. What the hell kind of monster is this? He only saw in the tree a monster that looked like a monkey but had bat wings on its arms. Its appearance made him feel horrified. That look is just too creepy. In front, Si Chen glanced over them and calmly explained. Bat monkeys, cloud-type magic beasts, specialize in group attacks, striking from the air at extreme speeds. We need to stay alert for their diving attacks. On the tree branches, the bat monkeys began to stand up. The very next second, they simultaneously lunged to attack the 4 of them. Si Chen immediately shouted a warning. Here they come. When the attack struck, Xiangyu nimbly arched his back to dodge. Beside him, Ma Long ducked just in time. Even Xiangyu quickly jumped up to escape the attack. After completing the maneuver, Xiangyu couldn't believe it and shouted, Damn, we actually just dodged an attack from a D-rank magic beast. Ma Long also whispered in terror, I'm not dead. Just then, a monster suddenly lost its life and collapsed to the ground. The sound caught Xiangzu's attention, and he stared wide-eyed, blurting out, Si Chen, he saw that Si Chen had already finished off several monsters. This scene made Xiangzu scream in a panic. He killed 3 D-rank magic beasts all by himself in the blink of an eye. Si Chen's eyes flashed with a faint golden light. He turned his head, his calm voice ringing out. You guys don't have enough strength to deal with them yet. Just focus on protecting yourselves over there. Immediately, he vanished in a dash, his figure turning into a blurry trail of light, then added a concise sentence. Leave the rest to me. At the same time, Xiangzu, Ma Long, and Xiangyu simultaneously lunged to avoid the strike. Xiangzu yelled, Watch out! He tumbled to the ground, his back slamming hard into a tree trunk, hurting like crazy. A clear thought flashed through his mind. So that's how it is. All this time he's been training our reflexes and explosive power, not to wait for our help, but just so we can protect ourselves when necessary. He whispered to himself, his mind filled with bitterness. Damn, I was clearly the big boss of the dorm. Now I have to rely on this kid to lead me to graduation. On the other side of the battlefield, Si Chen unleashed a series of lightning punches, each blow accompanied by a piercing boom, sweeping away every bat monkey that lunged. They screeched wildly, continuing to pour in like the tide. Si Chen didn't flinch, continuing to unleash slashes in every direction, tearing each one apart and sending them flying far away. Xiangzu stood rooted to the spot, his eyes never leaving Si Chen's back, thinking to himself. Ma Long said Si Chen was strong before, I didn't even believe it. Seeing it with my own eyes today, I finally know. This guy is so strong, he doesn't look like a graduating student at all. He's clearly a veteran warrior, seasoned on the battlefield. He watched Si Chen defeat wave after wave and sighed in his heart. This guy has naturally become too reliable. Have I really been left behind? Suddenly a bat monkey lunged straight from behind. Xiangyu yelled, Watch out, another one is coming from behind. At that exact moment, Xiangzu suddenly appeared. He swung his hand to grab the monster's leg, pulling with all his might to make it stumble. He dropped to one knee, panting, but his voice remained firm. Hey, move to the right, Ma Long. We can't just be burdens, relying entirely on Si Chen alone. Ma Long and Xiangyu were stunned. Xiangzu looked straight into their eyes and continued. This isn't just his own graduation exam, but ours too. Xiangyu nodded firmly and immediately unleashed his skill. You're right, he shouted loudly. Flower chant vine bind, taste my power. The lush green vines shot out like snakes, wrapping tightly around the bat monkey, but it struggled violently, tearing the vines apart in just a few seconds. Xiangyu panicked. It broke out in the blink of an eye. At that very moment, a wave of white freezing mist covered the monster. Ma Long reached out with his hand, his voice cold. I slowed it down. Xiangyu, let's go together. Xiangyu also raised his hand, unleashing his skill. Cloud chant, frost cover. Let's see how you run now. The two skills combined perfectly. Frost froze the monster, slowing it down, and the vines immediately wrapped around it tightly. Both shouted in unison, Xiangzu, take the chance. Xiangzu immediately lunged forward, fire burning around him. Got it. He threw the mage nut hard, explosive flame bullet, shouting loudly, Eat this. The fireball exploded right on the bat monkey's face, burning one side of its face pitch black. Despite the pain, it growled madly. Xiangzhu threw a few more while swearing, "Tough bastard." The vines were torn again. Xiangyu gritted his teeth. "Can't hold it back anymore." Ma Long panted, reached the limit. Xiangzhu jumped high into the air, concentrating all his strength into a giant explosive flame bullet, shouting loudly, "Time to gamble. This is my full force strike." Mage Nut, concentrated flame bomb descended like a meteor, striking the bat monkey directly. A heaven-shaking explosion rang out, the flames swallowing its entire body. The system announced coldly, "Congratulations on successfully defeating the bat monkey." The three of them collapsed on the ground, panting, drenched in sweat. Xiangzhu gave a crooked smile. "We did it. We actually took down a D-rank magic beast." Si Chen stood leaning against a tree, silently observing. Xiangzhu struggled to get up, looking toward him. "Hey, Si Chen, did you see that?" Among the ashes remained an item. Bat monkey finger bone ×1. Xiangzhu smiled confidently. "A piece of cake." Si Chen smiled slightly, his voice rarely gentle. "Well done. Congratulations." Behind him lay the corpses of dozens of defeated bat monkeys. The system continued its notification. "All minor monsters in this demon pit have been eliminated." On the other side of the surveillance screen, Gong Chuan's eyes widened, his voice trembling. "How is it possible?" he muttered, not believing his own eyes. "A bunch of useless students with no practical combat experience can actually cross-rank and kill D-rank magic beasts." Gong Lin and the principal sitting beside him sank into deep silence. Keinel was sitting relaxed in his chair when he suddenly spoke up, a flash of interest in his eyes. "This young man's performance isn't bad at all." He stared at Si Chen's image on the screen, then whispered further, "Moreover, he looks a lot like an old acquaintance of mine." Cavendish turned his head slightly and spoke. "His name is Si Chen, right? I remember now." Gong Lin was startled for a moment when he heard that. Gong Chuan's entire body suddenly trembled unnaturally. He quickly pointed forward to change the subject. "Everyone, look, another team that chose the D-rank demon pit has already broken into the middle of the pit." On the screen now appeared a fierce battle. Chris pushed up his glasses and analyzed. "This coordination is as smooth as flowing water. It's basically like a professional guild group." Cavendish rested his cheek on his hand and exclaimed in praise, "Interesting. This year's graduating students aren't bad at all." Gong Chuan immediately bowed his head and chuckled inwardly. The battle had only just begun. The real game was still to come. At this time, those high-danger B-rank mushroom pits with toxic rot were wreaking havoc everywhere. Yin Ling hugged her zither alone, creating sound energy to ward off the toxic smoke with her special move, Decaying Requiem, causing their strength, stamina, and speed to decrease. Immediately, Yanhe reached out his hands to assist the gathering of energy. The kid's spiritual power made the mushrooms fly into the air, and he shouted loudly, "Team leader, Gong Ting, take the chance, unleash a sharp weapon." He slashed several times, turning the mushrooms into smoke and dust. After finishing, Gong Ting sheathed his sword. Yanhe looked at his teammates, and then stood watching them gradually disappear, thinking to himself that the magic beasts the school was using to test them were exactly the same as the ones they had met during the previous training sessions. Dealing with them was really as easy as flipping a hand. Sure enough, the graduation assessment had been arranged by the Gong family beforehand. As long as you chose the right mountain to lean on, the road through life would be extremely easy. "This way we will definitely be the champions." Gong Cheng saw Gong Ting turning and urged, "Let's go hit the boss." Switching to Si Chen's group, which was struggling in the snowstorm, he stared straight ahead with a serious expression. After a while, Si Chen stood before the high-danger D-rank demon pit and said, "Yun Sen Mountain, the peak. We actually really climbed to the peak of a D-rank demon pit." The ice ghost ape was busy eating, not paying attention to anything. Ma Long cried out in fear, "So that's the final field master. It looks really ferocious." Xiangzhu wasn't to be outdone and added, "Just one slap from it would kill me 10 times over." Suddenly, it opened its fiery red eyes wide. This made Ma Long and Huang Hun shout, "It's looking over here." The ice ghost ape didn't hesitate at all and lunged at them, making the whole group run for their lives. Only Si Chen jumped up, kicking the ape directly on the head. He didn't mind anything and kicked the ice ghost ape flying far away. The moment Si Chen landed, it had already flown past him a few times within a golden ray of light. The ice ghost ape screamed in pain a few times under the power of that terrifying source. It was shredded into tiny pieces by countless rays of light. In the blink of an eye, Si Chen took his weapon and pierced through the ice ghost ape. Xiangzhu and Ma Long watched in a panic. He trembled violently, finished it off that easily. Minutes later, Si Chen silently watched the ice ghost ape. The system notified, Experience points plus 200 obtained Ice Ape X1. He narrowed his eyes, feeling something was wrong. Strange, killing the field master of a D-rank demon pit only gives this much experience, and the loot is this meager too. Suddenly a scream echoed, catching Si Chen's attention. So many magic crystals. Xiang Zhu stood next to a tree filled with magic crystals, waving his hand and calling out. You guys hurry over and see this. That big guy hid a lot of magic crystals in the tree hollow. Judging by the size, they are at least intermediate magic crystals. Just selling them outside would make us rich for life. However, Si Chen widened his eyes to stop them. Wait, but it was too late. Someone had already touched a magic crystal. In the blink of an eye, they were covered by a magical stream of light. Si Chen also stood frozen before this light. Boom, an ice explosion occurred right here. The whole group was immediately locked up by those ice chunks, and right after, the screen went blank. The system displayed a warning. Si Chen's team lost signal. Gong Chuan saw this and stroked his beard, smiling softly. Sure enough, they fell for the trap. High-rank magic beasts are creatures with intelligence. Trash will always be trash. Their whole lives they only drag people down. Now your graduation assessment should be over too. Cavendish quickly spoke up. In this situation, the students' lives would be threatened. He hurriedly bowed and suggested, That's right, saving people is urgent. It seems we can only let the guild team intervene, let them stop here. But Yuan Lung retorted, Give them a little more time. The wristband will monitor their health status in real time. Up until now, the survival indicators displayed have been normal. Moreover, there is no report showing that their consciousness has given up. The right to choose should be in the hands of the candidates. Switching to the other side, Ma Long sneezed loudly. Behind him were his teammates who had been frozen. Only he hugged his own body. It's really cold. Luckily, I'm also a cloud-type profession, so I have a certain resistance to freezing. Otherwise, I'd be locked up too. Suddenly, a few noises made Ma Long feel anxious. A second later, a monster with a bizarre body appeared in midair. He felt panicked in his heart. That is the true field master of this demon pit. Facing the dominance radiating from this monster, Ma Long's brain moved quickly. Seeming to think of something, he suddenly jumped. It seemed that in the magic handbook he had seen this ice-type mage before. It possesses both attack and control skills, is skilled at manipulating ice and snow, and is sinister, deceitful, ruthless, and loves to play with its prey until they die. It is the Ice-Bone Ancient King, a rare C-rank field master magic beast. That ice bomb just now was definitely its trap. Thinking of this, Ma Long had no more desire to stay and confront this monster. Relying on himself alone, he absolutely couldn't deal with it. He needed to quickly rescue everyone. Thinking of this, Ma Long immediately turned and ran toward the protagonist, aiming to rescue the strongest combat force. However, he hadn't run many steps when his right leg was pierced through by a shard of ice. The young man immediately rolled on the ground. From high above, the boss saw this and began to laugh with great amusement. At the same time, Ma Long's wristband kept issuing warnings. Warning, penetrating wound detected in the left calf. Do you wish to give up on this assessment? Without the slightest hesitation, Ma Long decisively refused. I refuse. I need to quickly free Si Chen. As long as he recovers, we still have hope. With this thought in his mind, he immediately used the skill Source of Transformation, applying purification energy to a single target, slowly removing the negative status effects. But how could the field master monster sit idly by and watch Ma Long free his teammate? Another ice shard shot through Ma Long's arm, causing him to collapse to the ground. At the same time, the purification skill failed. Seeing that scene, the field master monster laughed playfully again. Then it used the skill Ice Bone Spike, beginning to slowly accumulate incredibly sharp ice shards around itself. Ma Long's wristband kept ringing urgently. Danger! Heart rate too high, penetrating wound detected in the right arm. Do you want to give up on the exam? Faced with this question, Ma Long gritted his teeth. Scenes of his past failures began to flash through his mind. Give up? That's because every time I faced difficulty and fear, I would run away. That's why I was forever left behind, looked down upon, mocked, humiliated, and treated unfairly. We risked our lives to get this far, and it was so hard to get a chance to defy fate. I absolutely won't give up like this. With that determination, Ma Long used the Source of Transformation skill once again. A gentle light began to radiate from his palm, but it seemed to consume quite a bit of energy, causing the young man's face to gradually turn pale. At the same time, the boss flicked its hand and sent its skill downward. Ma Long seemed unaware of it. He continued to maintain the skill, but right behind him, several sharp ice shards flew in just before him. By now, he could only scream at the top of his lungs, pouring all his strength into freeing Si Chen. Fortunately, his efforts weren't wasted. At the most dangerous moment, Si Chen's eyes snapped open. Before the ice shards could strike and shred the ground, Si Chen escaped, grabbed Ma Long and dashed quickly to the side. This caught even the monster high above by surprise. Si Chen set Ma Long down against a nearby rock outcrop. Seeing his best friend awake, Ma Long struggled to say, "Ha, in the end, it still had to be you to fix it, huh?" Si Chen reassured him with a worried face. "No, you've already helped a lot. Are your wounds serious?" Ma Long shook his head and quickly relayed the information he had gathered. "Nothing serious, the bleeding has stopped. That monster is a C-rank ice-type field master, the Bone Ice King. Its power is incredibly immense. Absolutely don't let yourself get frozen." No sooner had the words left his mouth than both of them seemed to sense something and immediately turned to look behind them. They didn't look before, but once they did, it was terrifying. High in the sky, the monster was using the ice explosion giant bullet skill, creating a massive ice block that obscured an entire area. It looked down, laughing loudly as if it were about to see ants crushed beneath its skill. Ma Long saw this and was scared out of his wits. It can actually fire an ice bomb that big. How are we supposed to block that? The result goes without saying. When the skill struck, it created a heaven-shaking explosion. The entire view was obscured by white light and the blast winds. From high above, the monster field master was still laughing like crazy. But just a few seconds later, its eyes suddenly changed. Below, Si Chen and Ma Long were not frozen at all. This was because our protagonist had switched his profession to cold-resistant physique. Its effect is immunity to cold, while all resistances are enhanced in low-temperature environments. At this point, it was the monster field master's turn to break into a cold sweat. Not just the monster, even the youth in the other team was equally surprised. "Si Chen, what is this power on you? You're clearly an electric-type assassin, right? Could it be that you're a dual-profession carrier, a 1 in 10,000 existence?" he shouted in horror. To this question, Si Chen didn't intend to explain much, only frustratedly replying, "Sorry, I miscalculated earlier and put the three of you in danger. But that won't happen again." Our protagonist switched his profession again to Rakshasa Purgatory and declared, "Now I'm going to end that monster right now." Speaking of Ma Long, seeing his best friend Si Chen continuously swapping professions like that, he went from surprise to sheer terror. Normally, an awakened person can only awaken one type of profession, but there are extremely rare cases with a 1:10000 ratio where the awakened possesses two types of professions. This is an extremely rare existence, also known as a dual profession carrier. Looking across the entire world, the number of dual profession carriers hasn't exceeded 10 people. Talent like this, once discovered, will instantly become the target of all guilds trying to recruit them. Yet now, Si Chen holds 1, 2, even 3 professions. Furthermore, the sheer intensity of every profession he has is terrifying. Just as Ma Long felt, when Si Chen switched to his Rakshasa Purgatory profession, all his attributes were increasing to a dizzying level. Ignoring Ma Long's thoughts, the moment Si Chen gathered enough power, he channeled it into his legs and shot forward like a rocket, instantly closing in on the monster field master. From above, he raised his sword high, preparing to strike directly at it. Ma Long, witnessing this from below, stared in a daze. A thought flashed through his mind. The feeling of helplessness the monster had under Si Chen's blade had vanished without a trace. Not to mention him, even the monster field master was terrified enough to wet its pants. But before it could do anything, Si Chen used the 8-phase tribulation-defying sword superload mode, unleashing an incredibly heavy slash. The slash came down, and the monster was immediately cut in two. In the end, its body was smashed into bone shards. Si Chen landed gently. The system quickly notified. "Experience plus 5000. You have reached level 17. You have obtained Ice Bone Spike X1. Shifting to Ma Long's perspective, he ran to observe the skull left behind by the monster field master and then giggled foolishly. "It has to be you. A C-rank field master monster defeated in one strike." To this, Si Chen just casually reminded him, "Those two are still frozen. You still have the strength to free them, right?" The protagonist's reminder made Ma Long instantly turn to stone. He realized he had left 2 other teammates behind, so he hurriedly ran to rescue them. "Oh my God, almost forgot about Xiang Zhu and Xiang Yu. Brothers, hang in there." Returning to Si Chen's perspective, a notification screen appeared before him. "Available for consumption." Regarding this notification, Si Chen didn't feel surprised at all. He gently raised his hand and activated his consumption ability. The skull was immediately sucked into his palm and eventually disappeared completely, leaving no trace behind. After this was completed, the system issued a confirmation notification. "Consumption complete, Bone Ice King. Skill, Ice Bone Spike condenses humidity in the air to create sharp blades to attack enemies. Skill, Ice Explosion Bomb, releases an explosion by accumulating maximum ice-type energy, capable of freezing everything within a 20 m radius around the user. Can be upgraded to Great Ice Explosion Bomb, freezing everything within a 100 m radius around the user after the explosion. Can be camouflaged before the explosion. Looking at the system screen, Si Chen squinted, observing his surroundings for a moment, then thought, I obtained a new profession, Ice-type Mage. This is still the first time I've used the consumption ability on a profession outside. The drone with the camera was completely frozen earlier, so it probably won't be exposed to the audience. Moreover, there is still enough time, so I can definitely achieve a perfect score. Suddenly, another notification screen appeared. Profession proficiency increased. You received 1 star, you can allocate attribute points. The sudden notification took the protagonist by surprise. Oh, got a star. At the same time, on Gong Ting's team side, inside the high-danger D-rank Demon Pit, Toxic Rot. Their group was fighting a monster called the D-rank Giant Devouring Flower. Its massive body and power made it so the entire group could barely inflict any damage. A guy in the group gritted his teeth. Is this the power of a D-rank boss? Guys, hit it with everything. I can't hold it anymore. On another side, a guy kept firing lightning arrows, sighing. Its defensive power is truly strong. It's basically impossible to break through its defense. Just as this friend said, the lightning arrows barely caused the monster flower any harm. With a single swipe of its roots, it easily broke the group's formation, and the chains on it were also shattered. Can't control it anymore? The crowd control friend shouted, while the archer asked in confusion. During our training, we never met a monster with this level of intensity, did we? What do we do now? The crowd control friend looked toward the group's only hope. We can only hope for the team leader. How is President Gong Ting doing? Is the power still not accumulated enough? Not far away, he was receiving the power boost from his 2 teammates' skills. Seeing the critical situation, he slowly drew his sword and said, That's enough. After speaking, the young man dashed forward like a rocket, striking directly at the monster flower's body. Next, he roared, Fierce Split Blade Explode. Following the sound, a heaven-shaking explosion occurred at the spot where the sword pierced through, causing the flower monster's body to be blasted into countless pieces. The teammates behind witnessed it and shouted joyfully, The president is powerful, can't complain about the president. The president is the best. At the same time, the monitoring robot ran over to announce, Congratulations to Gong Ting's team for successfully conquering the D-rank Demon Pit. The time is 35 minutes. The group heard this time and became even more excited. Haha, it only took us half an hour to take down a D-rank Demon Pit. It's likely no one will ever be able to do this again. We succeeded in under 1 hour, and the reward multiplier is 3, meaning our total score is 150 points. A perfect score, an unprecedented perfect score in history. Let's go out and check the achievements. Gong Cheng said as he walked, even a D-rank Demon Pit, the lowest level, would take others at least an hour to conquer. During this time, those who left the Demon Pit, except for us, must all be the useless ones who gave up. There were people holding their heads and lamenting, Monster, don't kill me. The friend next to him reassured. Calm down, we already left the Demon Pit. The female student hugged her body tight, trembling constantly. Too scary, those monsters are too scary. Just then, Gong Cheng's eyes glanced toward the group in the distance. He smiled a very dangerous, disdainful smile as he assessed. Si Chen's group really did retreat early. Suddenly he shouted, Isn't this Si Chen? Why couldn't you guys finish the exam? You were so cool before, weren't you? Right then, someone called him. Gong Cheng, come back here. The vice president is here. After greeting him, Cavendish walked from afar, clapping his hands. Wonderful. I really witnessed a very excellent performance today. He slowly moved toward the group. Gong Cheng exclaimed, This is the man standing at the pinnacle of world power. He's coming over, he's heading toward us. Gong Ting held out his hand as if to greet him, but unfortunately for him, Cavendish didn't care. He glided past them with indifference. Cavendish began chatting with Si Chen. Truly unexpected, taking only 21 minutes to conquer a D-rank Demon Pit. Even for mature professional guild groups, this is very difficult. Truly excellent. Gong Cheng heard this and screamed in horror. What? 4 losers not only successfully conquered a D-rank Demon Pit, but did it in only 21 minutes. Si Chen's group cheered excitedly. Greetings, Vice President. Si Chen silently assessed. Cavendish, Vice President of the World Guild Association, is also considered the second most powerful person in the world. Why did he come here too? He opened his mouth, Your name is Si Chen, right? This trip wasn't for nothing. Oh yeah, the young master of the Gong family also performed quite well. Young and already leading a team to conquer a D-rank demon pit. President Gong Lin is truly a good mentor. A brave tiger does not give birth to a weak cub. Gong Lin replied, the vice president is too kind. Then he frowned and glanced toward Gong Ting, while the vice president turned and left. It's getting late, I should head back too. People buzzed. Principal, you old man, you really picked up a big bargain. These are 2,000-year stars that are hard to come by. Gong Xiuan announced. Next, I will announce the test results of the two teams. Because there were 2 cases of perfect scores in this test, I declare both your teams tied for first place. All members of each team are eligible to join the Imperial Guild. Ma Long was excited. Imperial Guild, we actually really got into the Imperial Guild, Xiang Zhu agreed. Yeah, everyone cheered. Graduated and no longer have to worry about food and drink, one step to the sky. He continued. And both team leaders, Gong Ting and Si Chen, will be awarded key management positions in the Imperial Guild, and will split the 1 million MVP prize money equally. The expressions of Gong Ting and Si Chen instantly froze. He pondered, only 500,000. I promised Qing Zhai I'd return 1 million within a month. Does that mean I have to delay? Can I only find a way to quickly earn another 500,000? On this side, Gong Ting suddenly spoke up. First place can only be one person, and there only needs to be one person. I want a duel with you alone. His expression was extremely serious. Hearing that, everyone's expression was shocked. Everyone turned their heads to look at Gong Ting. Even the vice president's group, who were planning to leave, couldn't help but turn back to listen in. Gong Xiuan whispered, "What nonsense are you talking about? The test is over. The most reasonable solution is that both are tied for first." Furthermore, Si Chen won't agree to the duel either. But contrary to what he thought, the protagonist suddenly stepped forward. Si Chen stepped out and said, "If I win, the full million must belong to me." Gong Xiuan spat out his water after hearing that. Gong Ting frowned. "If you can win against me, then take it all." Cavendish was interested. "Very interesting. The show isn't over yet." Si Chen approached and asked, "Tell me, how do you want to compete?" Speaking of Qing Zhai. At this moment, he was also extremely surprised by the results Si Chen achieved. "I originally thought you had the strength to win first place, but I didn't expect you to directly break the record and get a perfect score. The press is reporting about you everywhere now. It seems I made a very correct and deeply profound choice." Qing Zhai smiled. "That 1.5 million, you don't need to return it. Consider it my investment in my seed for you," he said as he looked toward the protagonist in front. Meanwhile, Si Chen, after a few seconds of pondering, firmly said, "No, the money that needs to be paid must be paid. I came here today to tell you 2 things. First, about the repayment deadline, please extend it for me by 1 more week. Because the graduation exam had 2 people tied for first, I received 500,000 less than expected. I will have a separate supplementary assessment with the other person. A week from now, it will take place at the Wilderness Demon pit outside the school." Hearing this, Qing Zhai couldn't help but scream in shock. "What? You 2 students are going to enter the Wilderness Demon pit outside the school? You haven't gone through guild training yet. That's too dangerous." Replying to that, Si Chen remained calm. "Nothing will happen. You don't need to worry. After a week, I will win the supplementary assessment and get the remaining 500,000. Moreover, I will give you all the materials collected in the demon pit. Consider that the interest for the 1-week extension." As the protagonist spoke, sweat unconsciously dripped down Qing Zhai's face. He couldn't help but reevaluate Si Chen. He doesn't fear entering the Wilderness Demon pit at all. Instead, he only thinks about repaying the debt and the interest. Truly extraordinary. Unaware of his thoughts, the protagonist across from him continued. "The second requirement besides that, I found you today for one more thing, a more important thing." His request was hidden by the author, but it was unclear what Si Chen had said, because Qing Zhai stood up in sheer astonishment after hearing it. Time flew by. On the afternoon of June 17th, at Qingshui High School in Shangshan County, his younger sister, Si Yun, had just finished school and was happily stretching. Finally finished the last exam. Now it's officially summer break. As she said this, she suddenly noticed the time on her phone screen. "Oh right, today is also my brother's graduation exam." She recalled 4 years ago when Si Chen was happily showing her his admission letter to the National Awakening University. "Si Yun, I've discovered elemental potential within me. The National Awakening University has accepted me." Across from him, she had been just as happy for her brother. "Doesn't that mean you're going to be like Mom and Dad and become an Awaken?" Si Chen nodded eagerly. "Yeah, I'll be able to join a powerful guild and make enough money to give you a better life. Plus, who knows? Maybe I can even find out what happened to Mom and Dad. Little Si-Yun excitedly joined in. Yeah, you're the best, brother. You're the greatest, and you'll definitely become an incredibly strong awaken. Not long ago, she still remembered the dejected look on Si Chen's face, because he hadn't been able to awaken his powers. And then, Si Chen would force a smile to reassure her. It's all right, looks like I just have to keep working at it. Back in the present, she continued to think. Ever since getting into Awakening University, her brother had always been the hardest worker among his peers. Yet he ended up being the only one who couldn't awaken, seeing everyone around him awaken one by one. He must have felt so lonely, even if he never showed it in front of her. Just as she was thinking about this, her best friend, Zhu Tong, suddenly rushed over to greet her. Hey Zio Yun, have you heard? This year, the National Awakening University produced 2 geniuses in the graduating class. They both led their teams to perfect scores. The vice president of the Guild Alliance personally met with them and gave them high praise. It's even on the news. Our Shang County is famous now. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she added, Oh, wait, wasn't your brother studying at that school too? Si-Yun's expression turned awkward. She didn't know how to respond, when suddenly a male voice chimed in. Good afternoon, Zio Yun. I've already booked a private room on the top floor of the Zai Feng building. Are you free tonight at 8 o'clock? The handsome pink-haired guy was named Jin Duo Zin, also a student at Qing Shui High School. His invitation made her best friend, Zhu Tong, flush red as she whispered, Hey Zio Yun, since when did you get to know the school's heartthrob? However, contrary to what they expected, Si-Yun suddenly turned and ran off, leaving the other two stunned. Her best friend exclaimed, Hey, why are you in such a hurry? All of Si-Yun's reactions stemmed from her heart aching for her brother. All his friends were graduating with perfect scores and making the news, yet her brother still hadn't awakened. It was just so sad to think about. She had to get home quickly and cook a big meal to cheer him up. Time passed quickly, and it was now the night of June 17th. Inside their apartment, just as she had planned that morning, little Si-Yun had prepared a sumptuous feast, surprising even the male lead. Zio Yun, when did you make such a huge spread of food? This sukiyaki smells amazing. Opposite him, Si-Yun still wore a dejected look on her face, not even wanting to respond. Just then, the voice of the news broadcast played on the TV. Coming up next is the evening news. This morning, the Dongtan Nation's National Awakening University successfully concluded its practical graduation exams. Vice President of the Guild Alliance, Carl Cavendish, was personally in attendance to engage with the students. On her end, little Si-Yun saw her brother happily eating and became even more convinced of her own thoughts. Sure enough, he's trying to act calm again. Failing the graduation exam is a huge blow to anyone, yet he's not showing it at all. The broadcast continued. According to reports, this year's exam saw an extremely rare occurrence of co-champions. 2 genius students led their teams to perfect scores. Vice President Carl gave very high praise to this year's exam to the media, and specifically singled out one of them for praise. The student who led the team to a perfect score is Si Chen. As soon as his name was mentioned, Si-Yun seemed to snap out of it and whipped her head around. Her face showed clear disbelief. A perfect score, student Si Chen. Meanwhile, in a different scene, unlike the happy atmosphere at Si Chen's home, Gong Ting was currently receiving punishment from his father, Gong Lin. The old man's voice rang out coldly. I set the stage for you, and everyone who needed to be there was there. Yet you managed to mess it up completely. You didn't win. No, you lost to some nobody. From now on, you no longer have the right to make your own decisions. I've already arranged the supplemental assessment in a week. If you can't get it done, I'll do it for you. No matter what methods I have to use, that kid must be part of our Gong clan, the man said with an icy expression. The news broadcast continued. The association president said that Si Chen's performance was impressive and hoped that the Dongtan Nation would continue to strive to cultivate more excellent talents. Si-Yun cried out in surprise. Huh, brother Si Chen. Is that you they just mentioned on TV? Si Chen asked while eating. What's wrong? Suddenly, the spoon fell to the ground and shattered instantly. Outside in the high sky, thunder rumbled. Panic filled the little girl's heart. Her own brother, her flesh and blood, not only led his team to a perfect score on the graduation exam, but was even praised by the vice president of the Guild Alliance. The atmosphere turned silent. Everything became awkward. Then Si-Yun shed happy tears. My silly brother. She looked at him with pride, her face full of admiration. You're truly outstanding. Opposite her was Si Chen's bewildered face. June 17th, 2027, the day of the night practical graduation exam. Cavendish commented while eating. As expected, the Dongtan Nation's signature Wagyu is the freshest. How have things been progressing on your end? His voice was directed at the person sitting opposite him. Ling Wu reported, "These are all the reports compiled so far. Over the past year, it hasn't left any traces behind. It may have already discovered us." Cavendish replied, "Thank you for your hard work. Go ahead and have some meat." Suddenly, Ling Wu added, "There is one more thing. I've recently noticed someone suspicious. Not long ago, he just had contact with you. It's that guy whose strength increased dramatically in a short period of time." Her tone was emphatic. "It's truly anomalous. Right now, inside the magic tower on the first floor, after more than half a month of grinding, it seemed he had wiped out all the magical creatures on this floor." Si Chen had now completely adapted to fighting in an environment with 10 times the normal gravity. After the graduation assessment battle, his lightning element assassin class had gained 1 star. It turned out that frequently using a class could improve its proficiency. That is to say, none of the 4 classes he had in his hands had reached their limits yet. The star Si Chen earned was added to the most important thing for an assassin: speed. His speed stat should have reached the level of an A-rank assassin by now. System, speed X4, 740. But even so, he still couldn't hit the floor boss as he had before. Before Si Chen, countless monsters were waiting, their bodies radiating terrifying power. The monster let out an angry roar and charged toward him. Si Chen ignited with power, responding with his lightning assassin skill, Flash God. His bolt of lightning shot out, forcing it to turn back and look. The abilities of this Lion King boss were bizarre. Whenever he found an opportunity to attack it, it would vanish in the blink of an eye, then reappear next to the lioness at the spot furthest from Si Chen. They would quickly adjust their positions according to the situation, but the formation remained unchanged. There were always 2 lionesses responsible for melee combat against him, while the other 2 observed from a distance, awaiting orders. And the Lion King always kept the maximum distance from Si Chen. For a boss, it certainly wasn't fighting in person. What on earth was this Lion King's class? The leopard cubs were constantly rushing toward him. Si Chen quickly unleashed a lightning bolt to counter. The beast took the full hit and was quickly severely injured. Si Chen muttered to himself while fighting, "That move again." Every time he tried to kill a lioness, the lioness would vanish immediately, then reappear next to the Lion King. As soon as he stopped, a lioness would charge forward to bait him into attacking. Si Chen engaged his enhancement mode, revealing his capabilities. He flew high up, throwing punches wildly. They maintained a perfect formation, cooperating without a single gap. The beasts kept attacking with their claws, and then performed the next step, vanish, followed by appearing from a space-piercing rift, finally flying in to injure Si Chen before attacking. He was accidentally caught in a difficult situation with that formation, repeating it over and over, waging an endless war of attrition against Si Chen. Si Chen looked at them with icy eyes, panting, "This guy is completely toying with me." Suddenly, Si Chen's eyes widened as if he realized something. Wait a minute. Why did he have to compete with them on speed? Si Chen began to switch his skills and change his class. "If you guys don't want a head-on confrontation with me, then why shouldn't I use my mage class to deal with you?" Class change complete. Frostbone Skeleton King. Si Chen's body floated lightly in midair. Ice Mage, Frostbone. At the same time, a terrifying snow and ice explosion occurred, causing the beasts to scramble away in panic. The scene became increasingly chaotic with the terrible power descending from the sky. Si Chen analyzed silently while fighting. Melee mages are weak, but they excel at long-range attrition and crowd control. The beasts, having turned around for a split second, were startled by the rays of light falling from the sky. Finally, the ground seemed covered by the terrifying magic he had created. Suddenly, the beasts took advantage of the opportunity to jump out of the barrier and flee. But they stopped in confusion when they saw they were surrounded on all sides. Once they were all forced into Si Chen's attack range, the beasts began to feel fear, their roars shaking the heavens. Si Chen, from high above, gently created a mage aura, condensing a massive frost bomb. Then he threw it down with all the power he had accumulated. Finally, the entire space was blanketed in a blinding light, obscuring all vision. The ferocious alien beasts were now frozen solid. A mechanical sound chimed repeatedly. "Rakshasa Purgatory class complete." Si Chen's voice rang out firmly within the first floor of the magic tower. His eyes lit up, filled with resentment as he declared, "It's time to end this." Finally, Si Chen unleashed a move that shook the 3 realms. 3-phase warrior heavy calamity, super heavy edition. It was over. The ground only had the remnants of a pile of ruins. The beasts' bodies began to melt in an instant, then vanished into the biting cold of winter. Si Chen slowly descended to the ground, returning to his original state. Spiritual energy enveloped his body. Si Chen leveled up to 24, received Phantom Spirit Bone X4, and received Phantom Spirit Heart X1. Si Chen could also devour the beasts from earlier. He suddenly reached out his hand, creating a source of light. He curiously asked himself, "Now tell me, what on earth is your class?" Smoke began to disperse in the glowing space. Si Chen was slowly subduing the soul of that beast. His hand gripped tightly, carrying everything that remained of it. An information screen quickly appeared. Phantom Spirit King Beast Tamer. Taming Spirit Contract can forcibly establish memory with beast types, has a certain probability to recruit it as his own contracted beast. The greater the user's intimidation, the higher the success rate. If the master dies, the contracted beast also dies. Taming Spirit Compass consumes mental power to teleport to the side of the contracted beast, or summon the contracted beast to one side. He was surprised. Beast Tamer, this is the first time I've seen this class. No wonder it didn't directly engage him. It turned out its own stats weren't outstanding enough, so it could only rely on contracted beasts to deal damage. This space-piercing ability is very useful. Si Chen's eyes became thoughtful. Furthermore, it can forcibly force beast types to sign contracts, but it requires intimidation. It looks like if I want this contracted beast, I'll need to use more heavy-handed tactics. He quickly realized the environment was undergoing changes. Is this the original version of the Magic Tower's first floor? So desolate, what happened here? Suddenly, a crack appeared in front of Si Chen. The door to the second floor finally appeared. A pair of vicious eyes revealed themselves at the same time. Si Chen quickly sensed something strange and turned his head to look back. He heard a sound coming from the pile of dry bones. A small beast was being extremely wary of Si Chen. He frowned, so there was still one little lion left. Looks like this is the last one. I already killed the Lion King, so why hasn't it vanished? This proves it isn't the Lion King's contracted beast. It has a star element chain on it. Was it imprisoned here by the Lion King's phantom spirit? Then Si Chen lunged forward, with lightning crackling all around him. The little lion was stunned by the sight, its mouth hanging wide open. It turned out Si Chen was liberating it from the pile of dry bones. He spoke up, "Then I'll set you free. This must be your home. Your kin are dead, your homeland destroyed. I'm very familiar with that kind of feeling. Even though it's lonely, you have to at least live well. I have to head to the next floor now." Suddenly, the system sound rang out involuntarily. It reminded him, "You have received a beastkin contract request, as the other party has proactively issued it." Si Chen was subconsciously surprised and turned his head to look at the little lion. The system sound continued. "Contract can be signed. Baby Lion King requests to sign a contract with you. Do you accept?" Si Chen's voice slowly rose. "You want to follow me?" The little lion replied, using its own unique sound. Si Chen continued to explain. "Next, I'm going to conquer the entire Magic Tower, one floor at a time. Each floor I climb, the magical creatures will become more ferocious. There might be injuries or even loss of life. Have you really thought this through?" It replied to Si Chen with an intensely fiery spirit. Si Chen slowly closed his eyes and replied, "I understand." Si Chen's eyes widened, and he decided to agree to the contract. The system announced, "Baby Lion King contract complete, passive skill activated." A moment later, Si Chen laughed and said, "All right then, let's go together. While I'm fighting, you need to protect yourself." Then he stepped into a space filled with a fiery red color. Si Chen immediately felt things becoming intense. Before his eyes was a gloomy space, carrying a heavy sense of pressure. Si Chen silently assessed, "It's so hot, it feels like I'm going to melt at any moment. I wonder what I'll encounter on this floor." Suddenly, a blinding light shone out, engulfing his entire vision. Si Chen's eyes were drawn to it, and he turned his head to look. Suddenly, a large hole appeared on his body. Si Chen's expression turned blank, not understanding what had happened. Then Si Chen suddenly woke up and returned to his room. He hadn't even seen anything before he was in Stockhill. What was this terrifying power? His eyes narrowed. What kind of monster is this second-floor boss? Right at that moment, Si Yun's voice rang out from outside. "Come out and have breakfast, brother." The table was laid out with extremely appealing food. Si Chen was excited. "This breakfast is so sumptuous." The little girl instructed, "Remember to wash the dishes in the sink after you eat. Also, go hang out the laundry in half an hour." He wondered, "Xiao Yun, why are you leaving so early? You're on summer break after all." Si Yun replied, "I'm going to my summer job." Si Chen was stunned. "Didn't I tell you that you can just leave? The money matters to me?" The little girl turned back with a smile and replied, "My brother is so outstanding, I don't want to fall behind either. Besides, isn't summer break just boring anyway? I'm off. Remember to wash the dishes and hang out the laundry." A while later, Si Chen cleaned up the pile of dishes, and he also began to hang out the laundry in the sunlight. Si Chen muttered to himself, "Xiao Yun is still the same, always so resilient and determined no matter what. She's clearly just a child who hasn't grown up. But in front of her, I'm the one being taken care of. After things at school are finished, I'll go deal with the explosive Demon King. For a long time, I won't be able to stay by Xiao Yun's side. Xiao Yun is the only person I worry about. Suddenly, he realized something. That's right. Si Chen closed his eyes to think. Perhaps this is possible. Suddenly, a barrier opened up behind him, and the little lion fell out accordingly. Si Chen dropped his jaw and turned to look. So it's possible to summon a contracted beast out from the dream magic tower into the real world. A moment later, it began to wreak havoc on everything in the room. He thought to himself, if it's like this when I'm not here, I can let it stay with Xiao Yun. When she's in danger, I can sense it and immediately rush to her side. Xiao Yun has loved playing with cats and dogs since she was little, so if it's replaced by a lion cub, she'll surely accept it. Right at that moment, there was a doorbell sound from outside. He went to open the door, feeling hesitant. He looked toward the little lion and thought, will she be able to accept it? As the sunset gradually covered the city, the security cameras of the house were accidentally destroyed. A person covered in blood said in a trembling voice, Don't come over here. He screamed in terror, You, what on earth? But then he was attacked in rapid succession. His eyes bulged wide with confusion. In the end, his pupils only reflected the silhouette of the monster. What kind of monster was it? In a dark corner of the neighborhood, someone unfortunate was targeted by the monster. Scene change. Si Yun was slowly walking down the road back home. The little girl sighed in exhaustion. Finally off work. It's so crowded for people buying bubble tea during summer break. Standing all day is exhausting. Si Yun wondered, I wonder if my brother will like this flavor. Her small silhouette looked lonely in the vast space. Suddenly, something compelled Si Yun to stop. She turned her head back, startled when a mysterious voice rang out. Finally, you've arrived. Then we witnessed a young man step out, his voice ringing with confidence. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Xiao Yun. It turned out to be Jin Duo Xin, a student from Clearwater High School. This character had appeared before. He strode forward with overwhelming confidence, continuing. Last time at school you ran off too quickly. You didn't even hear my invitation. But it's okay. I've already booked the entire top floor of the Purple Peak Tower for tonight. Hearing those words, Si Yun's expression immediately hardened, clearly quite uncomfortable. She looked him straight in the eye and asked coldly, How did you get my home address? The young man kept his relaxed demeanor and replied, My dad is the director of the city hospital. Finding a little bit of information like that isn't difficult at all. By now, Si Yun was clearly angry. She took a step forward, her tone firm and icy. We don't belong to the same world. Please don't seek me out again. But the young man started to lose his cool. Slightly irritated, he grabbed her arm and said, Do you know how much effort it took to book the whole floor of the Purple Peak Tower? I invited so many people. Are you planning to let me break my promise and become a laughing stock? Without hesitating for even a second, Si Yun retorted with a sharp and confident voice. What reason do I have to care whether you become a laughing stock or not? Besides, do you know that lurking outside someone's house is a very creepy thing to do? The young man's face immediately darkened. With his ego heavily bruised, he gritted out, Creepy. Do you know who you're talking to? His face twisted with anger, his voice growing colder. Just because I like you a little doesn't mean you can speak to me that way. His anger mounting, he threatened. You have no idea what I can do to you. Before he could say anything more, Si Yun reacted extremely quickly. In a moment of anger, she unexpectedly headbutted him hard in the face. The sudden collision left the young man completely off balance. While he was staggering, Si Yun glared and said coldly, You should go back to your father's hospital to get your head checked first. The young man clutched his face in pain, the bouquet in his hand falling to the ground. Si Yun didn't even bother looking at him again and turned to leave. Her voice was icy and resolute. Please stay away from me. You've completely ruined my mood for the day. The scene changed to the warm atmosphere at home. Just as she stepped through the door, Si Yun's mood changed completely. Her anger from moments ago vanished entirely. The moment she saw Leo, her face instantly lit up with joy. She rushed over, hugging the lion cub warmly and happily, her voice full of excitement. Where did you find a creature as cute as this? Si Chen smiled calmly and replied, His name is Leo, he's yours. Hearing this, Si Yun stood frozen for a second, then her eyes widened in surprise. Wait, really? I get to raise a lion cub? She was clearly extremely happy. Looking at Leo more closely, she curiously said, Wait, I remember only adult male lions grow manes. Why is Leo so tiny but his mane is already so huge? She began to think about officially registering to raise him, having already considered Leo a true member of the family. Witnessing this scene, Si Chen couldn't help but feel relieved and happy. Seeing his younger sister so happy, he thought to himself, Looks like they became best friends at first sight. There's nothing left to worry about regarding things at home. Just then, Si Chen's phone rang, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. An important notification, meant specifically for him, appeared on the screen. After reading it, the corners of Si Chen's mouth curled into a subtle smile, as if everything had finally fallen into place. His gaze emanated a quiet satisfaction, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. After checking the message, he muttered in a low, confident voice, "Finally, everything can proceed according to plan. Next is resolving the tiebreaker, 6 days left." Time jump 6 days later. June 24th, 2157, the day of the long-awaited tiebreaker. The setting shifted to the outskirts of the city at Green Lake Forest. Gong Chuan stepped out, his voice solemn and full of authority. The two candidates participating in the tiebreaker listened carefully. "Let me make the exam rules clear." He paused for a moment to ensure everyone was focused, then continued. "After careful consideration, the school has decided that this tiebreaker will take place inside the wild dungeon located in Green Lake Forest." The words immediately made the atmosphere become more tense. He continued, "Equipment surveys have confirmed this is a D-rank wild dungeon. According to the prior agreement, both candidates will compete in the same dungeon." His voice became more serious. "Inside the wild dungeon is territory that is completely unexplored. The danger level far exceeds that of the school's standard exam dungeons." He added, "3 senior members from the major guilds belonging to Easternia have been appointed as accompanying judges. They will enter the dungeon along with the 2 candidates. Their mission is to ensure safety and score the students' performance in real time." The 3 judges were introduced. The first was Ivan, representing the Imperial Guild, his aura radiating strength and authority. The second was Tai Yu, from the Divine Eye Guild, his sharp gaze showing discernment and intelligence. The third was Sato Yuta of the Silver Wind Guild, possessing a calm and experienced demeanor. Gong Chuan concluded with a definitive statement. "The final score will be decided entirely by what the judges witness." This entire situation was being coldly calculated in Gong Lin's mind. His thinking was sharp, accurate, and intentional, as if every chess piece had been placed in its correct position long ago. 3 judges, perform well, handle your parts properly. Keep it clean, don't leave any gaps." Just then, the principal turned to the vice president and asked, "Vice President, your schedule in the Dongtan Nation ended 2 days ago, didn't it?" The question carried a hint of curiosity, as if wondering why someone with his status was still here. The vice president replied without hesitation, his voice full of interest and anticipation. "Why would I ask that? Is there anything more interesting than what's about to happen right here? It's been many years since I've witnessed 2 true geniuses facing off against each other. I'm absolutely not going to miss it." Immediately afterward, Gong Chuan stepped forward, declaring loudly in a majestic voice, "I declare the 2157 graduation combat exam of the National Awakener University. The tiebreaker between Si Chen and Gong Lin officially begins." Both candidates moved forward simultaneously, without hesitation, stepping into the parallel teleportation gates. The moment they passed through, the environment changed completely. The 3 senior judges followed closely behind. Upon setting foot inside, Tai Yu looked around and remarked, "Dead trees stretching to the horizon. Looks like a flower dungeon." The air inside was extremely bizarre and stifling, with an unusual silence hanging everywhere. The moment Si Chen stepped in, something abnormal happened. A system window appeared before him, accompanied by a warning message. "High-risk monster detected." Seeing this, even Si Chen revealed clear shock. He muttered, his voice slightly anxious, "This is the first time I've seen Demenhart issue a warning like that." Si Chen was extremely shocked, because this was the first time his demon core had issued such an urgent warning signal. But strangely, the warning signal disappeared quickly, leaving behind a terrifying, silent atmosphere inside the cave. Si Chen looked around the dark lair, wondering if a high-level monster really existed in a place like this. Gong Ting walked in front with a long sword at his side. Both remained completely silent to maintain the highest level of vigilance. The judges followed behind. One spoke up to remind the team that the rock layer was too thick, requesting the supervisors not to lose track of the candidates. Small rocks were suddenly displaced on the ground, signaling something was wanting to surface from the earth. Suddenly, a giant poisonous ant appeared, blocking the path. It was a toxic ant, also known as a D-rank flora sniper. Reacting extremely fast, Gong Ting immediately drew his glowing sword, preparing for battle. Right after that, he lunged forward to attack. Sato Yuta from Silver Wind appeared quite impressed by Gong Ting's reaction speed, and reminded them that monsters in the wild demon lair were much more dangerous than those at school. The toxic ant didn't hesitate, immediately spraying streams of corrosive poison toward Gong Ting. Seeing this, Gong Ting swung his sword continuously, blocking the entire cloud of poison. As soon as he closed in, a precise slash from his sword severed the monster's poison glands, instantly neutralizing its long-range attack capability. Not stopping, Gong Ting spun around and funneled all his strength into the next attack. The sword pierced through the monster's hard armor, stabbing straight into its vital weak point. The special skill of the nuclear warrior class, titled Fire Sword Piercing, was activated, creating a violent explosion right inside the poisonous ant's body. A loud bang rang through the cave. The monster was completely incinerated in the blink of an eye under the watchful eyes of the judges. Tai Yu from the Divine Eye Guild immediately awarded Gong Ting a perfect 10 for combat reflexes, as he had handled the ambush so quickly. The smoking judge also added 10 points for combat thinking, after seeing Gong Ting aim straight for his opponent's venom glands. Sato Yuta smiled in satisfaction, and awarded another 10 points for finishing power after that final, decisive sword strike. Everyone had to acknowledge that from his combat positioning to the finishing move, Gong Ting's every action was as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, far exceeding the level of a typical student. However, as Sato Yuta looked over at Si Chen, he began to feel that something was very strange. While Gong Ting had just finished fighting, Si Chen was strolling along as if he were out for a casual walk, leading the judges to believe his performance was a complete failure. Even Gong Ting paused and turned his head to look at Si Chen with a puzzled expression at his calm demeanor. At the control center, everyone was intently watching Si Chen's every move on the big screen. Kenan Cavendish smiled and turned to ask the principal, "What do you think Si Chen is really looking for in this dangerous cave?" The principal replied, "Si Chen is looking for the ants." Inside the cave, Si Chen stood among the tangled tree roots and silently calculated how to score as many points as possible in a short amount of time. His eyes suddenly turned yellow. Si Chen smiled confidently and whispered, "Found you?" Bolts of lightning began to appear around his body. Then Si Chen launched an attack at the ground. A powerful electrical current exploded, turning Si Chen into the center of a lightning storm amidst the monsters. The source of that power wiped out the surrounding toxic ants, causing the entire ground to shake violently. The group of judges panicked and shouted as they saw Si Chen charge deep into the demon lair. They believed this reckless action would put everyone in danger. Gong Ting watched the yellow lightning with an expression of pure astonishment. Doubts began to emerge in his mind regarding Si Chen's true identity. With the lightning assassin class, Si Chen activated the flash god skill, turning his body into a streak of yellow light, moving at extreme speed. The yellow lightning bolt dashed through the herd of monsters like an arrow of light, moving so fast they couldn't even react. A series of toxic ants were sliced in half in the blink of an eye. Green venom splattered all over the cave walls. Si Chen constantly appeared and disappeared amidst the monsters. Everywhere he passed, he left a trail of monster corpses. He ended his attack sequence with a powerful landing, leaving a long streak of light cutting through the darkness. Amidst the pile of D-rank monster corpses and venom everywhere, Si Chen casually finished his spectacular performance. The judges were completely stunned. Sato Yuta hung his mouth open, unable to understand what had just happened before his eyes. They couldn't believe that someone reported to be only E-rank could easily annihilate such a powerful pack of D-rank monsters. In a dark corner, Sato Yuta and the smoking judge whispered to each other. Even though Si Chen had just demonstrated impressive power, they still tried to find reasons to give him a low score, claiming his combat style was too simple or his actions were too dangerous. Gong Ting also silently watched the male lead. Cavendish began to laugh heartily. "Haha, looks like the old man was right. We just started the exam and we already get to see a fierce confrontation like this. It really is interesting. I wonder how Gong Ting will react next." Hearing him say that, Gong Lin's hand unconsciously tightened in anger. Suddenly, the monitoring screen began to glitch violently, and then lost signal completely. The red text "Signal Lost" appeared, leaving everyone shocked. Everyone appeared confused. They couldn't understand why the system encountered a malfunction at such a critical moment. At the control center at 4:00 p.m., an alarm sounded continuously. Technicians hurriedly operated the equipment to try and restore the malfunctioning system. The screen continuously displayed warnings of abnormal signals. The danger level of the demon lair suddenly rose to an unknown level. While the signal dropped to 0, the technician broke out in a cold sweat, terrified to realize the situation was gradually spiraling out of control. He shouted in panic, "What on earth is happening to this demon lair when all the data is becoming chaotic?" The gate leading into the cave suddenly became unstable, turning into a blue energy vortex that covered the entire entrance. In the blink of an eye, the entrance to the cave vanished completely. It vanished! Before their eyes now remained only a pitch-black stone wall. Inside the cave, Si Chen sensed a strange presence. Pink musical notes began to appear around him, making Si Chen whisper in vigilance. This is... From the deep darkness, a pair of fiery red eyes gradually emerged along with an oppressive voice. Si Chen instantly recognized that voice. It was the voice of a demon king. 4:00 p.m., outside the demon's lair dungeon, the monitoring system suddenly reported an abnormal signal. Right before everyone's eyes, the cave entrance suddenly vanished without a trace. Everyone was clueless as to what was happening. Gong Chuan panicked, sweat streaming down his face. He shouted for his subordinates to immediately request reinforcements from above, as he had a premonition that something extremely dangerous was happening inside the lair. Meanwhile, inside, strange pink musical notes began to fly everywhere. Si Chen stood amidst the thick fog and felt a highly unusual pressure. Gong Ting also realized something was wrong. He frowned and looked around vigilantly, his heart filled with doubt. Tai Yu turned to ask those beside him, "Do you hear any sound?" Sato nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it seems like something very strange is happening." A thumping heartbeat rang out rapidly inside Si Chen's head. At first, he thought it was music, but then he realized with horror that it was the voice of the wrathful demon king. Si Chen didn't understand why the voice of wrath appeared in this dungeon. According to his memories, wrath shouldn't have appeared for another 3 years. The demon core inside Si Chen's body continued to emit a series of rapid warnings, signaling that danger was very close. Suddenly, Si Chen stopped. He felt as if something was following right behind him. Heavy footsteps echoed amidst the cold fog. Terrifying, cackling laughter echoed throughout the cave. A shadowy figure gradually appeared behind the thick fog. Tai Yu and Sato also discovered the abnormality. They squinted, peering through the fog, trying to recognize the thing approaching them. A pair of pink eyes suddenly glowed in the darkness, accompanied by the slow but oppressive footsteps of a strange creature. A giant mantis gradually emerged amidst the bizarre black spider silk. Its body was covered in sharp spikes and possessed an extremely evil appearance. Its mouth emitted a gruesome laugh. It looked at the group with a look of contempt, then said in a cold voice, "Hee, humans, you have fallen into my trap." Sato couldn't believe his ears. He shouted in anger, "What the hell is this? What are you saying?" A monster capable of speaking human language was beyond imagination. Everyone immediately realized its level of danger. A monster that speaks human language. It must be C rank or higher. How could something like this appear in a D rank dungeon? Sensing the extremely dangerous situation, Sato immediately lunged forward to attack. He insisted that this type of monster was too dangerous for the candidates. Holding a pink energy axe in his hand, he shouted for everyone to back off. But in the blink of an eye, a sharp cut appeared on Sato's arm. A shhh sound rang out, blood splattering everywhere as his arm and the axe were severed completely. The mantis moved too fast, leaving everyone stunned. Sato and the others could only stand still in horror at the cruel sight that had just occurred. The mantis continued to charge at incredible speed. It spoke coldly. "All of you must." Its sharp sickle pierced through Gong Ting's chest, bright red blood spraying out. An attack so lethal no one had time to react. The monster leaned its terrifying face in close and finished its sentence. "Die here." Gong Ting gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but his gaze remained resolute. Even with his chest pierced, he swung his flame sword violently forward, severing the monster's claw. The mantis looked clearly surprised to see someone with a pierced heart, still having enough strength to counterattack so strongly. Gong Ting continued to unleash a powerful kick, launching the monster far away to set himself free. The monster was pushed back, sliding along the ground before regaining its balance. Gong Ting clutched his bleeding wound and looked at Si Chen, saying, "Si Chen, he struck me first." His eyes blazed with fire. He arrogantly declared, "According to the priority rules, that monster is mine alone. You are not allowed to interfere." Si Chen silently looked at Gong Ting with a serious expression. He understood that Gong Ting's determination could not be swayed. Si Chen's eyes turned green as he activated his analysis skill to check the opponent's true strength. Initially, the system displayed the monster at intermediate C rank, but the monster's rating was high-level C rank. The danger level of the monster had clearly increased. Tai Yu panicked when he saw Gong Ting's serious injury. "Lord Gong Ting, you need medical treatment immediately. I suggest stopping the exam and retreating at once. This monster is too dangerous even for you." Gong Ting only replied coldly with a short sentence, No. He placed his blazing hand over the wound, piercing his chest. Flames erupted violently right before Si Chen's eyes. Si Chen immediately understood the action, using high temperature to stop the bleeding. This was a very dangerous but highly effective method. Black smoke rose from the scorched flesh. Gong Ting roared with determination. I reject your suggestion. This battle must continue. The mantis wasn't afraid either. It lunged forward to continue facing Gong Ting's next fiery attack. Gong Ting swung his flame sword and leaped high into the air. His eyes were full of murderous intent, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Outside the cave, Lin Wuque stood looking at the entrance that had vanished in a strange way. He explained that this wasn't rare, and proved that the demons in this dungeon were extremely intelligent. With a cold expression, Lin Wuque added that the dungeon deliberately opened the entrance to lure humans in, then closed it to trap them as prey. Gong Xuan asked in a panic, "Is there any other way to open the door, because Gong Ting is still trapped inside?" Lin Wuque asserted that there was only one way to open the way out, and that was to kill the lord of the dungeon. Hearing this, Gong Xuan immediately felt a sense of relief. He thought that in a D-rank dungeon, the strongest lord would only be C-rank, so it shouldn't be too hard to kill. But Lin Wuque immediately extinguished that hope. He revealed that the title D-rank dungeon was merely a disguise for the monster inside. Lin Wuque's eyes became serious. He believed this place was very likely the cause behind the series of mysterious disappearances of awakened ones over the past period. Sweating profusely, Tai Yu trembled as he realized they were facing an extremely dangerous dungeon. The terrifying truth was finally revealed when Lin Wuque concluded. This is actually a deadly B-rank dungeon. The giant mantis hissed, its eyes glowing with a threatening purplish-pink hue. Clashing sounds rang out repeatedly as Gong Ting and the monster collided in a dance of death. Gong Ting retreated after a series of attacks. The sword in his hand emanated a brilliant golden light, dispelling the darkness of the dungeon. The monster growled, swinging its two sharp scythes forward at terrifying speed. Gong Ting dodged the attack with a leap into the air. As an experienced combatant, he grasped the rhythm of the battle very well. The impact was so powerful it shattered the ground, causing the mantis's scythe to pin firmly into the stone floor. Opening, I've got you. Seeing the opponent had exposed an opening, Gong Ting swung his sword to finish it. A sharp sword arc cut across, and the mantis's head flew off along with a splash of green blood. The head rolled on the ground, a relatively easy victory for Gong Ting. The battle temporarily ended. The atmosphere in the cave became silent. Everyone was still stunned by what Gong Ting had just demonstrated. Tai Yu stared at the monster's head in amazement. She didn't expect Gong Ting to have actually taken down the mantis alone. Si Chen looked toward Gong Ting contemplatively. He admitted that Gong Ting's strength truly could not be underestimated. Behind, the judge Ivan was using green energy to heal Sato. Hey, can you hear me? You should be awake by now." Sato groaned in thanks that Ivan had arrived just in time. However, upon looking down at the communication bracelet on his wrist, Sato froze in astonishment. The screen displayed a bright red X, indicating signal loss. He panicked when he realized they had been cut off from the outside world. Tai Yu heard this and hurriedly checked her device, realizing hers was the same. All signals were blocked, and the positioning system and compass were completely broken. A small noise drew attention. Looking down at their feet, they saw the camera drones were also completely useless. The judge's discussion caught Gong Ting's attention. He also didn't understand what was happening. Right at that moment, the headless carcass of the Lord suddenly emitted dry, creaking sounds and slowly stood up. A stream of purplish-black gas covered its body. Gong Ting had absolutely no idea the monster was still alive and had appeared behind him. But before the monster could take Gong Ting down, Si Chen suddenly rushed over, unleashing golden energy sword strikes that shredded the monster into tiny pieces. The system notified, received 2,000 experience points. While Gong Ting hadn't stopped panicking, he asked in confusion, "I severed its head, how could it still move?" Si Chen kept his cold demeanor as he explained. "That thing wasn't the Lord from the beginning. It was hypnotized the entire time. That is why it kept fighting even after it was dead." He looked straight at the hunters and warned, "All of you leave this place immediately, because the next person to be hypnotized might be you." Gong Ting broke out in a cold sweat, staring at Si Chen, wanting to know how Si Chen could have known that. Sato angrily thought Si Chen was talking nonsense and asserted that there was only one C-rank lord in this cave. Sato continued to claim the monster must be at least high-level C, certain it was the dungeon lord. Suddenly, Si Chen's ears rang with unpleasant static. The system continuously displayed red warnings about an extremely dangerous creature nearby. Waves of sound carrying a ghostly purplish-pink hue began to spread, engulfing the entire cave space. Taiyu was the first to be affected, her eyes turning pink as she completely lost consciousness. Judges Ivan and Sato didn't escape the attack either. Si Chen quickly pulled out his earphones and put them on to protect himself. Looking at the diffusing energy circles, he said in a low voice, "That sound wave, I could recognize it anywhere." Memories of his past life flooded back hauntingly. In his previous life, righteousness had used this exact frequency. That sound wave could hypnotize and slaughter millions of ordinary people across the world. Even Zai Yun had died in that tragedy, and something similar was happening again in this cave. But according to the original script of his past life, the time for wrath to appear hadn't come yet. Tai Yu and the others quietly walked along to a strange rhythm, heading deep into the dungeon darkness. Si Chen followed calmly, his eyes filled with vigilance. Si Chen asserted that the lord of this cave certainly had a connection to wrath. The group entered a cellar filled with gloomy eggs and spider silk. Si Chen guessed it was time to face the master of the place directly. The long shadows of the hunter group cast onto the cave wall under the eerie purple light, signaling a fierce battle was about to begin. As they went deeper into the cave, the red warnings from the system appeared more frequently and continuously, signaling an extremely dangerous creature was very close. Before their eyes was a gloomy lair with countless glowing monster eggs, where a mysterious entity was raining from above alongside a pack of giant snakes. The group quietly walked past the white bones and old, decayed equipment, proof of the tragic fate of the hunters who had once set foot here. Looking into the void, Si Chen silently judged. Again, the alpha frequency used for hypnosis, just like wraths. Luckily, I had prepared a beta anti-frequency track in case we met again. Si Chen looked anxiously at the teammates who were being controlled. These people had no protection against hypnosis. They could die at any moment. Si Chen knew he had to end this quickly. From high above, the mysterious white-robed entity began to speak with a greedy tone, as it saw the abundant amount of nutrients. It looked down at the hunter group, as if looking at premium and fresh goods. A gruesome whisper echoed throughout the cave. The monster didn't realize Si Chen wasn't hypnotized at all, and was looking at it with the eyes of death. Memories of Gong Ting's childhood were finally revealed. Gong Ting gasped for breath in a blood-stained practice yard. His small hands still gripped the shattered wooden sword so tightly it tore his skin. Blood flowed down the 8-year-old boy's arm, dripping onto the cold stone floor. Above on the high platform, Gong Lin watched silently. His eyes didn't possess a single shred of a father's emotion, only the absolute coldness of a ruler. He calmly declared, "Very good, you won again today." Gong Ting was covered in injuries, but Gong Lin didn't even look at the boy once. He slowly continued, "The winner gets to go inside for dinner, and the loser kneels there until sunrise." The cold, dark night covered the Gong family training grounds. Sounds of his stomach growling in pain echoed through the night. Then suddenly, a loaf of bread appeared in front of Gong Cheng. Gong Ting's face was covered in bruises, but his eyes remained cold. "Eat it!" Gong Cheng was startled and panicked. "If father sees, you'll be punished." Gong Ting frowned. "Shut up, just eat it." Not long after, inside the house, slap. A terrible blow landed straight on Gong Ting's face, causing him to collapse to the floor. Gong Ting knelt on the floor, his face covered in blood after the brutal beating. Before him stood Gong Lin, his father, and the ghost that had haunted his entire life. He stood towering in the middle of the dark room, slowly asking, "Do you know why the Gong family stands above everyone else?" Not waiting for Gong Ting to answer, Gong Lin continued in an arrogant tone, "Because I have never failed. The winner is the one who sets the rules, and the loser can only bow and obey." The atmosphere was stifling, but Gong Ting just lifted his head, his gaze defiant. "If I manage to defeat you, then from now on, the rules will be written by me, right?" The room went silent. Gong Lin sneered, a laugh that was both contemptuous and terrifying. Memories continued to surface like nightmares. Wooden practice swords shattered across the floor. Time passed quickly. At this point, the battle between the father and son was underway. However, Gong Lin let others fight in his place. Gong Ting's body was covered in injuries, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth after hundreds of grueling battles. He gritted his teeth and asked his father, "Why, when I challenged you, did you let the king's squad do the fighting?" Gong Lin smiled wickedly. He reaffirmed, "True power doesn't lie in one's hands, but in the authority standing behind them. This world is unfair. There is no such thing as justice, no such thing as pity. You must win at any cost, even if you have to cast aside your family, betray your comrades, or bury every dream. You must stand above it all. Winning is the only value that exists in this world. And from that day on, those teachings were carved into Gong Ting's very flesh and blood. Back to the present. The Overlord was flickering amidst countless thick black tentacles and a series of giant egg cocoons clinging to the cave walls. Si Chen immediately realized the problem. This monster was using alpha waves to hypnotize all the humans inside the dungeon, identical to how it had done before. Luckily, he had prepared a beta frequency track to resist that mental influence, but the others didn't. As soon as the Overlord gave the order, they would instantly turn into murderous puppets. Sparks of golden lightning began to dance around Si Chen's arms. Electrical light tore through the darkness. He clenched his fists. I have to end this right now. But just as Si Chen was about to rush forward, a blood-soaked hand unexpectedly gripped his shoulder. Si Chen startled and turned back. It was Gong Ting, blood still flowing from his chest. Gong Ting had stabbed himself to stay conscious and resist the hypnosis. Even Si Chen was momentarily stunned by this action. Gong Ting gasped for breath, his eyes still terrifyingly sharp. I have my own way of not being manipulated, he warned. If you act rashly and expose our position, everyone here will lose their lives. Gong Ting slowly pointed toward the giant cocoons trembling gently around the cave. Inside those are countless C-rank monsters sleeping. Just one small explosion, just one missed strike, and that entire horde of monsters will awaken at once. Gong Ting immediately analyzed the Overlord's entire deadly trap. The monster deliberately turned this place into a low-level dungeon to lure awakened ones inside, then drained their energy bit by bit. Gong Ting concluded, sooner or later that entity will come looking for us on its own. He suggested they hide, wait for it to get close, and finish it off in one strike. An extremely reckless plan, but also their only chance of survival. Si Chen began to look at Gong Ting with a different gaze. He hadn't expected this crazed warrior to be capable of such calm and calculation. However, Si Chen just looked coldly toward the Overlord hovering in the darkness and replied slowly, that plan won't work, because the Overlord doesn't need to do anything itself. As the words left his lips, the boss monster began using sound to control the others. Si Chen lowered his voice. All it has to do is think, and all those under its control will instantly slaughter us. Meanwhile, the remaining hunters had fallen into a state of complete hypnosis. Their eyes were hollow, saliva dripping from their mouths like those who had lost all consciousness. Even more terrifying, Tai Yu was pointing a gun at her own head. Her finger was resting right on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment on the Overlord's command. Even the strongest men didn't escape that control. Ivan was choking himself in pain, his face turning purple from lack of air. Si Chen immediately sprang into action before tragedy could strike. He moved at extreme speed, throwing precise strikes to knock out each person and save them from their hypnotic state. And this action also attracted the Overlord's attention, letting it know that he wasn't hypnotized. Quickly, the Overlord became angry. It hadn't expected someone to be snatching away its food. Under the Overlord's control, the giant cocoons around the room began to crack open. Crumbling sounds echoed everywhere, signaling a new wave of attacks was about to begin. Terrifying mantises slowly crawled out of their cocoons. They had 2 arms as sharp as blades and glowing pink eyes full of murderous intent. The Overlord immediately roared an order to attack. There were 7 C-rank blade arm mantises, extremely fierce and bloodthirsty mantises. Gong Ting suppressed the pain from his chest wound. He understood that this was the time to use his final plan. Gong Ting turned to look at Si Chen with a firm gaze. He only asked for one thing. Get those 3 out of the dungeon. I will stay behind to block them. Si Chen looked silently at Gong Ting, appearing quite surprised by this comrade's decision to sacrifice himself. Gong Ting said, I know full well I can't defeat the entire pack of C-rank monsters, but I believe I can stall long enough for everyone to escape. Just then, the mantises emitted terrifying screeches, then simultaneously lunged toward the 2 hunters who were still conscious. The sound of metal clashing rang out violently as Gong Ting charged alone into the ring of monsters. Gong Ting knew full well that he was the reason everyone ended up here. He was the one who dragged the whole team into this hellish battle. Amidst the series of sharp attacks from the monsters, Gong Ting's golden-orange sword swung continuously and powerfully. He gasped for air continuously, blood and sweat streaming down his face. But Gong Ting didn't back down. He believed he had to be the one to deal with the consequences he had caused himself. Seeing that scene, Si Chen smiled faintly. Finally, he admitted that he had misjudged Gong Ting. Right at that moment, the system began the transformation process. A brilliant golden electric current exploded, covering Si Chen's entire body. Thunder and lightning appeared continuously, creating immense pressure throughout the dungeon. Before them was an army of monsters. Their screeches echoed through the cave like thousands of blades scraping against the eardrums. The atmosphere inside the cave was thick with murderous intent, so heavy that even breathing became difficult. And at the center of it all, the white-cloaked overlord stood towering in the darkness. But Si Chen's eyes had no anxiety. He declared he would take down this overlord, but Gong Ting immediately spoke up to stop him. Don't act without thinking. He stared at the overlord Rasa Inferno, his voice trembling with fear. We can't defeat this thing. I see it very clearly. This thing is in a completely different league compared to us. It has definitely reached A rank. Looking at his comrades lying collapsed on the ground, Gong Ting once again demanded that Si Chen take everyone away immediately. It was the only way they could survive right now. Si Chen remained standing, his back emanating a strange firmness. He replied slowly, "That's right, this monster is truly a nightmare, I won't deny that. But the dungeon gates have been completely sealed. If they hadn't been, the Imperial Guild would have surely charged in long ago." Gong Ting was stunned, his face turning pale with astonishment. He couldn't believe their only retreat had been completely cut off. Si Chen kept his terrifyingly calm expression, his eyes looking straight ahead. At the moment, Si Chen couldn't see the monster's level. If Rasa Inferno had truly reached A rank, this situation had far exceeded the capacity of a normal confrontation. Si Chen immediately associated the power of this entity with the Phantom Lion King in the deep floors of the magic tower. A mantis screeched piercingly and lunged straight toward them at terrifying speed. Si Chen raised his hand in a flash to block. A dry clashing sound echoed as the golden current stopped the monster's blade. Another monster immediately lunged to attack Si Chen from another direction, its claws aimed straight for his head. Gong Ting shouted in panic, "Watch out!" Right after that, Gong Ting charged forward, coordinating perfectly with Si Chen to eliminate the two monsters. Yet the insect monster army didn't stop screeching, frantically lunging forward like an endless tide. Gong Ting gradually felt desperate as the number of monsters grew larger. With this situation, it was only a matter of time before the entire team was devoured by those creatures. A massive electrical current began to converge in Si Chen's palm, illuminating a corner of the cave. He finally unleashed his true skill. The electric blade skill was officially activated. Golden lightning bolts shot out from Si Chen's position, sweeping through the entire pack of monsters surrounding them. Each electrical current carried terrible power. The monsters were pierced by intense thunderous swords. Their bodies exploded, green fluid splashing under the terrifying heat of the electricity. Right after that, Si Chen continued using the Flash God skill. His body turned into a streak of yellow light, moving at unimaginable speed, leaving behind only faint afterimages. Consecutive explosions resounded across the battlefield. Wherever Si Chen appeared, the monsters there were torn apart in the blink of an eye. Witnessing that scene, Gong Ting was left speechless. He stammered, unable to believe his eyes, as this completely couldn't happen with a normal assassin. In the perception of most people, the assassin class possessed very low base strength stats, and often became a burden when having to face a large number of enemies. Yet Si Chen proved the exact opposite. Every slash he made stabbed accurately into the vital weak points of the monsters with absolute precision. He used speed and technique at an extremely high level to completely compensate for the gap in power. Si Chen was carrying out an overwhelming massacre right before his teammates' eyes. Gong Ting's eyes widened, struggling to keep up with Si Chen's lightning-fast movements. He realized he was witnessing a level of combat that was completely different. The monsters were destroyed in droves, creating a chaotic scene with countless golden electrical sparks interweaving throughout the space. This power had clearly reached the A-rank level. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Gong Ting tightened his grip on the sword hilt. A bold thought gradually appeared in his mind. Gong Ting began to feel that they actually had a chance to turn this situation around. The Overlord entity suddenly spoke, his voice full of annoyance at the stubborn resistance of two tiny humans. A pinkish-purple energy current exploded violently. The Overlord used an ultimate enhancement skill called Enhancement on all 7 monsters. A series of strength and stamina stats for the monsters skyrocketed in an instant. Their bodies began to change, their outer shells becoming thicker and overwhelmingly sturdy. After being enhanced, the monsters became much larger and more ferocious. They quickly surrounded Si Chen, forming a deadly ring of pressure. The Overlord coldly ordered his minions, "Mince him into tiny pieces." Its rage covered the entire cave. Facing the monsters that had been enhanced in strength, Si Chen didn't waver in the slightest. The golden lightning around his body flared even more violently. Preparing for the next counterattack, a massive attack carrying purple energy slammed down onto the ground where Si Chen was standing. Si Chen accelerated, using the giant mantis's claw as a ladder to approach its head. He launched himself into the air, continuously unleashing attacks at the mantis's head. The golden light trails left behind after each of Si Chen's attacks looked like brilliant lightning ribbons. Below, Gong Ting was funneling all his power into the sword, preparing for the decisive blow. He silently called Si Chen's name, hoping he could hold out a little longer. Si Chen concentrated to the limit, his eyes glowing with lightning amidst the suffocating, tense atmosphere. The lightning around him began to roar more violently than ever before. Si Chen's slashes were so fast that the naked eye almost couldn't keep up. Consecutive loud explosions rang out as the 7 monsters fell one by one under the fury of the golden lightning. With overwhelming numbers, a monster quickly approached behind Si Chen, but before it could unleash an attack, Si Chen had already vanished. Right after that, like a phantom, Si Chen appeared behind the monster, giving it absolutely no time to react. A slash carrying thunderous power struck straight down at the enemy. The power continued to explode violently. The monster roared crazily, as if wanting to devour its opponent. Right after that, it unleashed an attack. The monster's attack knocked Si Chen backward, but it wasn't enough to injure him. After sliding along the ground, Si Chen stopped. After a short moment to catch his breath, Si Chen realized the situation was becoming more dangerous as the pack of monsters had been enhanced to B-rank power levels. Their outer shells were now as hard as steel, completely protecting their vital weak points. Si Chen understood he had to find a way to break this defense as soon as possible. Just then, Gong Ting's voice rang out from behind. "A thank you uttered amidst the chaotic battlefield, signaling that he had completed his preparations." The entire cave instantly lit up with a massive flow of fire energy erupting from Gong Ting's body. He had traded all his defensive capabilities to push his offensive power to the maximum, preparing to unleash his strongest attack after Si Chen had excellently completed his stalling mission. 5:30 p.m. at Si Chen's apartment. Zhu Tong, Si Yun's classmate, brought in a bag of drinks. "Sorry for making you wait so long. Buying things took longer than expected." Si Yun waved her hand. "It's fine because brother Si Chen hasn't come home yet." Zhu Tong was a little surprised to hear that. The two sat at the dining table. Zhu Tong curiously asked, "Has Si Chen heard that his younger sister got into the art academy yet?" Si Yun shook her head. "Not yet, but I told him that today I have something extremely important to say." "Well, let's just eat first. He'll be home late anyway." Just as they were about to eat, Si Yun discovered that the jar of garlic sauce had been empty for who knows how long. She hurriedly put on her coat, instructing Zhu Tong, "You stay home and wait. Leo and I will go out and buy some quickly. By the way, I'll buy some more snacks so we can celebrate fully tonight." Si Yun dropped by the convenience store. After paying, she slowly walked outside with the shopping bag in the sunset light. Walking in the sunset, Si Yun smiled and stroked Leo's head. "You're such a good, obedient little angel." Leo was busy chewing on the food in the bag, which was why they hadn't heard any noise since they left. Si Yun petted Leo while walking and promised, "Next time I'll buy you more cookies." She was still enjoying the peaceful moment, unaware of anything. From a hidden corner of a building, a figure was silently observing her every move. The gaze was full of scrutiny and danger. They were 2 men who looked quite dangerous. One was smoking while confirming to his accomplice, "Target is in our sights." He held up a photo of Si Yun to confirm. The other asked, "Should we act right now to take her?" The ringleader ordered, "Just calmly tail her. Once she's out of the area with surveillance cameras, we'll move in and handle it neatly." Footsteps silently tailed Si Yun. The sound of shoes hitting the floor sounded quite threatening in the deserted alley. But Si Yun wasn't naive. She had realized early on that someone was tailing her from the moment she left the store, wondering to herself what they wanted. The 2 strangers still crept along, keeping a certain distance but full of pressure. Leo in the bag also began to growl a threatening warning. Si Yun whispered, "It seems like he has also sensed the murderous intent aimed at us." She pulled her coat tighter and told Leo, "Stay hidden inside. Absolutely do not climb out in this situation." Si Yun's eyes suddenly turned worried. "Looks like we have to take a gamble." Meanwhile, at the dungeon, Gong Ting was gathering all his power, activating his maximum power state to unleash his final finishing move. Extreme Blaze Rift, the strongest technique of the nuclear warrior, was launched. Gong Ting roared, "I swear I will blow this A-rank overlord away." No matter how strong it was, the giant flame burning from Gong Ting's sword swept past, colliding violently with the monster's dark power. A massive explosion erupted instantly. Blinding light covered a wide battlefield area. All the monsters the attack swept past were turned into ash. The destructive attack landed directly on the Overlord's center, but the monster didn't have time to dodge. A pillar of fire engulfed the Overlord. Its heat seemed intent on burning everything around it. The thundering explosion echoed, the shockwave from the ultimate move creating an extremely horrific sight. Gong Ting collapsed from exhaustion, having to plant his sword in the ground to keep from falling. His entire stamina, mental control, and elemental energy were completely exhausted after that strike. Gong Ting gasped, his eyes dim as he looked toward the ruins, believing that everything had finally come to an end and the monster had been destroyed. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, revealing a devastated scene with monster corpses lying everywhere. Gong Ting wheezed, confirming the victory. However, from within the hazy fog, a cold voice rang out, full of sarcasm. "Is that all the power you have?" Si Chen stood at a distance, observing with a surprised expression. While Gong Ting was horrified to realize the monster was still alive, the rank boss slowly emerged from the smoke, completely unharmed. It looked at Gong Ting with contempt, mocking the disappointingly weak human. Gong Ting was stunned. He had poured every ounce of his energy into the attack, but it had absolutely no effect. The monster remained standing tall, not even receiving a single scratch after Gong Ting's final strike. Si Chen stared intently at the entity before him, his mind already calculating his next move. Si Chen quickly realized. Just before the impact, the monster had managed to drain energy from the surrounding demon eggs to create an impenetrable shield. Gong Ting breathed heavily in despair, staring at his blade that had been drained of its fiery energy. He wondered if this was truly the end. Just then, Si Chen nonchalantly stepped behind Gong Ting and made an unexpected offer. "Let's make a deal." Si Chen proposed that he would yield the first-place glory to Gong Ting, provided that the entire $1 million prize money belonged to him. Immediately, the system began to notify that Si Chen was changing his job to a new class. Si Chen's hand tightened around the blade, burning with purple magical power. He prepared to make his move, but did not forget to reiterate a prerequisite. Si Chen officially revealed himself in his powerful level 24 Inferno Jakasa form. He coldly warned Gong Ting, "Don't you dare say a word to anyone about what you are about to witness." Gong Ting was struck dumb, his mouth hanging open in astonishment. The concept of a dual-class user, pink-purple streams of spiritual energy, began to be drawn from the carcasses of thousands of monsters scattered across the battlefield. Everything was sucked back toward the center where Si Chen was standing. The system notified, Si Chen has activated the ultimate skill, collapse, of the Stella warrior profession. All the stamina and strength of those who had fallen were swallowed, causing his stats to skyrocket dizzyingly. Gong Ting was completely overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure, radiating from the person he had always looked down upon. Even the A-rank overlord began to feel uneasy. Si Chen took a deep breath. His eerie fangs were clearly visible as his body finished fully assimilating the power from the monster's corpses. With glowing red demon horns and eyes emitting a cold, blue, murderous intent, Si Chen in his Inferno Jakasa form officially entered the fray. He coldly affirmed to Gong Ting, "I'll finish this overlord monster off myself." The Wraith Mage began to use its skill. A wave of terrifying pressure spread throughout the space. The glowing red eyes beneath the cloak whispered the voices of the spirits. A green energy sphere exploded, creating a series of shockwaves that seemed to suffocate everything around it. Gong Ting collapsed to his knees, clutching his head in pain. He hadn't expected the monster to use this skill. To avoid being hypnotized, he bit down hard on the blade, using the pain to keep himself conscious. In contrast to his teammates' struggle, Si Chen remained standing firm. His cold, blue eyes didn't waver in the slightest before the mental attack. The Wraith Mage was stunned. Its glowing red eyes widened in shock. It could not understand how an ordinary human could resist its skill. Si Chen stepped forward slowly. The sound of his boots echoed steadily on the ground. The monster shrieked in panic. Why does the hypnosis not work on you?" Refusing to accept defeat, the Wraith Mage began to gather energy to unleash a finishing move. It poured all of its mana into an attack called Finishing Move, Sonic Hell. Glowing red sound waves erupted from the defensive barrier, sweeping through everything in their path with terrifying, destructive power. But Si Chen kept his calm expression, while Gong Ting had to try his best just to stay on his feet. Affected by the attack, Gong Ting suffered numerous wounds, with blood constantly flowing out in a terrifying manner. Glowing red rays emanated from the Wraith Mage's body as if to swallow the space. It believed this attack would crush every enemy. But when the dust cleared, It revealed Si Chen's confident face with sharp teeth and a cold smirk. He looked more like a monster than his opponent. The sound of Si Chen's footsteps still echoed steadily on the barren ground. Every sound was a dagger, stabbing directly into the mage's confidence. The Wraith Mage began to panic in earnest. It couldn't believe its eyes seeing Si Chen unharmed by the Sonic Hell skill. "This is impossible. Why can't I hurt you?" The Wraith Mage screamed in despair as it saw its authority being trampled. "Tear him apart for me, crush him into 100 pieces." In fear, the Wraith Mage summoned giant black snakes to charge and attack Si Chen. Si Chen didn't flinch. He turned and swung his weapon. A blade trail carrying cold purple flames tore through space. A giant snake head was sliced off, black blood splattering everywhere. The giant snake writhed on the ground in pain and quickly lost the ability to fight. At this moment, the Wraith Mage continued to order the giant snakes to rush in and attack. Si Chen was like a grim reaper dancing among the monsters. Each sharp slash tore the monsters into many pieces, turning them into piles of minced meat, with blood staining the entire area red. Si Chen gained momentum and leaped into the air, charging straight toward the Wraith Mage's protective sphere. Realizing what Si Chen intended to do, the Wraith Mage thought he was acting in vain, because its defense system was impenetrable. Responding to that confidence, Si Chen soared into the air, unleashing a powerful slash accompanied by a sarcastic question. "Really?" He activated the skill Ocean Collapse. All energy from the surrounding corpses was drained, pushing Si Chen's power to its maximum level. A direct slash struck down. The shield shattered like glass before Si Chen's terrifying power. The monster stared in shock as its defense crumbled. To this moment, it still couldn't believe why Si Chen was that strong. Gong Ting from afar was also speechless. He was terrified to see that Si Chen had broken through the boss's barrier with a single blow. Who on earth is he? Si Chen didn't give his opponent time to counterattack. His fist flared with energy once again, preparing for the finishing blow. Immediately after, the skilled triple cataclysm crushing mode was activated. Si Chen's fist pierced through the monster's body. A heaven-shaking explosion rang out when the monster's body collided with the ground. No way. The dust gradually settled, revealing the Wraith Mage's body, now just a mangled corpse groaning in despair among the rubble. Si Chen walked forward coldly. His eyes had turned a fierce, glowing red. He stepped on his enemy and ordered, "Speak, what is your connection to Wrath?" The Wraith Mage trembled when it heard that name. It asked back in shock, How do you know the name of the Demon King of Wrath?" Si Chen's gaze became even more terrifying. He repeated his demand decisively, "Answer me now." The mage laughed insanely while dying. "If I knew where Wrath was, I would have gone to break the seal to save him instead of lying here." "Break the seal?" Si Chen was surprised to hear this information. He didn't expect someone as powerful as the Demon King of Wrath to be sealed by some mysterious force. Despite his body gradually dissolving into black smoke, the Wraith Mage kept laughing arrogantly in front of Si Chen. "Just you wait, the Lord of Wrath will return soon." It screamed its final threat while its body slowly vanished. The Wraith Mage declared that the Demon King would lead an army of demons back to slaughter these useless humans. The terrifying laughter echoed throughout the cave. Si Chen stood still in the middle of the ruined battlefield. After defeating the Wraith Mage, Si Chen's gluttony skill began to activate. A block of energy was sucked tightly into his palm. The devouring status bar was gradually filling up. The notification, "Devouring process complete," appeared. Si Chen had successfully stolen the power of the Wraith Mage, a ghost-type mage with incredibly terrifying stats and skill. A brilliant golden light surrounded Si Chen. He officially leveled up to 25, while receiving precious items from the corpse of the ancient entity that had just been destroyed. Holding the new skill card in his hand, Si Chen pondered on what he had just heard. It turned out that the Demon King of Wrath had existed in this world long before being sealed by some mysterious force. There were secrets about the past, and the Demon Kings that even someone as strong as him had never heard of. Suddenly, Si Chen felt an aura. Gong Ting suppressed his pain, one hand clutching his bleeding wound. He looked at Si Chen with a mix of awe and horror, unable to believe he had just witnessed an awakener possessing multiple professions. Gong Ting admitted he had failed, and that Si Chen's power was on an entirely different level from his own. Grateful for being saved, Gong Ting promised to keep the secret about Si Chen's true power until he died. Si Chen remained silent, his gaze still cold as if he were thinking about some issue. Coughing fits made Gong Ting wince in pain. Blood gushed out from between his teeth. His body had reached its limit after taking the attacks from the Wraith Mage. Si Chen looked from afar and then reassured him. "The boss has been defeated. The dungeon exit must have opened." Hang in there a bit longer, the guild members will be in here soon. But just as he was about to leave, a flash of electricity zipped through Si Chen's mind. His eyes suddenly glowed with a purple light, signaling a terrible event happening elsewhere. A horrifying vision appeared before Si Chen's eyes, as clear as if it were happening right in front of him. Amidst the hazy purple mist, a mysterious middle-aged man wearing a gray suit appeared. He radiated terrifying pressure with black tentacles surrounding his body. Si Chen blurted out in shock, "Zai Yun." A feeling of extreme unease surged as he realized his only sister was in danger. The mysterious man wearing sunglasses revealed himself with glowing, cunning green eyes. The man's dark tentacles were reaching out, preparing to swallow the poor prey. Zai Yun was clutching the lion Leo in extreme fear. The tentacles had wrapped tightly around them and both of their lives were at stake. On a late afternoon on June 24, Zai Yun was on her way home through the city's small streets. Since stepping out of the convenience store, she had felt suspicious shadows following her every step. Two thugs were sneaking right behind her. Hidden inside the backpack, baby Leo also sensed the hostility and let out a low growl to protect her. Sensing the backpack shifting, Zai Yun asked her pet if it was sensing danger. Instead of panicking, she gently held the bag and told her little friend to hide carefully inside. Without a hint of fear, Zai Yun turned back with a brave and fierce expression. Truth be told, she almost felt happy that they were following her, because her dull evening had just become a lot more interesting. She immediately utilized her survival instincts. When being followed, rule number 1 is to go to a crowded place. Dashing down a flight of stairs, she headed straight for the bustling market. At this dusk hour, the local restaurant row was extremely crowded. Taking advantage of the dinner rush hour chaos, she quickly slipped into the massive crowd, blending in naturally with the shoppers and diners to lose her tail. Behind her, the thugs quickly lost sight of her. The guy in the beanie cap began aggressively pushing people, crazily trying to squeeze through the dense crowd. But Zai Yun's stealth skills were impeccable. The very second they were distracted by the crowd and looked away, she vanished without a trace. Two thugs stood bewildered in the middle of the street in shock. They looked around frantically, searching for any sign of her. Meanwhile, Zai Yun ran quickly into a deserted alleyway to hide. She breathed a sigh of relief when confirming that the scary pursuers had vanished. Just as Zai Yun thought she had escaped, a heavy footstep echoed right in front of her. She froze, startled to see a suspicious older man with slick-back white hair standing on the stoop of her apartment building. Casually taking a drag from a cigarette, he sarcastically grumbled that he had been waiting for a long time because the building's door was locked. Her heart sank as she realized this was a set-up trap. Terrified, Zai Yun backed away, demanding to know who they were and how they knew exactly where she lived. Before she could get an answer, the two thugs from earlier had caught up and blocked her escape route, mocking her about how fast she could run. Realizing she was completely cornered, Zai Yun tried to find a way to escape, dashing down the hallway while the hunters laughed insanely at her futile resistance. But these guys were no ordinary street thugs. They were awakeners. Suddenly, a blast of ice magic shot out, freezing her feet stiff to the ground. Her sudden momentum caused her to fall face first onto the pavement, sending her backpack flying far away. Her legs were completely frozen when a hand covered in deep blue frost approached. The thug in the beanie stood towering over her head, drooling like a lunatic. He mockingly asked if she was tired yet, telling her to take a rest and continue serving him. Just as the pursuer was about to touch her, Zai Yun screamed in panic. But before that jerk could touch her, a massive, powerful foot slammed straight into his face, sending him flying backward and crashing hard onto the pavement. To the surprise of the white-haired leader, a loud noise shook the ground. Stepping out right in front of a trembling Zai Yun was a majestic, giant white lion. Zai Yun was stunned, staring at this legendary glowing beast. Her eyes widened in disbelief when she realized this legendary predator was none other than her baby Li. The thug clutched his bleeding face, screaming in extreme terror. He was crying and yelling at his friend about how the client who hired them had never mentioned the giant, ferocious lion. Leo let out a thunderous roar that shook the entire alley. Completely terrified, the pursuer panicked, crazily concentrating yellow lightning into his fist in a last-ditch effort to defend himself. But maintaining that giant, legendary form was too much for a baby beast. Immediately after its heroic entrance, Leo's energy was depleted, and it instantly dispelled the transformation, shrinking back into its adorable small form before falling backward, completely stunned. Seeing her tiny guardian unconscious from exhaustion, Zai Yun panicked, immediately hugging the little champion to her chest and checking if it was okay after having used up all its energy. Seeing the legendary lion instantly shrink back into a helpless cub, The white-haired leader looked on with extreme disappointment. He smirked, muttering that he had thought that beast had to be something special. With a cold snap of his fingers, he decided to end this game and show off his own terrifying awakener power. Thorny tree roots pierced through the concrete floor, engulfing the narrow alley as he smirked that the cub couldn't even maintain the form for 10 seconds. Giant vines curled and wrapped tightly around Zai-yun, trapping her in a cage full of sharp thorns. Clutching the stunned Leo to her chest, she desperately warned him to stay away, but her warnings meant nothing to a seasoned murderer. Moving the thorny branches closer to her face, the leader coldly told her not to waste his time. He issued a terrifying ultimatum. She could hand over the beast herself, or he would tear her apart to get it. Just as the leader was about to tighten the trap, Leo's eyes lit up and the legendary bond skill was activated. Stellar Warp. Consuming spiritual control, a massive teleportation gate opened, and in a pink flash of light, Si Chen warped right to Leo's position and unleashed a devastating kick straight into the leader's face. The massive impact force from the warped kick sent the thug flying backward like a ragdoll, shattering the metal trash cans in the alley. Si Chen calmly turned to his sister and apologized for being late, casually explaining that the work in the dungeon took more time than expected before asking if she and Leo were okay. The beanie-wearing thug was completely bewildered, wondering where this monster possessing such terrifying power had suddenly appeared from. Still in shock, his sister tried to explain the situation, warning her brother that she didn't know how they had tracked her and that they were all high-level awakeners. But Si Chen just turned back with a reassuring smile, telling her to take a deep breath because her brother was here now. Meanwhile, the leader climbed out of the rubble. Seeing his plan interrupted instantly, he went mad for having let his guard down even for a second. With thorny roots wrapped around his body, he screamed that Si Chen had just made the biggest mistake of his life, vowing to bring both their heads back to the client and demand triple the bounty. But our guy didn't even flinch, clenching his fists as yellow lightning began to crackle violently around his knuckles. Si Chen calmly told his sister to stand behind him and stay there, promising that this wouldn't take much time. Si Chen recalled his childhood. One day, he was getting beaten to a pulp in a dusty alleyway. The leader of the assault was his own cousin, who was yelling at him to know his place. The thugs pinned young Si Chen down to the filthy floor, intending to crush his spirit. But the bullies hadn't counted on his sister. A young Zai-yun suddenly charged into the alley, holding a large metal pipe, ordering the thugs to take their hands off her brother. The arrogant orange-haired cousin didn't show any fear. He laughed at the attempt of the tiny little girl trying to play hero. Seeing the whole group turn their attention toward his sister, Si Chen screamed loudly in panic, desperately telling his cousin not to take even one step toward her. He desperately reminded the bully of the solemn promise to never lay a finger on Zai-yun. The smug cousin just laughed it off, openly admitting that he had lied. He proudly boasted that today was the day he would finally teach the unpleasant members of his family a lesson about humility. But while the ringleader was busy with his monologue, he made a fatal mistake. Taking advantage of the distraction, young Si Chen spotted a heavy brick on the ground, snatched it up, and smashed it straight into the face of the thug, pinning him down, leaving everyone in shock. Young Si Chen was furious, raising the blood-soaked brick. He charged straight at his cousin. The arrogant orange-haired ringleader's face instantly turned pale when he saw Si Chen rushing toward him with pure murderous intent. Si Chen dealt a brutal brick blow straight to his cousin's face for breaking his word, sending him sprawling onto the concrete pavement. Bleeding and sobbing on the floor, the defeated cousin screamed in terror, calling Si Chen a true psychopath. Catching his breath, young Si Chen dropped his makeshift weapon and gently told the trembling Zai-yun that everything was okay, and that she didn't need to be afraid. For now, Si Chen told Zai-yun to stay in a safe place, and calmly reassured his sister that he would resolve this in a moment. Not letting their prey escape, the pursuers lunged straight at him, ready to kill. Clutching baby Leo, Zai-yun was panicked. She frantically warned that he was facing 3 extremely dangerous and deranged awakeners, believing that her brother stood no chance against all of them at once. The thug in the beanie charged, swinging a massive fist charged with lightning. He yelled at Si Chen, mocking him for just standing there without even attempting to defend himself. But before he could realize what was happening, Si Chen countered with a single, powerful punch that sent him flying headfirst into the concrete wall. Seeing her brother easily take down a high-level awakener with one hand, Zai-yun was completely speechless. Just then, the bleeding thug in the beanie jumped, crazily lunging with a glowing magical dagger. Without breaking a sweat, Si Chen gently caught the thug's wrist in midair, before delivering a brutal knee strike straight to his face. The massive impact force sent the thug flying backward, causing him to roll into the trash pile in the alley. Immediately, a thorny wooden root erupted from the concrete toward him. But with lightning-fast reflexes, Si Chen easily tilted his head to dodge the surprise attack. The heavy vine missed its target completely, slamming into the brick wall behind him. Seeing his subordinates easily taken down, the white-haired leader completely lost his mind, screaming in rage that a kid just wearing a school uniform dared to make a joke out of them. Utilizing plant magic, the boss summoned a swarm of giant, glowing wooden thorns, crazily vowing to turn Si Chen into a human pincushion. Si Chen remained calm, and utilizing his godlike agility, he fluidly dodged and weaved through the storm of razor-sharp vines without receiving a single scratch. In a single motion, Si Chen launched straight through the gap in the defenses, closing the distance instantly. The white-haired boss was terrified, screaming that this couldn't be happening and panicking because he couldn't understand how someone could move like that. Seeing him dominate the match, Zai Yun suddenly realized. She had almost forgotten that her brother hadn't just passed the graduation combat exam with flying colors. He had completely obliterated all other contestants. Si Chen swung his fist and delivered a straight punch to the leader's jaw, showing the group that he was operating on an entirely different level of power. The massive impact force sent the boss flying backward like a rocket, crashing hard into the alley wall, and just like that, the boss passed out, bleeding and completely defeated on the ground. Over by the trash pile, the thug in the beanie remained unresponsive. Beside him, the hooded boss slumped against the wall, completely unconscious. The entire threat had been eliminated in less than a minute. Casually dusting off his clothes, Si Chen turned to his sister and told her to take baby Leo home to a safe place immediately. He reassured her with a smile, promising that he would quickly dump these clowns at the local police station and meet her at the apartment before she knew it. Still a bit stunned by the scene, but feeling completely safe, Zai Yun hugged her fluffy pet tight and happily agreed to head home first. A few hours later, under the dim light of the crescent moon, the battered white-haired leader slowly began to wake up. Groaning in pain, the boss tried to open his blood-caked eyes, but his confusion quickly turned into terror. He realized that he and his two henchmen had been disarmed and tied tightly back-to-back around a concrete pillar, with Si Chen looking straight down at them. The leader panicked immediately, crazily demanding to know where they were and why they had been dragged to this remote location, while the thug in the beanie groaned that his shattered skull felt like it was cracking in two. Still completely unfazed by the groaning, Si Chen coldly asked if they belonged to the Black Mountain Guild. Knowing they would never lift a finger without being paid up front, he directly demanded to know who was behind the kidnapping of his sister. The bruised boss just smirked through his blood, refusing to talk. He arrogantly explained that betrayal was a death sentence in their line of work, so he had no intention of opening his mouth. Si Chen didn't even blink. Realizing they wanted to play hardball, he sighed calmly, deciding that they could choose the hard way. Suddenly, a wave of black energy surrounded him as the system initiated a class change. The system confirmed the change was complete, revealing Si Chen's terrifying level 25 Phantom Sorcerer class. Equipped with dark psychological manipulation spells like Soul Rest Enigma and Ripple Hell, he was about to show these mercenaries a level of mental torture they would never forget. Interrogating the captives, Si Chen wasted no time and activated the Phantom Sorcerer magic he had just attained to forcibly penetrate the white-haired leader's mind. Under the weight of the hypnosis, the mental defenses of the mercenaries began to crack. Before anyone could steady themselves, a thorny root erupted from the concrete right next to them. Terrified, the thug in the beanie screamed in panic, demanding to know what was happening to his boss. Unswayed by the screaming, Si Chen unleashed Soul Rest Enigma and aimed for the legs first. In the blink of an eye, a sharp vine pierced sweetly through the leader's thigh, staining the floor red. Then Si Chen calmly marked the hands as the next target. Another thorny branch erupted upward, piercing through the mercenary's palm to ensure he could never threaten anyone ever again, clearly showing that this agony was exactly what they deserved for daring to touch his sister. Witnessing his gang being dismantled so easily, the thug in the beanie lost his last shred of courage, screaming in terror at the power standing in front of him. With a cold gaze, Si Chen declared that it was finally the survivor's turn, and the surrounding roots curled closer, ready to repeat the torture session. The threat broke the mercenary's will instantly. Sobbing and begging for mercy, he confessed everything, babbling that the mastermind behind the kidnapping was the son of the #1 hospital director. Desperate to save his life, the thug screamed the client's name, Jin Duoxin. At 5:00 p.m. that day, at a luxurious rooftop pool party at the top of the Purple Peak Tower, Jin Duoxin was relaxing, completely unaware that the mercenaries he hired had sold him out. His wealthy friends began to tease him, laughing about how a legendary school god had been rejected twice by an underclassman. Jin Duoxin fumed in silence, vowing that she had made him look like a fool in front of everyone, and promised himself that she would regret every single second of that tonight. Frustrated by the relentless mockery, he snapped at a girl trying to follow him and rushed toward the restroom to clear his head. While he was at the urinal, the restroom lights began to flicker and hum, immediately grabbing his attention. Growling in frustration, he cursed his bad luck, complaining that even the building's electrical system was conspiring against him tonight. Suddenly, a shadow appeared. Jin Duoxin turned around and saw Si Chen standing behind him. Our guy calmly demanded confirmation of whether he was indeed Jin Duoxin. Down in the surveillance room, security staff were chatting about how the wealthy kids had booked the top floor and turned off all security cameras for a private party. One of the guards leaned in close, whispering a dark rumor that many girls up there didn't come voluntarily, but had been lured into a trap. Shocked by this revelation, the other guard could hardly believe his ears. The informant confirmed it, explaining that not long ago, a student took her own life after being abused at one of these parties. But the wealthy parents had buried the scandal under a mountain of hush money. He warned his colleague never to be fooled by their expensive clothes and beautiful faces, because behind closed doors, these spoiled heirs were no better than beasts. Meanwhile, back in the restroom, Jin Duoxin panicked and demanded to know who this intruder was, threatening to call the police and have him kicked out immediately. Instead of answering, Si Chen calmly took out his phone and made a call. Jin Duoxin froze in terror as his own phone began to ring, with an incoming call from the mercenary contact, Blackie. Holding the mercenary's phone, Si Chen stared at him, confirming that Jin Duoxin was indeed the one who had ordered the attack on his sister. Terrified, Jin Duoxin demanded to know what had happened to Blackie, but the answer came in the form of Si Chen, easily crushing the phone into pieces with crackling lightning. Overcome by terror, the spoiled heir backed away, screaming for the monster in front of him to stay back and desperately begging to know who he was facing. In an instant, Si Chen launched Jin Duoxin straight through the restroom window glass. Shards fell like rain as the spoiled heir plunged onto the pool deck below. Bleeding and bruised on the hard floor, Jin Duoxin screamed insanely for help, begging anyone to save him. He looked toward the pool only to see a chilling sight. All his party guests were already floating face down in the water or lying unconscious. Si Chen stepped out onto the pool deck, enveloped in a terrifying dark aura. Desperate to escape, Jin Duoxin crawled backward on his hands and knees, cursing in a panic. Looking up at the glowing eyes of his pursuer, he screamed, demanding to know who he was, what he had done to deserve this, and why he was being hunted. He tried to play his final card, loudly boasting about his father's high status as the director of the #1 hospital. He yelled that if Si Chen touched a finger on him, his father would use all his power and influence to bury him. Tired of the empty threats, Si Chen ordered Jin Duoxin to shut his mouth, immediately seizing control of the heir's mind with hypnosis. Under the influence of the magic, Jin Duoxin dropped to his knees. Si Chen looked down at his puppet and coldly ordered him to pick up a sharp piece of glass. Jin Duoxin's hand moved down automatically, gripping the sharp glass. It was clear that pure evil didn't just lurk inside dungeons. Instead, it walked among normal people every day. Jin Duoxin and his friends had committed unspeakable crimes against a helpless student. These spoiled kids used their endless wealth to cover up their crimes, pushing the poor girl to take her own life in despair. When tragedy struck, they simply used their family's power and influence to ensure that not a single accusation could stick to them. Jin Duoxin had even faked the autopsy report to claim it was a tragic accident, boasting that the world belonged to those with money. This was exactly the monster who paid a massive sum to the mercenaries, ordering them to ruin Zai Yun's life at any cost. But this time, Jin Duoxin had made the fatal mistake of targeting the sister of the wrong person. Gripping the razor-sharp glass under hypnotic control, he slowly brought it to his own throat. Si Chen vowed to hunt down and eliminate every threat to his sister, even if it meant playing judge, jury, and executioner. Even if he had to walk through the darkest depths of the world, he would never hesitate. Si Chen then ordered his puppet to end everything. Previously, right after the brutal tiebreaker battle inside the wild dungeon, a victorious Si Chen stood over his injured opponent, Gong Ting. He calmly told him the dungeon master was dead and the exit was clear, urging him to try to wait until the rescue team arrived. Gong Ting promised that as soon as he got out, he would tell everyone the truth, that Si Chen was the one who had saved all their lives. However, there was no time to celebrate. Si Chen's senses suddenly spiked, and through the mental link with his pet Leo, he saw a horrifying sight. The terrifying mercenary Blackie was closing in on his sister, Zai Yun. Realizing she was in danger, Si Chen quickly activated his Stellar Tamer skill, Stellar Warp, using up all his mental energy to teleport and vanish from the dungeon instantly. Gong Ting stood looking at the empty space in shock. He realized that Si Chen wasn't just a dual-class user, but was actually operating multiple classes at once, leaving him to wonder how many more secrets his rival was hiding. Not long after, heavy footsteps echoed through the tunnels, as Director Gong Xuan rushed into the cave with emergency medical staff, frantically ordering them to save the students. The rescue team quickly rushed into the pit to reach Gong Ting. While they used restoration magic to stop his bleeding, Gong Xuan stepped forward to check his condition. Looking at his severely injured student, Gong Xuan wiped sweat from his forehead and noted that the dungeon boss possessed terrifying B-rank power, telling Gong Ting that surviving a battle with such a monster was an absolute miracle. Meanwhile, other doctors tended to the survivors, confirming that Sato Woda was stable and purified. Although safe physically, a traumatized Jasmine could only mutter in her delirium about the mental nightmares she had just experienced. Gong Xuan then noticed that Si Chen was missing. When search teams found no trace of him, the director assumed the boy had been scared and ran off, ordering his subordinates to scour the area. Furious, Gong Xuan blamed the entire disaster on the incompetence of the inspection agency. He angrily declared that Gong Ting's injury was their fault and promised to fire every inspector as soon as they returned. On the other hand, Gong Ting's cunning father, Gong Lin, looked at the blood-stained scene and smirked. He immediately began weaving a false story, attributing the event to a tragic monster outbreak that the judges simply couldn't handle. Gong Lin intended to tell the world that his heroic son had stood up to save everyone when all hope was lost. Tormented by this false credit, Gong Ting tried to speak up to admit that Si Chen was the one who had actually killed the boss. However, his father interrupted immediately by squeezing hard on his freshly bandaged shoulder wound. Causing intense pain, he whispered a threat, telling Gong Ting that he would take the credit, while nearby witnesses had to remain silent out of fear. He coldly ordered his son to clean up the scene, declaring that tomorrow's graduation ceremony would be where Gong Ting would step into the spotlight as the Academy's greatest hero. That evening at their rented apartment, the atmosphere was much more cheerful. Over a hot meal, Ju Tong excitedly congratulated Zai Yun for passing the exam and getting accepted into the prestigious Central International Academy of Arts. Ju Tong was thrilled for her best friend, cheering that Zai Yun was finally pursuing her dream and was on her way to becoming a world-class artist. Meanwhile, Si Chen casually sipped a soda with a calm, expressionless face. Noticing her brother's lack of excitement, a pouting Zai Yun asked why he looked bored, as if he had already known she would pass. Si Chen quickly smiled and assured her that he was genuinely happy for her, despite the fact that he remembered that in his past life, she had received the acceptance letter on this exact day. Ju Tong admitted she was very jealous, as studying in the elite city of Sanhaven was a rare opportunity that ordinary people could only dream of. However, Zai Yun was worried about Sanhaven being so far away and the expensive cost of living. Seeing her hesitate, Si Chen stepped in and told her to completely forget about money or any other worries. Setting his soda bottle on the table, he calmly announced that as soon as he graduated, he would be working in Sanhaven right beside her. This news left both girls completely shocked. They jumped up, demanding to know how he had been hired by a guild in Sanhaven, as those elite groups only hired the best of the best. Thrilled by the news, Zai Yun cheered that they could move to Sanhaven together, while Ju Tong complained about her jealousy, joking that she would have to study hard to join them later. Watching his sister celebrate, Si Chen smiled warmly and secretly promised himself that in this life, she would never have to sacrifice her dreams for anyone ever again. That night, Si Chen took a quiet bath to wash away the day's fatigue. He reflected on his victories. The stalkers targeting his sister were gone, and the stressful graduation exam had finally come to an end. Best of all, his secret deal with Gong Ting was playing out perfectly. By letting his rival take the credit, Si Chen would receive the $1 million prize money tomorrow, exactly what he needed to clear his family's debt. Relaxing in his room, he knew he couldn't get comfortable just yet. He thought about the Demon King of Wrath, realizing that if the Overlord was sealed as soon as it entered the human world, the timeline had changed completely. The original 3-year countdown until his apocalypse was now very precarious. If he knew where the seal was, he would break it himself to end the threat early, making finding Wrath a top priority so he could get to Sanhaven soon. But before fighting a Demon King, Si Chen knew he needed a powerful ally he could trust. Luckily, tomorrow's graduation ceremony was the perfect place to recruit the right person he needed. Meanwhile, in a quiet tea room, Student Council Vice President Ling Yu met Carl Cavendish, the Vice President of the World Guild Alliance. She reported that a dangerous rogue awakener called the Glutton had been detected in Everfield District, which immediately piqued Carl's interest. Ling Yu explained that she had rushed to the scene, but found the security cameras had been wiped clean. The only clues left behind were fresh blood and scratch marks on the ground, matching the killer's usual habit of destroying and devouring its victims. She warned Carl that this killer specifically targeted elite awakeners with rare, powerful abilities, and the victims' ranks were increasing after every attack. This meant the killer was stealing their power and evolving rapidly by devouring increasingly powerful targets. Ling Yu warned that the glutton never stopped once it targeted an area, and she felt another attack was imminent. Carl just smirked, finding the timing of this monster's appearance quite interesting. Pushing a new file across the table, Ling Yu added that the most recent attack by the glutton took place in an alleyway in a low-income residential neighborhood. Notably, the exact location of the murder was less than 100 meters from Si Chen's apartment. Although there were no photos of the glutton, Ling Yu knew that Si Chen's power had increased at an unbelievable rate. But before she could finish speaking, Carl smirked, suggesting that the glutton devouring that power was actually Si Chen himself. At the academy, Principal Yuan Long's assistant asked why he was missing the graduation ceremony of the very students he had helped raise. Yuan Long smiled and explained that he just wanted to give his students a safe place to grow while they were weak. But now they had truly matured. With that, he released the birds out the window, saying it was time for them to find their own paths in life. However, he noticed one stubborn bird remained in the cage, leaving him to wonder where it really wanted to go. At the massive graduation hall, Ma Long and Shang Xiu stared at the massive venue in awe, realizing the academy had invested everything to welcome the major guild leaders. Ma Long wondered how Si Chen and Gong Ting had done in the secret trial, and while the twins discussed the academy's strict rules, Ma Long proudly boasted that Lu Shang had definitely crushed the competition. But suddenly, Gong Ting's older brother, Gong Chang, told Ma Long to shut up and stop flattering Si Chen, laughing and insisting that Si Chen had no chance of winning, swearing that his younger brother Gong Ting would definitely be the champion. Frustrated by the arrogance, the group began trading thumbs-down gestures and petty insults back and forth. Behind the scenes of the grand ceremony, Gong Lin looked around and noted that every major guild in the country had sent representatives. Since the entire leadership of the prestigious Imperial Guild was in attendance, the crowd outside was buzzing with excitement to see these legendary figures. Soon enough, Imperial Guild co-founder Guan Yuan and Titan Ming founder made a grand entrance to welcome the elite guests, leaving Gong Lin quietly planning for the upcoming council election. He planned to use this very ceremony to sway undecided council members and break his vote deadlock. By doing this, Gong Lin was determined to finally seize the coveted chairmanship for himself. He assured his son Gong Ting that Carl, the vice president of the World Guild Alliance, would personally present him with the championship trophy, marking the beginning of their climb to the top. However, he gave Gong Ting a stern warning not to mess this up, ordering him to get out there, give a perfect speech, and show the world who he was. Feeling suffocated by his father's intense pressure, Gong Ting remained silent while clenching his fists so hard his suit wrinkled. Just then, the host stepped onto the main stage to begin the highly anticipated 2157th National Awakener University graduation ceremony. When she announced that the final assessment had officially concluded, Ma Long and the twins in the crowd lit up with excitement. Now, with all the powerful council members and school officials seated, the historic ceremony officially began. The entire auditorium erupted in thunderous applause. But while Gong Ting sat silently and tensely, Si Chen watched the proceedings calmly. Next, the announcer stepped onto the stage to officially announce the results of this year's grueling assessment. She pointed dramatically toward the glittering golden trophy waiting on stage for the final champion. She then introduced the special guest, inviting Carl Cavendish, vice president of the Global Guild Alliance, to step forward. Under the brilliant stage lights and warm applause, Carl stepped up, ready to personally announce the grand prize winner. He began by thanking the Imperial Guild for the invitation, saying it was an honor to witness Easternia's next generation of elite talent. Then he quickly grabbed everyone's attention by hinting that an extremely unexpected incident had occurred during the final exam, leaving Ma Long and the twins completely stunned. He dropped a bombshell, revealing that the low-level dungeon that had been downgraded and designated for the exam was actually a highly dangerous B-rank dungeon that had been disguised. This shocking news created a wave of panic throughout the crowd, with people whispering that even professional teams struggled with B-rank threats, wondering how the students could have survived. Carl continued by explaining that when all hope seemed lost, a heroic student used ultimate skills and flawless technique to achieve the impossible. He revealed that this lone warrior had single-handedly defeated the B-rank dungeon boss and brought his entire team back safely. As Si Chen and Gong Ting listened calmly from the crowd, Carl prepared to announce the name of the strongest graduate of their generation. He raised his hand and officially named Gong Ting the undisputed champion of the year. Confetti fell as a solemn Gong Ting stood up to accept the crowd's warm applause. Meanwhile, Ma Long and Shang Xiu completely lost control, fully convinced that the results had been rigged for Si Chen to lose. Seeing this, Gong Chang immediately began gloating, rubbing salt in their wounds and boasting that his brother was born different. Surrounding students were stunned, muttering that clearing a B-rank dungeon alone was on a completely different level than their own struggles. The crowd continued to go wild, showering Gong Ting in praise for his power and legendary appearance. As Gong Ting slowly climbed the stage step, Si Chen watched him quietly from his seat. Looking back, Gong Ting instantly recalled their secret deal in the dark cave, where Si Chen offered him the #1 spot in exchange for the entire $1 million prize money. He clearly remembered Si Chen's only condition, which was never to tell anyone about his hidden demonic job class transition. Back in the present, Si Chen watched quietly, curious to see how his rival would handle the stolen spotlight. But as he stood before the massive crowd, Gong Ting was haunted by his father's harsh warning that he had to give a perfect speech and show everyone his true worth. The host then enthusiastically welcomed Gong Ting to the microphone to deliver the champion's speech. The crowd immediately adored him, praising his calm and composed exterior, calling him a true hero in the making. They whispered that he was the worthy heir of the prestigious Gong family with an unlimited future, which made Gong Lin smile proudly in approval. Looking down at his notes, he bitterly wondered if this stolen glory was truly worth his worth. He began by acknowledging that the vice president was absolutely right about the heroic feats of surviving a hopeless battle, saving the team, and defeating the boss. But then he dropped a bombshell and revealed the truth. None of those legendary feats were his, because in reality, they all belonged to Si Chen.